Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II is one of 3 British monarchs of the 20th century who were not born to reign, but who had monarchy thrust upon them. For much of her childhood, Elizabeth lived the life of a princess without the pressure or knowledge that she would one day be queen. Her life took its decisive turn when, aged 10, she became first in line to the throne, the heiress presumptive. How did the young Elizabeth respond to the realization her destiny had changed forever? And how did she prepare for her role as queen?
When Princess Elizabeth realized that, her uncle had abdicated and that they were going to move from what was essentially albeit quite a large London house into Buckingham Palace, I think she realized immediately the implications of this and what that would mean to her.
When Princess Elizabeth was born in 1926, her grandfather George V had been king for 16 years. The second son of Edward VII, he was, after his father, second in line to the throne, but became heir presumptive when his elder brother, Albert, Duke of Clarence, died aged 28. 10 years after Elizabeth was born, history was to repeat itself. In 1936, the elder son of King George V, Edward VIII, abdicated, propelling the second son and a younger brother, Albert George, to the throne, and in turn placing his daughter, the young princess, next in line of succession. But on the 21st of April 1926, no one imagined baby Elizabeth Alexandra Mary would one day be queen. It was, however, a royal birth, and that meant the Home Secretary was in attendance.
The reason that the Home Secretary was officially present at a royal birth was to prevent any baby being swapped by some wicked figure with the wish to change the line of succession or whatever, which all went back to this famous warming pan incident when it was said that a royal baby had been swapped. By the time the Queen and Princess Margaret were born, the Home Secretary, I don't think, actually had to be in the room, but he certainly had to be on the premises.
Oh, here's the King and Queen. And there's the Duke and Duchess of York too. Oh, and the wee Princess Elizabeth. What a bonny wee sight. Oh, this is a real wow brava gathering this year.
King George V had been a stern father to his sons. By contrast, he doted on his eldest granddaughter, Princess Elizabeth, and she, in turn, referred to him affectionately as Grandpa England.
Number one, she was a girl. It seems to me that he had particularly prickly relationships with young men, not just his sons, but other cousins and things like that. And I think she was a pretty little girl, and he adored her.
In a glorious natural setting and with the seal of royalty, the Braemar gathering holds its traditional festival of Highland skill and strength.
Princess Elizabeth's education was a close concern of King George and Queen Mary. Whereas her own parents, the Duke and Duchess of York, were said to take a relaxed view, Queen Mary took an almost prescient interest in Elizabeth's schooling, believing the young princess should read only the best type of books, and even thinking up instructive amusements for Elizabeth and her younger sister, Princess Margaret Rose.
That's a fine throw, Ian. And Princess Margaret Rose enjoys every moment of it.
Princess Elizabeth was tutored in history and indeed constitutional matters by Sir Henry Martin, the Provost of Eton College. And Queen Mary used to take both the two granddaughters, Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret, to places like the Tower of London and Westminster Abbey and have them shown round.
This day of days, Britons throughout the world centre their thoughts upon the King's Silver Jubilee.
That the King cared deeply for his granddaughters was eloquently expressed in his memoir of his Silver Jubilee. All the children looked so nice, but none prettier than Lilibet and Margaret.
And he wanted them to wear short frocks because he wanted to see their pretty little knees. Well, I mean, that sounds a bit dodgy nowadays, doesn't it? But actually, he really loved those little girls.
It is easy to look back at Princess Elizabeth's childhood and see signs to suggest her eventual destiny as queen. But in other respects, her upbringing was similar to that of many daughters of the aristocracy, albeit that she was a princess.
She had an ideal childhood as far as we could see. The devoted parents, surrounded with dogs, which she loved. They loved animals. And she had her own pony or ponies. I would have thought she had a wonderful childhood.
King George V died in January 1936.
In all churches, heartfelt prayers were offered for His Majesty's recovery, but they were not answered. Next day, the King lost strength, and the fateful evening bulletin prepared the country for the sad news to come. The King's life was drawing to its peaceful close.
Before his death, King George had written, "I pray God that my eldest son will never marry, and that nothing will come between Bertie and Lilibet and the throne."
It's often been said two things. One is that George V said that the boy would ruin himself in 9 months, and also that he hoped that nothing would stand between the throne but coming to Bertie, the Duke of York, and Lilibet, the present Queen. Of course, it's very easy for these things to be said in retrospect, and he may well have made those comments. He knew, obviously, the Constitution, which was that the eighth would succeed.
At St. James's Palace, Garter, King of Arms, comes to proclaim King Edward VIII.
As the Prince of Wales ascended the throne, it looked unlikely the late King's prayers would be answered. Edward VIII was a popular figure.
He had very much wanted to serve as fully as he possibly could in the First World War, the Great War as they called it. The Prince did manage to get to the front on certain occasions, and he saw a great deal of the suffering and the lot of the common man. He also was extremely aware of the fact that whereas it was always spoken that Britain was a land fit for heroes, he was well aware of the fact that immediately after the war, these men returned home to rather grim prospects, and he set him as his target to ameliorate the lot of the working man. And so, of course, that is why they loved him so much.
But the king was still unmarried.
Because he went off endlessly to America, to Canada, to Australia, to India, and he was hardly ever in England, and so he never really had time to supposedly sort of find a nice girl and settle down. I mean, there were a number of married ladies that passed through his life, unknown, of course, to the British public.
At the time of his accession, however, Edward had an American companion, Mrs. Wallace Simpson.
He was completely besotted by Mrs. Simpson. I don't think she was as in love with him, and I think she very much liked the idea of being the king's friend while he was king, because naturally that meant to say that if she gave a dinner party there would be footmen, gold plate, flowers, delicious food would come round, and all the most important people of the day would want to come to her table.
In October that year, Wallace Simpson was granted a divorce from her husband. In November, the king told Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin he wanted to marry Wallace. Baldwin made it clear the marriage was unacceptable, largely because remarriage after divorce was opposed by the Church of England, of which he was supreme governor, and that the public would never accept Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Baldwin said that he would consult the Dominion governments, and so he did that and came back with the answer no, they didn't like it. At that point he came up with an alternative suggestion, which was that he might perhaps marry her morganatically. In other words, that he would be the king and she would not actually be queen, but she would be his wife. And this again was politely discussed and again rejected.
The king was given three choices: to finish his relationship with Mrs. Simpson, to marry against the advice of his ministers, who would then resign, or to abdicate. The response of the establishment, however, contrasted with that of many ordinary people.
My opinion of the king, he should marry who he loves. He's been a good chap to the working class. That's my opinion of him. I reckon the king should please himself who he marries, because he knows he's got everybody behind him.
I think the king should marry the woman he loves. So the nation is behind him, and we must not lose him.
He also had some supporters in Parliament.
Churchill was very, very keen in the background to stir him up and try to get him to take a position, broadcast, whatever, set up what you might almost call a king's party. But actually, he didn't do any of those things. And he did actually go pretty quietly.
Edward chose in favour of love. He abdicated on the 10th of December 1936, making way for his younger brother to become king.
A few hours ago, I discharged my last duty as king and emperor. And now that I have been succeeded by my brother, the Duke of York, my first words must be to declare my allegiance to him.
Continuing, he said that his brother,
with his long training in the public affairs of this country, and with his fine qualities, will be able to take my place forthwith. During these hard days, I have been comforted by Her Majesty my mother and by my family. The ministers of the Crown, and in particular Mr. Baldwin, the Prime Minister, have always treated me with full consideration. And now we all have the new king.
Edward had reigned for less than a year and had not been crowned. His abdication rocked the establishment, but most of all, it turned the life of the former Duke of York and his family upside down.
George VI never wanted to be king. You have to remember he was an extremely shy man. He stuttered. He had almost what amounts to claustrophobia about crowds. I don't know what the exact word would be. And so for that sort of man to become king was really terrifying. And when he heard that his brother was going to abdicate, and he went to see his mother and he wept on her shoulder. And I think people were really worried that he was going to have a nervous breakdown.
The king and queen had to leave their home on Piccadilly. According to the princess's governess, Marion Crawford, when Princess Elizabeth was told of the move to Buckingham Palace, she responded, "What? You mean forever?"
When Princess Elizabeth realised that, her uncle had abdicated and that they were going to move from what was essentially albeit quite a large London house into Buckingham Palace, I think she realised immediately the implications of this and what that would mean to her. And I think that the interesting thing about her is that she always accepted that as absolutely, well, that's how it's going to be.
Princess Elizabeth was now first in line to the throne. Her accession, though, was not a certainty. Her mother, Queen Elizabeth, was only 36 and might yet give birth to a male heir.
Apparently she learnt the news that her father had become king from a footman, not from anybody else. And I think that it was quite intimidating for her to realise that she might well be queen. And she used to pray at night that Mummy would have a son, and therefore she wouldn't have to do it.
The move to the palace marked the end of a way of life. Where once the little princesses experienced limited freedom, Now they were constrained inside the palace walls.
I think the childhood for the princesses changed dramatically when the unexpected happened. Their parents had great many more duties to perform, so they couldn't see so much of them. I think it was even more difficult for them to go out and about in an ordinary way, although life was kept as simple as it could be for them. But it was an enormous difference, really, both physically and emotionally.
And most brilliant in the glittering array is the gilded coach, surely the most beautiful vehicle in all the world, a free translation into carved and gilded imagery of all the pomp and tradition of British royalty.
King George VI was crowned in May 1937. For Princess Elizabeth, the coronation was an important part of her education. According to her governess, she took such a deep interest that she became one of the greatest living experts on coronations.
His Majesty prepares to receive the homage to the throne. In turn, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Duke of Gloucester, the Duke of Kent, and the Earl Marshal, the Duke of Norfolk, will kneel before him, touch the golden crown, and kiss his right cheek.
Walking up the aisle of Westminster Abbey and wearing the royal robes and little coronet, in the wake of her grandmother, Queen Mary, and sitting in the royal box right the way through that entire ceremony, she would have realised that one day she herself would go through that process.
Now heiress presumptive, efforts were made to equip Princess Elizabeth for her future life. This included accompanying her parents on official engagements and learning how to handle distinguished guests.
She had to watch and see what her parents were up to, and she would obviously, as a young girl, have met a lot of very distinguished people, state visitors and presidents of France and people like that, and foreign kings, and later on people like Mrs. Roosevelt when she came over. I think it's sort of an absorbing process. I don't think, though, that she was given what one would really describe as a sort of traditional, full education in the role of queenship. I think it was something she had to acquire.
With the outbreak of war came a new role for Princess Elizabeth and her sister Margaret Rose. The Ministry of Information realised the propaganda value in portraying the royal family as one like any other, prepared to make sacrifices for the common good, even if that meant living apart. So while the King and Queen stayed in Buckingham Palace, their daughters were evacuated to Windsor.
The whole place was, sort of mothballed, and the windows were covered with black cloth and all that. But I think they didn't have a bad time. It must have been strange all the same, mustn't it? And having to go down to the air raid shelter, where, as far as I remember, King Charles I's shirt, the one he wore to his execution, was preserved down there. So they were sitting among these rather grisly relics.
By the time the war was drawing towards its conclusion, so their propaganda value changed. Now the royal family appeared reunited, smiling in the face of war and immune to the threats of distant dictators.
Just as the King's Christmas broadcast has become an institution in Empire broadcasting, we of the newsreels look on the presentation of these seasonal portraits of the royal family as a privilege of our national work. The importance and comradeship of family life could not be better exemplified than in these British newsreel pictures taken quite recently at Windsor.
Today is Victory in Europe Day.
By the time the war ended, in May 1945, Princess Elizabeth was 19. She had made her first broadcast and undertaken her first public speaking engagement. She was now an honorary colonel of the Grenadier Guards, a Councillor of State, and a junior commander in the Auxiliary Territorial Service. As she appeared on the balcony of Buckingham Palace on VE Day, Princess Elizabeth, no longer a child, was the face of the future. Age and the war had changed her.
She enjoyed the freedom of the war, didn't she? She enjoyed being able to be in the act. And my only observation is the way that she was presented with that picture by Cecil Beaton, with that kind of aureole of light behind her, which Cecil always did. The young queen in the making, a kind of vision, a new dawn.
A guard of honor of ATS clerks, telephonists and cooks welcomed Princess Elizabeth to Sandhurst. A sign of the feminine influence at work in this one-time exclusively masculine establishment, which now houses a co-educational staff course. The princess was attending the passing out ceremony of officer cadets of the Royal Armoured Corps.
Princess Elizabeth was now required to undertake an increasing number of solo engagements, all officially sanctioned and generally in support of a non-controversial good cause.
Before the war, the two leading Sandhurst cadets received swords of honor. Now it's done in the austerity style, with the presentation of Sam Browne belts to cadets Diggle and Carter. The inside of each belt bears the princess's autograph.
In the austerity of the post-war period, the pretty but shy princess seemed to offer an escape from drabness. Her every move attracted attention, and inevitably speculation began about when and whom she might marry.
As the Royal Yacht Victoria and Albert glides into the mouth of the River Dart, memories must be revived for His Majesty. For the King himself was a cadet at the Royal Naval College in the years before the Great War.
In fact, from early adolescence, she had taken a romantic interest in a young naval cadet she'd met on the visit to the Royal Naval College in Dartmouth in 1939. His name? Prince Philip of Greece.
Prince Philip was actually just going through Dartmouth, and he was delegated to look after the princesses, and there are lots of pictures of them running around, and you know, I think at that point he became very firmly in her focus.
Philip was a royal refugee. His family had escaped from Greece in the early 1920s after the military dictatorship had passed a death sentence on his father, Prince Andrew. His parents' marriage disintegrated, and his 4 sisters married and settled in Germany. Philip ended up at school in Scotland, supported by his uncle, Lord Louis Mountbatten, and his wife, Edwina.
Edwina Mountbatten, Lord Mountbatten's wife, is extremely rich, and she supported a great number of Mountbatten's relations, and certainly paid for some of Prince Philip's school fees when he was young. But I think that it was much later that Mountbatten saw the possibilities. Indeed, it may well have been in 1939 at that first visit to Dartmouth, because he was there too, that he saw the possibilities that one day his nephew might take this position. And of course in that there would have been a very considerable amount of self-interest, because he was an extremely ambitious man and he wanted to be right at the centre of things. What better way to be at the centre of things than have your nephew marry the future queen?
Throughout the war years, there had been the occasional exchange of letters between Princess Elizabeth and Philip. He was also invited to spend Christmas at Windsor in 1943. But it was after his return from service in the Far East in 1946 that rumours of romance began to take hold.
I think they could not have other than admired Prince Philip. I mean, I think that, you know, the fact that he was served so splendidly in the British Navy, and we know that the King thought very highly of him and had a great deal of respect for him.
Aboard HMS Vanguard with the royal family. Sunshine, good food, everything that goes to make the perfect holiday.
The King and Queen, concerned their daughter was too young to marry, counselled Princess Elizabeth to take her time. They also hoped a period of separation might resolve the matter. So in February 1947, the princesses accompanied their parents on a 4-month tour to South Africa.
At the crossing of the equator, everybody attended the traditional ceremony of crossing the line. The crew went all out to make it a memorable occasion. To the King and Queen were presented equatorial season tickets to sail anywhere on the 7 seas. The princesses had their faces powdered with giant puffs. The performing barbers were Chief Petty Officer Sullivan of Portsmouth and Petty Officer Brown of Banbury. Instead of the soap pills given to the other novices, the princesses had glacé cherries. Later, King Neptune and his queen held court. So far, it's a holiday. Only the discerning see the deeper purpose. Consider the state of the Commonwealth and Empire today. India, after 200 years of British rule, regains her independence. British troops leave Egypt. Palestine threatens to set the Middle East ablaze. Against this background, South Africa assumes its real importance. As the royal family prepares to go ashore, they know that vast crowds and full ceremonial with all the pomp of such occasions will greet them. They also know that their visit will play a vital part in contributing to that economic prosperity on which the standard of living of all of us ultimately depends.
It was in South Africa that Princess Elizabeth celebrated her 21st birthday and made one of her most historic broadcasts, dedicating her life to the service of the Empire and Commonwealth.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. But I shall not have strength to carry out this resolution alone, unless you join in it with me, as I now invite you to do. I know that your support will be unfailingly given. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
I think that what was important about the trip to South Africa was that the empire, which later of course became the Commonwealth, was a physical reality to her. Instead of being a distant reality, because after all she'd been cooped up in Britain pretty well all her life, this was suddenly a reality that there was this empire which was in Africa and the kind of loyalty they felt, and it did make an impression, and I think it made later events in her reign a bit harder for her really to see it all go.
Separation did little to dampen Princess Elizabeth and Prince Philip's ardour. Shortly after the princess returned from South Africa, their engagement was announced.
In anybody's life, engagement day is a red-letter day. Princess Elizabeth and Lieutenant Mountbatten will never forget July the 10th, 1947. In the morning, they faced the world's press and photographers. The platinum ring, with its one large diamond and two smaller ones, stole the picture. The lieutenant stayed at the palace, and in the afternoon, the couple, the princess wearing a coffee-coloured two-piece, joined 5,000 guests in the palace grounds. There, the princess and her fiancé received good wishes from peers of the realm, socialites, and from America, a group of Indianapolis naval cadets. On the balcony, the heiress to the throne and her future husband met the British people. The king, looking particularly happy, the Queen and Princess Margaret joined the young couple.
Philip had overcome considerable establishment opposition to the match. Now admitted to the royal circle, he was still viewed with some suspicion.
He was a member of the Greek royal family. When it came to royal families, that was fairly low in the pecking order. They were always getting thrown out. They didn't have any money. They were having to support them. And that included poor Prince Philip. You know, he was absolutely penniless. So the old ones didn't really like that very much, and he hadn't been to the right schools. And he was quite arrogant in his way, I suppose, defending himself. So they were quite critical.
The marriage took place later that year.
The day is November the 20th, 1947. The time, 11 o'clock. A nation and a world watch. Once only in 1100 years of British kingship has there been such a day. An heiress presumptive to the throne marries the man of her choice. The eyes of the world are centred on Buckingham Palace. Into the dull November morning, two greys draw the Irish stagecoach. Inside, Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth and her father.
The idea that the marriage of an heiress presumptive should be treated as a national event was a relatively novel one, but for austerity Britain, the celebration was a welcome relief from economic adversity. It was as if the princess on her wedding day was not just committing to marriage, but the further service of her country.
For Elizabeth, this was of necessity something more. From this hour, a new life begins. Mingled with her private happiness is the sure knowledge that she must now enter a widening field of public duty and responsibility.
When Princess Elizabeth and her husband emerged from Westminster Abbey an hour later, the crowds were ecstatic.
It was the signal for the most heartfelt outburst of affection that Britain has seen since the bride's parents led the coronation parade.
The princess had married the man she loved, no longer a Greek prince, but the newly ennobled Duke of Edinburgh. With marriage came a heavier workload. Now, to be accompanied by her husband, Princess Elizabeth was guaranteed to be a star attraction, as evidenced on the couple's official visit to Paris in May 1948. The French public seemed fascinated by the royal couple. Princess Elizabeth was said to have conquered Paris, a fact no doubt helped by her facility for speaking almost faultless French.
Et j'ai grand plaisir à déclarer ouverte l'exposition de 8 siècles de vie britannique à Paris.
The success of the trip was attributed in part to the age of the princess. She stood as an ambassador not just for her country, but for a generation which, after years of war, wanted to look forward to a brighter future.
Visiting France for the first time, Elizabeth maintains the continuity of royal visits commenced by her great-grandfather. A trip on the Seine transforms duty into pleasure, for Paris shows its most romantic face to those who view it from the river.
The French certainly appreciate her beauty. She had this wonderful complexion. They were a very handsome couple together, and after all, they were royal. You know, and so it put them on a different plane, and I think the French probably always had a bit of nostalgia sometimes for the monarchy.
Later that year, Princess Elizabeth managed to fulfill her foremost royal duty, that of producing an heir. Prince Charles was born on the 14th of November 1948, this time without a Home Secretary in attendance.
Everybody found it rather kind of embarrassing to have this man hanging about in the anteroom while this was happening, and I think nobody could really see the point. I mean, really, I don't think anybody seriously thought that the monarch was going to have a baby in a bedpan to substitute or anything like that. So I think he just thought this was completely out of date and not very pleasant for the mother.
And so to the pictures for which the world has been waiting, the first official film record of the infant Prince Charles of Edinburgh.
Alongside motherhood, Princess Elizabeth now had the worry of her father's increasing frailty.
The king was suffering from the effects of excessive smoking. It's called Berger's disease, and it's a form of arteriosclerosis. And it's really very dangerous, and in fact you can develop gangrene and lose your leg. And so the king had to have an operation on that to cure that, which it did. But of course it was a kind of wake-up call for the princess and the Duke of Edinburgh.
The king's health stabilised, and Princess Elizabeth won a reprieve from the prospect of imminent monarchy. In autumn 1949, the Duke resumed his naval career. He was posted to Malta, and over the next 2 years, Princess Elizabeth spent long periods with her husband on the island, enjoying life as a naval wife.
I think life in Malta was a great joy for the princess, because she really could live as near as possible the life of a naval officer's wife, with no fuss and no bother, and joining in the activities that that always happen amongst the ship and ship's company and their families. And it was really a breath of fresh air for her to be able to experience a much freer life than she had before.
The Duke of Edinburgh comes home from the sea for the christening of his infant daughter, Princess Anne Elizabeth Alice Louise.
In August 1950, Princess Elizabeth gave birth to a daughter. The King's health was once more in decline, and so as Elizabeth's family expanded, more and more duties devolved to the princess. In 1951, the year of the Festival of Britain, Princess Elizabeth had increasingly to deputise for her father. In June, the King was too ill to attend Trooping the Colour, and so the princess made a vivid debut, riding side saddle in the scarlet tunic of the Colonel of the Grenadiers. It was a potent image.
As Princess Elizabeth takes her position for the long troop. This must be her most important official occasion. First comes the march of the massed bands.
The fact that she took Trooping the Colour was an indication that there was the future monarch, and she was taking her father's place in a public ceremony. And so I think it must have been a shock in a way, but rather a pleasant shock.
By now, the Duke had bowed to the inevitable and returned from Malta. He had accepted that he could no longer combine an active naval career with that of his royal role supporting his wife.
That must have been very, very depressing for him, because his grandfather, Prince Louis of Battenberg, had gone right to the top of the Navy and become First Sea Lord. His uncle, Lord Mountbatten, was well on his way to doing exactly the same, and indeed did so some years later. And it's always been said of Prince Philip that he too, entirely on merit, would have gone right to the top of the Navy, and I'm sure he would have done.
During the summer, suspicion mounted that the King had cancer. In September it was confirmed, and he underwent an operation for the removal of his left lung.
In the skilled hands of one surgeon, Clement Price Thomas, lay the King's life. He performed the serious operation. As the doctors worked, around the world great multitudes prayed. Whatever their creed, in great church and in small, in temple, or wherever they might be, they prayed that a good man might have the strength he so greatly needed.
The severity of the illness now established, arrangements had to be made to ensure the constitutional functions of monarchy could continue without interruption.
Princess Elizabeth had already begun standing in for her father because of his deteriorating health at various official functions. In the same way today, Prince Charles is standing in for the Queen at lots of investitures as part of his role as King in waiting. But such was the decline in the King's health, she even presided over the dissolution of the 1951 Parliament because he was deteriorating. So she was already embracing some of the roles that would be hers shortly afterwards.
So began the busiest winter the princess had yet experienced.
Excitement runs high among the crowds at Montreal's Dorval Airport as the royal plane comes into land after a successful Atlantic crossing. And now the eagerly awaited Stratocruiser touches down.
In addition to deputizing for the King, she and the Duke went ahead with a long projected tour of Canada.
As the band plays God Save the King, the thoughts of many turn to her father, the King, whose excellent recovery has enabled the princess to carry out this promised visit.
The tour would take in every province in the Dominion.
Now they make their way to the nearby railway for the journey to Quebec. Princess Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh are crossing the vast Dominion in a royal train made up of 10 coaches, lent by Canada's leading railway companies. And its proud crew await the royal travelers.
At every stop of their 3,000-mile journey, crowds gathered to greet them.
The princess and the duke passed through the impressive beauty of the Rocky Mountain country. But it was winter in the Rockies for the princess, as driving snow blotted out most of the majestic views. The royal travelers were nearing the end of their westward journey, a journey which has thrilled all Canada, as newspapers show.
The couple returned from Canada in November. Then, 2 months later, at the end of January 1952, they set off again, this time bound for the South Seas via East Africa. The ailing king and his queen accompanied Princess Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh to the airport to see them depart. The king and queen had expected to make the trip themselves, but due to the monarch's ill health, it was agreed that Princess Elizabeth should go instead. Unbeknown to the princess, it would be the last time she saw her father. The royal couple travelled first to Kenya, where they were welcomed by the colonial governor. Following the official part of their visit, the princess and duke then travelled to a farm, Sagana Lodge, which had been given to them as a wedding present by the Kenyan government for a holiday. Included in their itinerary was an additional trip to stay at the Treetops Hotel.
They both loved wild animals, and it was obviously a very, very unusual thing, this little so-called hotel at the top of a tree where you could spend the night and watch all the animals come and drink. So it was a delightful way to spend a day or two off duty.
Back in England, the king had returned to Sandringham. On the 5th of February, the king dined with his wife and daughter, and then, that night, he died in his sleep. Princess Margaret would later recall, "There were jolly jokes, and he went to bed early because he was convalescing. Then he wasn't there anymore."
The flags lower in tribute, over the Mother of Parliaments, high over Big Ben. The flag is low as the news spreads.
In the early hours of the 6th of February, Princess Elizabeth became queen.
She became Queen Elizabeth II, as she was watching animals at their salt lick, I suppose, at dawn. She didn't know at the time. But then when she was told, of course, I mean, an unbelievable shock.
The new Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh returned immediately to Britain, arriving on the 7th of February. They were greeted by the Prime Minister Winston Churchill, Clement Attlee and other Privy Councillors. The last occasion on which a sovereign acceded to the British crown whilst abroad had been over 200 years previously, when George I became king on the death of Queen Anne in 1714.
She looked so slight and vulnerable, and I think everybody's heart went out to her, you know.
The following day, the formalities of accession took place. The Queen attended an accession council with her Privy Councillors and made a declaration of sovereignty. In it she said, "My heart is too full for me to say more to you today than that I shall always work as my father did." The accession proclamation was then read publicly, starting at St James's Palace in London and repeated throughout the country.
With one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the high and mighty Princess Elizabeth Alexandra Mary is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become Queen Elizabeth II.
The Queen and her husband then travelled to Sandringham to join her mother and sister, and to be ready to accompany the King's coffin as it carried the late monarch on his last journey back to London and on to his final resting place. Across the country, the King's death had engendered a genuine sense of loss.
People did cry in the streets. I suppose it was all an emotion concerned with the past, the war, the way they'd all been through it together. And of course he was very young. And I think there was an absolute wave of emotion for him.
Through the Norfolk countryside he knew and loved went the solemn cortege, the gun carriage drawn by the King's troop, the Royal Horse Artillery. The coffin, draped with the royal standard, bears the last tribute of a devoted wife, the Queen Mother's wreath. Walking closely behind are the Duke of Gloucester and the Duke of Edinburgh. The state funeral will be attended by crowned heads of Europe, but here was the people's tribute, as gamekeepers, farmers and villagers escorted their beloved squire, while thousands lining the roadside paid their simple homage. The Queen Mother and Princess Margaret, in deep mourning, followed in a closed car. So, a good and faithful king, who loved the simple things of life, leaves his country home for the last time. The capital, too, was in grey and sombre mood as the train, bearing the king's body, drew into King's Cross station. Again, the Grenadier Guards carried the coffin, this time bearing the imperial state crown to the waiting gun carriage. And following were the heavily veiled, grieving figures of the Queen Mother, and Princess Margaret.
After lying in state at Westminster Hall, the late King's funeral took place on the 15th of February, and his body was interred at St. George's Chapel, Windsor Castle.
This, then, on a grey, misty morning, was London's last salute to a king who was greatly loved. A mile-long procession escorts the coffin, carrying the symbols of majesty, the crown, the orb, and the sceptre, while the Queen Mother's wreath is a touching symbol of a devotion that sustained the king through the labours of a turbulent reign.
I think that people appreciated him as a really rather ordinary man who'd taken on an extraordinary job. And certainly, I think Churchill expressed the general feeling when he sent that wreath to the King's funeral, and it had the George Cross motto, "For Valour," on it.
For the new Queen Elizabeth, just 25 years old, the loss of her father and the reality of being monarch must have been difficult to absorb.
There must have been two very different feelings. One was great sadness at losing a father who she really adored. And then the realization that her whole way of life was going to have to change. And that must have been, I think, a very, very difficult moment for her, and just as difficult for Prince Philip, in that his way of life was going to change even more.
In June, a date was finally given for the Queen's coronation.
We have resolved, by the favour and blessing of Almighty God, to celebrate the solemnity of our royal coronation at Westminster upon Tuesday, the 2nd day of June next, and we do hereby signify and declare that it is our royal will and pleasure that such part only of the solemnity and ceremony of our royal coronation, as is usually upon the coronation of the kings and queens of this realm, solemnized in Westminster Abbey, shall take place.
Unusually, the gap between accession and coronation was 16 months.
Winston Churchill was Prime Minister, had seen, to quote another former politician, the green shoots of recovery had started, but it wasn't there yet, and he thought, give it another year or so, and the country will be on the road to prosperity, and then he could become associated with this glittering coronation, and that would reflect on his own reign, his own premiership. We go from the wartime leader to the head of to the Prime Minister during the birth, if you like, of the new Elizabethan age.
The Queen assumed the mantle of monarchy. In November, she opened Parliament for the first time.
Not for 66 years has a reigning Queen presided at this ceremony. And today, Londoners turn out in their thousands to greet their young sovereign on this great occasion.
Then, in her first Christmas broadcast, and echoing her 21st birthday speech, she asked the radio listeners to pray that she might faithfully serve God and you all the days of my life. By the time of her coronation, in June 1953, affection for the young Queen had reached fever pitch.
This is the hour. This is the hour for which we've waited in rain and sunshine, this 2nd of June, 1953. Sir Winston Churchill, Mr. St. Laurent of Canada, with other Prime Ministers of the Commonwealth, drive to Westminster to witness the coronation of Queen Elizabeth. Here, with a captain's escort of household cavalry, comes the procession of the mother and sister of our Queen, Queen Elizabeth and Princess Margaret. And now, from Buckingham Palace, in this supreme moment, the coach of state with a sovereign's escort carrying the Queen to her crowning. A figure of serene composure, graceful, dignified, and happy, with her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, by her side. This is the hour.
Rain could not dampen the spirit of the crowds, who roared with delight at the sight of the Queen in her ornate gold carriage. It was the stuff of fairy tales.
Down the long, broad avenue of the Mall towards the Admiralty Arch, the Queen's procession moves slowly onward through the crowds of cheering people who waited to show their loyalty and their affection.
As we stood there waiting in the rain, we could hear this incredible noise coming along. People cheering right in the distance. We could hear this roar, roar, you know, and it got louder and louder and louder. And then as the coach swept in, I mean, we were, you know, overwhelmed by the way she looked, and I'm sure everybody else in the crowd must have been sort of overwhelmed. She looked so beautiful.
The enthusiasm of the people gathered along the procession route was matched by those watching at home. For the first time, TV cameras relayed the event live to an audience in Britain of an estimated 27 million.
I was among them. I can remember it very well. I think it was an enormously important thing, the first time that people have been able to sit in their own homes rather than go down to the local news theatre, which is what we had in those days. We had newsreels, Pathé and all that, to tell us things, usually several days afterwards. Here it was live in front of us, and the country was desperate, was so ready for a really happy event.
Entering in procession from the west door, the Queen walks towards the chair of estate. Her Majesty is supported by the Bishop of Durham and the Bishop of Bath and Wells in the manner that has been observed since the 12th century.
The Queen now entered into a ceremony said to date back 1,000 years to the coronation of King Edgar in 973, and including rituals both secular and spiritual.
The first rite in the ceremonial is the recognition.
I here present unto you Queen Elizabeth, your undoubted Queen. Wherefore all you who are come this day to do your homage and service, are you willing to do the same?
The Archbishop next administers the coronation oath.
Will you solemnly promise and swear to govern the peoples of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the Union of South Africa, Pakistan, and Ceylon, and of your possessions and the other territories to any of them belonging or pertaining, according to their respective laws and customs?
I solemnly promise so to do.
The great thing about the coronation is the language. When the Gospels are presented to the Queen by the Archbishop, these are the words that are used. Here is wisdom. This is the royal law. Here are the lively oracles of God. Well, what language that is.
Following the first part of the communion service, the Queen is divested of her robes of state and prepared for the anointing.
This most striking element of the ceremony was said to have affected the Queen deeply.
The most moving moment was when the Queen took off all the crown and the orb and the sceptre were given to somebody else, and she was put on this white linen shift and was then anointed. And I thought that was the most moving moment, when she dedicated her life to her country and to God.
The anointing made a huge and indelible impact on the Queen. It's a sacred moment and a holy moment. I mean, don't forget, people are anointed when they're ill, and more particularly when they're dying. It's an old Catholic rite. And I think she felt the enormous impact of this sacrament. It's a sacrament administered to her.
Then the Dean of Westminster and the Mistress of the Robes put on the robes of authority, the colobium sindonis and the supertunica of cloth of gold.
As the ceremony moved towards its climax, the Queen was invested and presented with robes and objects symbolic of both power and service.
She's not accepting power, she's accepting influence, and she's accepting a role. But the language in which she accepts it and the spirit in which she accepts it is that of service.
Now the climax of the ceremony. The Dean of Westminster hands to the Archbishop of Canterbury St. Edward's crown.
For a moment, all those present seemed to be holding their breath.
It is the only occasion on which this crown is worn.
The Queen, now crowned, she was paid homage by the Archbishop, the Duke of Edinburgh, and the peers of the realm. Finally, there was an acclamation.
The homage is followed by the withdrawal to the chapel of St. Edward, where St. Edward's crown has been put off. And the Queen returns wearing the imperial state crown, her robes and train.
Then began the return procession, which would take the royal party on a 7-mile route back through the capital to Buckingham Palace.
Her Majesty the Queen with the Duke of Edinburgh. The long, solemn ceremony inside the Abbey, moving and beautiful though it was, must have been a great ordeal. How splendidly has Her Majesty sustained it. She shows not the slightest trace of fatigue as she faces the long drive back to Buckingham Palace.
The Queen was accompanied by 13,000 troops, 29 bands, and 27 carriages, as well as the continual roar of the crowd. Procession over, the crowds surged up the Mall, desperate to get a better view of their Queen and her family, this time on the palace balcony.
The great moment came to go on the balcony, and it was absolutely incredible. There was, you couldn't put a pin between everybody down the Mall. It was just absolutely crammed. And people started to shout for her and sing, and you could feel the waves of love and pleasure coming off them. It was a wonderful, wonderful, amazing day, and I'm so fortunate to have been chosen. It was the most marvellous, incredible day of my life.
Later that evening, the Queen broadcast a speech pledging herself to your service, as so many are pledged to mine. It was a fitting end to an extraordinary day. The Queen was 27. In the 16 months between her accession and coronation, she had grown in stature and seemed fully to have embraced her monarchical destiny, one that would last for over 55 years. It was a remarkable moment in royal British history.
The nation has been thrice blessed to have such an extraordinary person who has just stood there through thick and thin, blows, buffets, being sent up. You name it, it's happened to her, but she remains immovable.
When Lady Diana Spencer first came under the glare of the media spotlight back in 1980, nobody could have foretold the impact she would have on the royal family. The youngest daughter of an earl, Diana did not fit the profile of a subversive. Young and pretty, she appeared an eminently suitable consort for the future monarch. In reality, over the next 17 years, Diana would shake the monarchy to its very foundations. But how did the Queen first perceive Diana? And how did she react to the breakdown in her son's marriage and her former daughter-in-law's death?
I think probably one of the greatest tragedies of the Queen's reign is that she and Diana didn't really gel.
Is there any possibility of any announcement of your marriage in the near future? Can you tell me? Can you tell me if there's any possibility?
I'm not going to say anything, I'm afraid.
Right, but Prince Charles did give us a hint himself. He said we wouldn't have to wait too long.
When in 1980, Lady Diana Spencer was revealed as a serious contender as future wife for the Prince of Wales, the media laid siege to Diana's life. Just 19 and previously unknown, it was a brutal initiation into the ways of the press.
I think Diana found it very difficult to deal with the media at first. She was, shall we say, a rather gauche young lady. I mean, she was very charming and so on, very pretty, all the things the media loved. But I think she found it pretty hard, suddenly being pursued, didn't know how to handle herself. And of course, there was nobody offering advice.
In late February 1981, the engagement of the Prince of Wales and Lady Diana was announced. The belated betrothal of the heir to the throne was the subject for further intense media scrutiny.
And I suppose in love.
Of course.
Whatever in love means.
Well, it obviously
put your own
means,
interpretation.
obviously means two very happy people.
Yes.
Once again, congratulations.
Well, from us, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very kind.
It was just the most beautiful fairy story. You couldn't beat it, could you? There was the Prince of Wales. When's he going to get married? I mean, there must have been many mums and grandmas around the country saying the same things were being said in Buckingham Palace. And then he fetches up with this very, very beautiful, rather shy, well, very shy girl. It all added up to the most wonderful concoction, I think.
Diana, though younger and less sophisticated than many of the women previously linked to the Prince of Wales, was at least familiar with royalty and royal custom. Her elder sister Jane was married to Robert Fellows, Assistant Private Secretary to the Queen, and her father had been an equerry to both George VI and Elizabeth II. In addition, she had spent much of her childhood with him at Park House near Sandringham, where he'd been a tenant of the Queen.
Diana did seem the perfect match. She understood royal protocol. She was an earl's daughter. She was very aristocratic. Absolutely everything seemed perfect. And she was young enough to be a virgin, which was important, deemed important at that time, and to be mouldable.
Not only was Diana known to the royal family, the Queen played a direct role in initiating the relationship between Diana and the Prince of Wales. She had invited Diana to Balmoral in the autumn of 1980. It was then that the Prince first took full notice of the pretty and sweet Lady Diana Spencer.
Time was running out. He was being badgered by his father and by the press, I have to say, a lot, to find a bride. Because if the Prince of Wales, as heir to the throne, has one obligation in life, it's to provide another heir, to keep the line going. So marriage was important.
If this was a marriage of convenience, it was not presented as such. When the couple married on the 29th of July 1981, it was a fairy tale wedding, a commemoration of love and marriage and all that is best about family life, as apparently exemplified by the royal family.
Charles did seem to be very much in love with her. The tragedy was that by the time he actually walked up the aisle, he knew that he was making a mistake, but he didn't have the courage to call it all off. And I have to say, which one of us would have had the courage when the whole nation had fallen lock, stock and barrel in love with Diana? When she was on the t-shirts and the mugs and absolutely everything. And the press had been full of it for months and months. It would have taken a very, very brave man to stand up and say, oops, actually, I'm not so sure.
I, Diana Frances.
I, Diana Frances.
Take thee, Charles Philip Arthur George.
Take thee, Philip Charles Arthur George.
To my wedded husband.
To my wedded husband.
To have and to hold.
To have and to hold.
From this day forward.
From this day forward.
According to God's holy law.
According to God's holy law.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
Here is the stuff of which fairy tales are made. The prince and princess on their wedding day.
600,000 people lined the processional route, eager to share in the celebration of this popular match. When the couple appeared on the balcony and sealed their union with a public kiss, the crowds were ecstatic. For the Queen, the scene was similar to the jubilation that greeted her own wedding nearly 34 years earlier.
The Queen's wedding after the war was a wonderful lift for a cash-starved and very grey post-war society. And Prince Charles's wedding really reflected where we were. Beginning of the 80s, Mrs. Thatcher was in government, everything was beginning to be sorted out. There was a kind of tide of optimism.
In a further echo of the Queen's early married life, the Princess of Wales gave birth to a son before her first wedding anniversary.
Who wants it which way first? That side or that side?
Prince William was born on the 21st of June, 1982.
Thank you, sir.
2 years later, on the 15th of September 1984, the Princess of Wales gave birth to a second son, Prince Harry. Public interest in the Prince and Princess of Wales and their two sons was insatiable. But within this familial constellation, there was only one real star, Diana. She was, according to a royal reporter of the time, the world's #1 cover girl. From the moment of her first appearance in the royal spotlight, Diana had rapidly to discover she couldn't go anywhere without being photographed. It was a form of harassment which so alarmed the Queen, early on she took the unusual step of inviting newspaper, television and radio editors to a briefing at Buckingham Palace, asking that they respect Diana's privacy, a plea that fell on deaf ears.
There is a phrase, meeting of minds. Well, I'm not sure what the opposite of it is, but it certainly applied when the Queen called in the Fleet Street editors and basically said to them in the very early days of the Prince Charles's marriage, please give the young princess some space, leave her alone, basically, is what she said in her nicest and politest way. The editors didn't seem to understand at all. Like, what on earth is she talking about? And there was the famous story of one of the editors saying, well, what's the problem, you know? And the Queen said, well, Princess can't even pop into a shop and buy something without there being photographs and people writing stories and all terrible things. And he looked around and said, well, couldn't she, I think I'm right in saying, he said, couldn't she send a footman or a page to do it? And the Queen was appalled at that attitude, but it just showed that the two sides didn't understand each other at all.
Diana was treated like a celebrity, and from the outset, she dealt with the press and public in a manner quite unlike that of established members of the royal family.
In the early stages, she had no idea what to do. Then she got quite clever, quite manipulative, I would say. And I think that tendency increased, understandably perhaps, as the marriage began to go sour. She began to see some newspapers and some reporters and so on as her allies, and she did cultivate one or two of them. She was quite good at directing things her way.
One illustration of the difference in style between Diana and her in-laws was captured in West Germany, where she arrived for a formal banquet with other members of the royal family. The Windsors kept their eyes straight ahead, while Diana, in contrast, playfully acknowledged a compliment given her by a member of the assembled press pack.
She epitomised the aspirations of a more modern generation of woman, i.e. that she could wear the most marvellous designer clothes and simultaneously go and literally hold the hands of people with HIV. And that was a real breakthrough, so there was an enormous amount going for her.
Whatever the occasion, Diana knew how to steal the show, sometimes upstaging her husband, much to his discomfort.
It was pretty obvious that the Prince of Wales was very put out when it was very clear after a while that they only wanted to see Diana, weren't very interested in him. And I think it got under his skin.
But if in those first few years the prince was upset, he didn't show it. In public, at least, he and Diana looked every inch the happily married couple.
There was a period of deep love. I don't know how long it really lasted, but there was, and Charles was always talking about her. He was very proud of her. When I saw Diana the last time, she said to me, it's just not fair that everybody thinks that Charles and I didn't love each other, because we did. And she said, there's letters, and they're in the Royal Archives. Maybe one day they'll come out. And then people would understand it. It really upset her.
By the mid-1980s, speculation about the Waleses' incompatibility and marital disharmony were common in the press. Stories that the Princess of Wales had an eating disorder and that she arbitrarily sacked members of staff at Kensington Palace caused further raised eyebrows in the tabloids.
When I first became a royal correspondent, I knew very little about the royal family beyond what I'd seen on the TV and read about in the newspapers. And I sought out a very senior courtier to give me a clue as to what they were all like. You know, what was the Queen like? What was the Queen Mother like? What was Prince Charles like? And what was Diana like? When it came to Diana, he said to me, over the lunch table, he said, "Have you heard of bulimia?" And that indicated to me that there was I wouldn't call it a campaign, but just a desire by those who were very loyal, of course, as they should be, to the Queen and loyal to Prince Charles, to sort of make it clear to people like me that there was a problem, there were undercurrents, there were things going on in the background that we should perhaps be aware of.
As yet, the spectre of a third person in the marriage remained out of public view. In private, however, the reality was very different. Camilla Shand met the Prince of Wales in 1971. She was 23. They fell in love, but the prince was hesitant, and while absent on a tour of duty with the Navy, he lost Camilla to Andrew Parker Bowles. Once again, he had to trawl the aristocracy in the hope of finding a suitable future queen.
When Charles first knew Camilla, it was in the early 70s. He was very young, in his early 20s. He was a bit gawkish, he wasn't as experienced. He was fresh out of school, he had not much experience of anything.
The Queen had been made aware of the Prince's connection with Camilla Parker Bowles, which she perceived as a liaison without prospects. Naturally, the Queen hoped her son would put the relationship behind him. Her concern prompted her to engineer the meeting at Balmoral of the Prince and Diana in 1980. Diana, young and insecure, would later claim that even before the Prince of Wales proposed to her, she became aware there was somebody else around. Though quite what the nature of that relationship was, Diana was unclear.
Camilla was definitely around. He'd had a number of women friends. They had helped him. They'd had him for weekends. They'd looked after him in his bachelor years. And he got some presents, sent his right-hand man, Michael Colburn, out to buy some presents for them. And one of the presents was for Camilla. Diana was rummaging around in Michael Colburn's office, found the present and flew into a towering rage and assumed that this meant that there was a relationship still going on. It didn't mean anything of the sort. If she'd looked a little deeper, there were, presents to a number of women.
If the Queen was aware of her son's continuing friendship with Camilla, even after his engagement, it was not apparent. The monarch was not prone to interfering in her children's private lives, and although not a demonstrative mother, she was far from censorious. By 1987, royalty watchers were convinced something was seriously wrong with the royal marriage. Journalist Andrew Morton wrote, "These days the Prince and Princess of Wales are leading active, interesting, but totally independent lives."
But I think the press leapt to conclusions a little bit early. I think, like so many people, they did have difficulties, but they probably might have had a sporting chance of overcoming them. But once the media, particularly the newspapers in those days, decided they were fair game, decided there were real problems, then the story just wouldn't go away.
5 years later, in 1992, Andrew Morton published his book, Diana, Her True Story. If previously rumours about the marriage of the Prince and Princess of Wales had lacked hard fact, the contents of Morton's book included carefully checked evidence and authenticated quotation. The impact was seismic.
It was utterly devastating. I mean, nobody, to begin with, believed a word of it. Not a word of it. And I remember the headline. It was something like, "Diana driven to 5 suicide bids by uncaring Charles." I mean, it was really a shock to absolutely everybody, certainly to everybody within the royal family. And they had no idea where it had come from at all. And Diana denied having had anything to do with it. And then, of course, a few days later was seen going to tea with her friend Caroline Bartholomew, who had been liberally quoted in the book. And so gradually things began to fall into place.
In December that year, the then Prime Minister, John Major, announced that the Prince and Princess were separating amicably. He also announced it was not intended for the couple to divorce, and that in the event of the prince becoming king, Princess Diana would automatically become queen.
The royal family have got a sort of interesting use of words, and one of those uses of words is intended. It is not intended. That's code speak for saying it's, we're keeping our options open. We might get back together again, but the likelihood is yes, we probably will divorce. But right now, it is intended that we won't.
If the Queen hoped her son and daughter-in-law would now settle into a more dignified domestic routine, she was disappointed. In June 1994, the Prince of Wales appeared in a lengthy interview on ITV in which he admitted to his own adultery.
It appeared that the Prince of Wales had seen the film roughly edited before it was broadcast, and he'd seemed broadly satisfied with the result.
He sucked his teeth at certain points, but he had made clear all along that he was never going to say, please do not use this, or you can't use this, partly because he had no right to do so in any case because of the terms of our understanding, and partly because he believes, as he says, and sometimes it gets him into controversy, he believes in the creative freedom to do what you will do.
Jonathan Dimbleby wrote a book to accompany the programme, which referred briefly to the Queen and the Duke. The once ideal mother and father were presented as aloof and indifferent.
I think the Queen was very hurt by the Dimbleby book and the Duke of Edinburgh. I imagine that Charles perhaps felt that he'd made a mistake. A lot of his friends felt he'd made a mistake. It was the most extraordinary thing to do, actually. An authorised biography is one thing, but he did actually open up all his diaries and all his letters to Dimbleby. And Jonathan Dimbleby did a very good job. It was a very readable, very thorough book. But I think the Prince really should have been advised that letters and diaries should not be released until after his death.
The following autumn, the Prince and Princess of Wales made a rare appearance together. They both accompanied Prince William to his first day at Eton. The couple did not look entirely comfortable, but their priority that day was their elder son.
Both Diana and Charles were extremely keen that the boys' lives shouldn't be affected too much. I mean, those boys, William and Harry, already brought up in the most peculiar of circumstances and atmosphere and everything else because they're such senior members of the royal family. But both of them made a real big effort.
2 months later, the Princess of Wales delivered another salvo in the media war between the couple. She countered her husband's account of their relationship as given to ITV by giving an exclusive interview to the BBC, in which she too admitted adultery.
She's painting a very tragic picture of how she was pitched into the royal family without any form of help, without any form of rehearsal, and how they were not able to help her evolve and grow up, and weren't able to appreciate what she was trying to do or give her lessons which she very much needed.
The programme was watched by 23 million people in Britain alone, and viewer polls suggested the majority sympathised with the princess. At the time, Buckingham Palace made no official comment other than to confirm it intended to continue helping the princess as best it could.
The Queen's views will remain private. This evening, she and the Duke of Edinburgh attended this year's Royal Variety performance, smiles hiding any pain or anger that their daughter-in-law's interview may cause them. The Panorama programme was quite extraordinary, of course. It's difficult to imagine now in an era when there's so much reality television and people on the television all the time laying bare their souls, but my goodness, at the time, for Diana to do it was absolutely stunning. And she, of course, was very careful not to tell anybody about it till the last minute. So it came as a bolt out of the blue for the Queen as much as anybody else.
The Queen, by now exasperated by the behaviour of both her son and daughter-in-law, wrote to each a month later, urging them to seek an early divorce.
I think everybody would be sad, but I think that it had become inevitable, and the view of the Prime Minister was that the Queen was right to make this decision.
The Queen's a great realist about things, and as soon as she realised that Diana had especially after the Panorama programme, she realised that marriage had no future. She said to Charles, now you must get divorced. With all the implications, all the horrendous implications for the future of the royal family, let alone the effect on all the individuals. She went straight to the heart of the matter and said, it's time that you got divorced.
In July 1996, a settlement was reached between the prince and princess, and in August, their 15-year marriage ended.
It's very sad, both for Princess Diana and for Prince Charles and for their children. I think everyone is very sad at the ending of the marriage.
I think probably one of the greatest tragedies of the Queen's reign is that she and Diana didn't really gel. She really wanted to help Diana, but Diana would just burst into tears and say, everybody hates me, what am I going to do? And the Queen couldn't deal with it. I just think that maybe if she'd sat on Charles and Diana earlier on in the marriage and said, you have to make this marriage work, and I don't want any... But she was too nice to do that. She sat on the fence for too long, and when she got off the fence, it was too late.
The private lives of the prince and princess continued to provide fodder for the tabloids. The Prince of Wales started a PR offensive to bring his companion, Camilla, out of the closet, and commentators speculated on the princess remarrying and having more children.
3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, firing.
But speculation was overtaken by events. In August 1997, the royal family, as usual, spent the summer at Balmoral. Princess Diana left her sons in their father's care and joined her friend Dodi Al-Fayed for a holiday in France. In the early hours of the 31st of August, Diana, Princess of Wales, died in a hospital in Paris as a result of the injuries she had sustained in a car crash earlier that night. The royal party at Balmoral were informed of the tragedy sometime before 4 a.m. Later that morning, Buckingham Palace issued a statement. The Queen and the Prince of Wales are deeply shocked and distressed by this terrible news. No further announcement was made.
When the news came through from Paris of Diana's death, the Queen's practical side came straight to the fore, and she saw it as absolutely vital to stay in Scotland, keep the boys close to them. They just lost their mother in the most appalling circumstances. The family was facing the biggest crisis of all time. And so her instinct was to, I think the phrase is, draw the wagons around them.
The private grief felt by the royal family contrasted with the public outpouring which accompanied Diana's death. No one could have expected the reaction.
It was on a scale of magnitude that took the breath away because it happened so quickly. But as soon as I heard that she died, I thought to myself, this is going to really create an enormous stir. This is going to be an enormous story, as journalists always use that awful word story, but it was going to be a very, very big occasion. We were going to have days and days, but I thought it would build slowly. Of course it didn't build slowly, it happened enormously quickly.
In the days immediately following Diana's death, the royal family remained silent. A whispering campaign began among press and public that the silence betrayed the royal family's coldness, revealing them out of touch with ordinary people.
Well, the way they left her out and she was just mistreated by them. She's got the rough end of the deal.
I think they treated her terrible, absolutely shocking. I don't think they're the most cold people on this earth. And if I could actually see them and speak to them, I would really tell them what I thought. In fact, I would probably be passed away in the Tower forever.
There have been critics who said the Queen should have been down in London. What would she have done in London? The only people who really made out in that were the florists and Kleenex. Yes, there were tens of thousands of people milling around Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace, but the Queen couldn't have done anything. But what the Queen did do for the first time, and I think the only time in her 56-year reign, was stay put, was to put family before duty. There was a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old who needed a granny more than a lot of weeping and wailing people round the two palaces.
A focus of national displeasure became the flagpole at Buckingham Palace that stood bare. The tabloids ran a campaign demanding the flag fly at half-mast.
It's tradition that the flag flies at Buckingham Palace when only the royalty are there, but I really would have liked to have seen the flag flying half-mast there as well.
Yeah, we did get a few things wrong. When I say we, well, maybe we didn't get it wrong. Maybe we weren't listened to properly. And that was the issue of the flag over Buckingham Palace. Certainly, as soon as I knew that Diana had died, which was about 20 past 3 UK time on the Sunday morning, and within half an hour I was in the office, I gave Windsor Castle and Sandringham and Holyrood House a half hour's grace before I phoned them and told them to get their flags down to half-mast. So they were down, but there was the issue of the flag over Buckingham Palace.
As the week between Diana's death and funeral wore on, so even the broadsheets added to the newspaper coverage critical of the Queen. The mood was incendiary.
The media gets a lot of criticism, quite rightly, and it got a lot of criticism in that period that we somehow whipped up this frenzy against the royal family. Can I tell you that that is not true? What actually happened was that people like myself, and indeed colleagues from the tabloid newspapers and the broadsheet newspapers, we were out and about in London, going to the Mall and going to Buckingham Palace, of course, and then also Kensington Palace. And we were staggered by what we were hearing and what people were saying and how angry people were. And it took us a couple of days really to have the nerve almost to start reporting it, because we were aware that this was a difficult and dangerous time.
On Thursday, the 4th of September, the palace bowed to public pressure. It was announced the Queen would return to London, a Union flag would be raised to half-mast at Buckingham Palace, and most important of all, the Queen would speak to the nation on television. It was a nervous moment for the palace, but what could have been a disaster proved a triumph.
She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her two boys. I, for one, believe there are lessons to be drawn from her life and from the extraordinary and moving reaction to her death. I share in your determination to cherish her memory.
As a professional in this business, allegedly, I was just stunned by the performance, let alone anything else. Her coolness under fire, her ability to communicate through the camera, very unfussy, but at the same time, that has to be almost the most dramatic broadcast of all time, doesn't it? By an individual.
A poll taken immediately after the broadcast found the overall reaction to the Queen's speech to be favourable.
I thought she said everything she should have said. Can't think of anything that she left out at all.
She sounded very sincere and she looked as though she was very moved, and I think that will satisfy everyone.
The funeral itself was neither state nor private, but was accurately described as a unique funeral for a unique person.
Now, Diana had lost her HRH title, but she was still considered a member of the royal family. No matter what anybody says, she was the mother of the future king and the mother of the spare, and she was still considered to be a member of the royal family. So, as far as we were concerned, it was always going to be a royal funeral. What form this would take remained to be seen. Yes, there was consultation with the family, because it really was up to the next of kin how they wanted this handled.
In another break with protocol, during the funeral procession, As the cortege passed the Queen, she bowed to Diana's coffin.
I think the Queen was there, do you know, almost saluting the office, if you like, or the role that Diana had played, rather than saying anything about personal relationships. Very much the Queen feeling that was the right and proper, formal thing to do. But it still took everybody by surprise.
3 months later, at a lunch given by Prime Minister Tony Blair in honour of her golden wedding anniversary, the Queen thanked the public for the support the royal family had received during one of the most difficult periods of her reign. She also made a candid observation about politics and monarchy, and their mutual dependence on the people's consent.
That consent, or the lack of it, is expressed for you, Prime Minister, through the ballot box. It is a tough, even brutal system, but at least the message is a clear one for all to read. For us, a royal family, however, the message is often harder to read, obscured as it can be by deference, rhetoric, or the conflicting currents of public opinion. But read it we must.
It was a tacit admission the royal family had initially misjudged the public mood following Diana's death, and a commitment from the monarch to reflect on and learn from recent events.
Introduced to Paul, who was one of our fast response units that went to Royal Free Hospital, dealing with the admittance of frantic phone calls and coordination of all the resources.
Yes, but there had been, there had been a sort of plan. Yeah, there is.
A process of reform had begun well before the tragedy, but Diana's death was a catalyst for further and faster change. Listening, modernisation, and informality were the new buzzwords. The way royal engagements were chosen came under review, and gaps were left for emergency or topical visits. The media too was given greater access to the Queen going about her royal duties.
Things have become much more sort of inclusive, I suppose, in a way. And I'm sure that the death of Diana had quite a big effect because the advice that would have been given would certainly have been affected by that, and then if advice is given, it's very often accepted.
The change in style stuck. In 2005, following the 7/7 bombings in London, the Union flag was flown at half-mast over Buckingham Palace, and the Queen paid a visit to the injured and members of the emergency services the day after. The tone of the visit was spontaneous and informal. The press was allowed to mingle freely and listen in on Her Majesty's conversation with staff and patients.
You were in one of the trains?
Yes, I was in the train that went through the streets to Aldgate. It was not a very pleasant thing to happen, but I'm just thankful that me and my dance partner survived.
The shift, triggered by the death of the Princess of Wales, also attracted favourable public and media comment. The Sunday Telegraph had observed, "We are not seeing a new Queen. What we are gradually noting is the same Queen, reflecting the changed society around her." Or to put it in the language of one of the tabloids, Her Majesty has shown she really can be the people's Queen. Diana's 17 years in the royal family marked a watershed. When she died, her predicted legacy looked initially as if it would crush the monarchy. Instead, the royal family, led by the Queen, has reinvented itself for the 21st century. It is popular again. This perhaps is the best and most fitting tribute to the troubled but exceptional Diana. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II is Britain's oldest serving monarch. In April 1926, however, at the time of her birth, there was no reason to assume she would one day become queen, let alone rule for so long and be so revered. For a portion of her childhood at least, Elizabeth lived the life of a princess without the scrutiny that would normally attend the upbringing of a future sovereign. But what was that childhood like? And how did life change once destiny intervened and her fate as future queen looked to be sealed?
Suddenly to be catapulted into Buckingham Palace, which hadn't had any children living there for ages. And I remember Princess Margaret telling me, she said, of course the first thing I thought was, oh, Lilibet's going to be queen.
Elizabeth Alexandra Mary was born in the early hours of the 21st of April 1926. Her parents, the Duke and Duchess of York, had married 3 years earlier. Elizabeth's father, Bertie, was the second son of George V, and her mother, formerly Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, was the 9th of 10 children born to the Earl and Countess of Strathmore. The birth of the King's first granddaughter attracted a great deal of public interest.
The Prince of Wales, later Edward VIII, wasn't married, and so of course she was basically number 3 at the time she was born, and that's quite close to the throne. And even in some of the publicity attendant on her birth, there is a hint that this might be the heir, so they kept their options open.
As the Duke and Duchess of York attended to their royal duties, the baby princess was left in the care of her nanny.
Ella, or Clara Knight as she was her name, was one of these sort of sterling nannies, very much in charge of the nursery, and very, very important, because after all the nursery was their world.
When Princess Elizabeth was just 9 months old, her parents set off on a 6-month tour that took them to Australia via Panama, Fiji and New Zealand. The Duke of York had accepted an invitation to open the Commonwealth Parliament in the new Australian capital of Canberra. It was the most exacting royal duty he had as yet undertaken.
Well, the Duke of York had very much wanted to go on that trip to Australia, but of course it was a great ordeal because it involved a number of speeches. He was going to open the first Federal Parliament, or whatever it was, in Canberra, I think. And he had to therefore learn a lot about these countries and also be prepared to speak. And of course, because he had the speech impediment, that was always very difficult.
Princess Elizabeth was left at home, but she was far from forgotten. Instead, the distant princess became a source of fascination for the press and public alike. Wherever the Duke and Duchess travelled in Australia, they were bombarded with questions about their infant daughter and showered with gifts for her.
I think the Duke and Duchess of York returned with a ship full of presents for the baby, as I suppose was inevitable, and great excitement at this unseen child, and I suppose a certain sympathy with the parents, you know, that they were separated from the little one for such a long period of time, because sea travel in those days did take a long time.
From birth, Princess Elizabeth spent a good deal of her time in Scotland, staying either with her royal grandparents at Balmoral or with her maternal grandparents at Glamis Castle. Princess Margaret was born at Glamis in the summer of 1930. The event was marked with a giant bonfire. Four years later, and the little princesses made one of their first recorded appearances together, again in Scotland.
The royal party are greeted by the Marquis of Aberdeen.
The image was that of a happy young family.
And the Duke and Duchess of York were very much liked. I mean, they were popular. They were perhaps not very prominent in those days, but I mean, they were very, very much a family, and I think people liked that. And that is, of course, what the particular skill that the Duchess of York had, was that she created a happy family atmosphere for her husband, which involved, Sunday lunch and a walk in the park and afternoon teas and things like that, which is what, of course, they later brought in the form of a rather sort of domestic family monarchy.
The family's London home was a spacious townhouse on Piccadilly, number 145. It was here that they were tutored by their governess, Marion Crawford, known as Crawfie.
Crawfie was really totally in charge of their education. I think you could say that the Queen Mother didn't regard the education of women as very important. So Crawfie had to struggle along, covering every field, really.
The little princesses lived lives relatively isolated from the world outside royal circles. But although they lacked playmates, like many aristocratic children, they enjoyed the company of their dogs and horses.
There are quite a lot of pictures around of Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret as children. I think that was considered a great propaganda tool, the Happy Families number. And there they were with their wonderful Wendy house and with their dogs and, playing away on the lawn. And I think, it was considered an ideal family.
The Duke and Duchess of York are bringing their little daughters to Olympia to see the royal tournament.
Public interest in the Duke and Duchess of York and the two princesses continued unabated.
The princesses revel in it. Even when young, all the nice girls love a sailor.
I think it was probably understandable that the public interest should centre rather on these two young princesses. There weren't any others around at the time, as far as I remember. And of course they were glamorous figures and nice little girls, well dressed, well turned out, polite, behaved themselves, and I suppose regarded as rather models for children to look up to.
Within the family, Princess Elizabeth was known as a favourite of King George V. In 1935, together with her sister, she featured prominently at the King's Jubilee, a symbol of youth and renewal.
I know he was not an easy father, but then he probably was an easier grandfather because he didn't have the direct responsibility. And I think, I'm sure he would have been very fond of the children and rather proud of them.
At the start of the following year, celebration turned to mourning. King George V died on the 20th of January 1936. The newsreels documented the demise of a much-loved king.
Britain and Empire mourn their beloved king. The shadow of an almost personal grief darkens the houses of the people. At Sandringham a few days ago, His Majesty caught a chill and was confined to his room. But the expected easy recovery did not take place.
Nine days later, Princess Elizabeth was among the mourners at the funeral of the man she called Grandpa England.
George V's funeral was, I suppose, the last real royal funeral in terms rather like Queen Victoria's, where all the royals turned up. It was a terrific display of the troops, the gun carriage, the slow marching. I think it would have made an impression on her. After all, she was 9, wasn't she, I think? So certainly of an age to take it all in.
At St. James's Palace, Garter, King of Arms, comes to proclaim King Edward VIII.
The Prince of Wales was proclaimed king.
The imperial crown of Great Britain, Ireland, and all other His late Majesty's dominions is solely and rightfully come to the high and mighty Prince Edward, Albert, Christian, George, Andrew, Patrick, David, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and constant obedience.
In his first broadcast to the nation, King Edward VIII acknowledged the high regard in which his father was held.
I feel that his death is not only an overwhelming grief to my mother and to us, his children, but that it is at the same time also a personal loss to you all.
Arrivals for the royal tournament. The Duke and Duchess of York, Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret Rose.
With Uncle David now king, Princess Elizabeth became second in line to the throne. Interest in the princess increased, but as yet there was no reason to expect she would ever be queen. Instead, life for the Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret Rose progressed much as before.
Inside, the little princesses walked between lines of a guard of honor to see the service's own show.
The Queen and Princess Margaret, I think they relied on each other quite a lot. Although Margaret was 4 years younger, they even used to dress alike, which I think is very odd by today's standards. And they played with each other. And when they went out into the park, they weren't allowed to play with other children. And we only know that because of the memories of the governess Marion Crawford.
The garden party this year was a royal reception, but owing to the mourning for the late king, there will be no courts this year. And so when King Edward walked out into the lovely grounds of Buckingham Palace, it was for more than a garden party.
By this time, news was leaking out of the King's association with an American woman, Mrs. Wallis Simpson. Princess Elizabeth's parents, the Duke and Duchess of York, did their utmost to ensure their daughters were shielded from the gossip.
The extraordinary thing about Mrs. Simpson was that really the British public knew nothing about her at all until very, very shortly before the abdication. Society, of course, did know about her, but the man in the street didn't. And then even at the time when things were getting very difficult, the foreign press were talking about the crisis that was looming, but the British press guarded a kind of, they had a bond of silence between them. I mean, the newspaper editors simply didn't report it.
The spectre of the head of the Church of England marrying a divorcee was unconscionable to the Church, State and royal family. Edward, though, was unwilling to forego his relationship with Mrs. Simpson. Belatedly, the Duke of York realised his brother might choose to abdicate.
I think it would be fair to say right up to late November 1936, given that the abdication was on the 10th, 11th of December, however you look at it, he had no idea that the king was actually likely to go. And of course it was an enormous shock to him, because suddenly he was going to be propelled onto the throne, like it or not, with absolutely no preparation, no training, and not at all sure, this is the thing which worried both the Duke and Duchess of York, not at all sure that the British public would like them or even accept them.
King for barely a year, Edward VIII abdicated on the 10th of December 1936, and his reluctant brother ascended to the throne.
And now we all have a new king. I wish him and you, his people, happiness and prosperity with all my heart. God bless you all. God save the King.
Queen Mary made her own appeal to the nation in support of her blameless younger son, his wife and family.
The Queen Mother, in her message to the nation, said, "I commend to you King George VI. I ask you to give him the same full measure of generous loyalty which you gave to my beloved husband. With him I commend my dear daughter-in-law, who will be his queen. I know that you have already taken her children to your hearts."
We feel you will welcome these intimate pictures of our beloved King and Queen, with their children, the Princess Elizabeth, heir to the throne, and her sister, Princess Margaret Rose. The head of the greatest empire the world has ever seen, is rightly described on state occasions in elaborate terms. By the grace of God, of Great Britain, Ireland, and the British dominions beyond the seas, King, Defender of the Faith, Emperor of India. But above all, His Majesty King George VI and Queen Elizabeth receive our hearty and humble affection because they are true home lovers, in the sense most respected by every man and woman throughout the civilized world. And it is in this role, before the pomp and pageantry that are to come, that we bring them to you now, in the most charming and natural pictures ever taken of our royal family.
Princess Elizabeth was now first in line to the throne, a fact she is said to have absorbed gradually. In an interview years later, Princess Margaret recounted a conversation with her sister. "When our father became king, I said to her, 'Does this mean you're going to be queen?' She replied, 'Yes, I suppose it does.' She didn't mention it again." The new royal family had left Piccadilly and were now installed at Buckingham Palace. It was no longer possible to retain the illusion of being an ordinary family. For Princess Elizabeth, a detective now accompanied her everywhere. She discovered by merely walking in front of a sentry on ceremonial duty, she could make him present arms. And reportedly she no longer referred to Mummy and Papa, but the King and Queen.
Suddenly to be catapulted into Buckingham Palace, which hadn't had any children living there for ages. And I remember Princess Margaret telling me, she said, of course the first thing I thought was, oh, Lilibet's going to be queen, and asking her. And I thought, well, you know, I'm going to, even then she thought, well, it's rather like losing a sister in some ways, because the minute the Queen, when they moved into Buckingham Palace and she was the heir, she was educated very differently from Princess Margaret.
Only once or twice in the life of each one of us comes such a day as this, when we realize that we're watching history in the making, when we know that generations of Englishmen to come will look back on this day. For May the 12th, 1937, will be one of the dates in English history that the school children will learn, maybe 1,000 years from now. Every moment, the thrill of excitement increases. Early in the day, the vast crowd cheers their Royal Highnesses Princess Elizabeth and Margaret Rhodes, and then their Royal Highnesses the Duchess of Gloucester and the Duchess of Kent. And always the air is filled with the expectant murmur of what must surely be the largest crowd London has ever known, gathered in its hundreds and thousands and millions on this dull spring morning. And now, with a flashing of breastplates and a clatter of hoofs, the moment has come. With slowness and dignity, the coronation coach moves forward, bringing with it, symbolized in our royal family, all the history and tradition of Britain and the Empire. Never before have such solemn and dramatic pictures appeared on the screen. The ceremony that has remained unchanged for 1,000 years. The procession of Her Majesty the Queen moves up the nave to be greeted after the anthem by the scholars of Westminster School with the Vivat Regina.
At the King's coronation, the young princesses sat with their grandmother, Queen Mary, in the royal box at Westminster Abbey. During the 3-hour ceremony, Princess Elizabeth watched intently as her father and mother were crowned King and Queen. She wrote after the event, "I thought it was all very, very wonderful, and I expect the Abbey did too. The arches and beams at the top were covered in a sort of haze of wonder as Papa was crowned. At least I thought so." But not everything about the ceremony impressed her. At the end, the service got rather boring, as it was all prayers. Granny and I were looking to see how many pages to the end, and we turned one more, and I pointed to the word at the bottom of the page, and it said, "Fini." We both smiled at each other and turned back to the service.
She took it all in very much. I think, I mean, she was much more serious-minded than Princess Margaret, which is probably lucky. I remember Princess Margaret, all she thought about at the coronation was that the Queen was going to wear a sort of golden crown. And Princess Margaret kept on saying, "Where's mine?" And they sort of said, "Well, we're not quite sure whether you're going to wear one. You're a bit small." Anyway, she absolutely insisted, stamped her tiny foot. And as you can see in the photographs, there she is wearing her crown too.
Yet again, press and public interest in Princess Elizabeth intensified. The King and Queen also recognised the importance of equipping their elder daughter for public life. One initiative, encouraged by their governess Crawfey, was the establishment of a girl guide company at Buckingham Palace.
1,000 girl guides attended the national service in St George's Chapel, Windsor. The Princess Royal, president of the Guides, was present with Lady Baden-Powell, chief guide.
I was the patrol leader of the Kingfisher Patrol, and Princess Elizabeth was my second. And I remember thinking what a remarkably helpful and useful person she was to have as number 2 in command of something, because you could absolutely rely on her to do anything that was needed.
As the threat of war grew stronger, so the diplomatic workload of the King and Queen increased. On occasion, the princesses played a supporting role, as when they accompanied their mother for the launch of the liner Queen Elizabeth.
Though accompanied by her 2 daughters, this day our Queen seems strangely alone, lacking for the first time on any big occasion the escort of His Majesty. Grave affairs have kept the King in London. We have great pleasure in presenting to you from the grounds of Buckingham Palace these delightful and informal pictures of our royal family, Their Majesties the King and Queen with their 2 daughters. In the windswept garden of their London home, they are discussing details of Their Majesties' forthcoming voyage across the Atlantic.
The princesses were left at home when the King and Queen travelled to Canada and North America in spring 1939. As the storm clouds gathered over Europe, the trip was seen as an opportunity to strengthen transatlantic ties. The press presented their 6-week separation as an example of the sacrifice the royal couple were prepared to make for the national good.
We take this opportunity of wishing many happy returns to Princess Elizabeth on her birthday, and also wish a safe and happy voyage and a safe and happy return to our popular young King and Queen.
Queen Mother always said of that trip to Canada and the United States just before the war, that was the trip that made us. And I think after the abdication, and people knew this is a rather shy, stuttering sort of king, the American public were completely won over by them, whereas they were all pro the Windsors before that. So from their point of view, it was a huge success. From the princess's point of view, it must have been quite strange, because they hadn't been used to being without their parents for quite so long. So it must have been really quite puzzling for them.
War was declared on the 3rd of September. During the course of the next 6 years, the princesses spent the majority of their time at Windsor, while the King and Queen stayed most often at Buckingham Palace. The evacuation of the monarch's children to Berkshire was a useful tool in the Ministry of Information's propaganda kit, and was the theme for Princess Elizabeth's first broadcast in October 1940.
Thousands of you in this country have had to leave your homes and be separated from your fathers and mothers. My sister Margaret Rose and I feel so much for you, as we know from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all. To you, living in new surroundings, we send a message of true sympathy, and at the same time, we would like to thank the kind people who have welcomed you to their homes in the country. My sister is by my side, and we are both going to say good night to you. Come on, Margaret. Good night, children. Good night, and good luck to you all.
So many people have forgotten how terrifying it was. I was a child in the war, but we thought that Hitler was going to invade any moment. And as a child, we all admired the Queen and Princess Margaret. You know, they were children, but they didn't leave England. They remained in England. They were sort of beacon of hope, actually. They used to speak to the children of England. And we were tremendously comforted, funnily enough, by their presence.
Throughout the war, the public was variously informed of a fine example set by the princesses, in particular Elizabeth, in support of the war effort.
They used to listen to the war news, and when terrible tragedies happened, like the sinking of the Royal Oak early in the war, they would listen to that and they were both in tears, and then they would knit things for the soldiers and all that kind of thing.
In 1942, Princess Elizabeth accepted the title Honorary Colonel of the Grenadier Guards, and on her 16th birthday she carried out her first inspection of the Windsor-based regiment. 2 years later, on her 18th birthday, Princess Elizabeth was given her first constitutional role.
Princess Elizabeth, heiress presumptive to the crown of England. The celebration of her 18th birthday brings forth the sincere good wishes of the peoples of the British Commonwealth of Nations. By the Regency Act of last year, Her Royal Highness has had bestowed on her the important office of Potential Councillor of State. Officially, she reaches her majority, but in the full legal sense, she will not come of age until her 21st birthday. These special newsreel pictures were taken a few days ago.
I think being made a Councillor of State means that you are very close to the King. You are one of the few members of the royal family who are going to be the counsellors to the King. And it might have been honorary, but it was a very important step. It was yet another that this is going to be your future Queen.
No longer a child, Princess Elizabeth wanted to play her part in the war effort. She persuaded her parents to let her join the Auxiliary Territorial Service, or ATS, and in February 1945 was registered as Second Subaltern Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor.
I think it must have been a great satisfaction and pleasure to her to feel that she could play a small part in this dreadful war, and doing all sorts of things that normally, of course, she wouldn't have expected to be able to do. She was, I think, a transport driver. She drove lorries, and she learned how to take them to pieces and put them together and do the sort of small repairs and things. And I know it was an experience that I'm sure she would have really enjoyed.
Just a few days before the final end of the war, Princess Elizabeth was promoted to Junior Commander. On the 8th of May, 1945, the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, announced a cessation to hostilities and victory in Europe.
Hostilities will end officially at 1 minute after midnight tonight, Tuesday, the 8th of May. But in the interest of saving lives, the ceasefire began yesterday to be sounded along all the fronts. The German war is therefore at an end. We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing.
This was the British people's finest day. VE Day, the end of the German war. Throughout the country, it exploded with spontaneous rejoicing for a great and wonderful deliverance. War scarred the face of Britain, but nothing ever sapped or changed the character of our people.
Buckingham Palace became the focus for the celebrations.
Outside Buckingham Palace, the crowds cheered themselves hoarse. 7 times during VE Day, the royal family appeared on the balcony.
The royal family, the King in his naval and Princess Elizabeth in her ATS uniform, were given a rapturous reception.
Their appearance on the balcony and the celebrations at the end of the war was a sort of tremendous national event, you know, the feeling that we've all been through it together, and a family like our family, we're all celebrating. It's been very hard, but we've done it.
The celebrations continued well into the night. The princesses were eager to join the festivities outside the palace and set out in a small party accompanied by a police officer. In a rare interview 50 years later, the Queen would recall, "I remember we were terrified of being recognised, so I pulled my uniform cap well down over my eyes." A grenadier officer amongst our party of about 16 people said he refused to be seen in the company of another officer improperly dressed, so I had to put my cap on normally.
I think it must have been an amazing experience for both the princesses to be able to just walk down and join a crowd. Nobody even recognizing them at the time, to feel part of this great big mob that was rejoicing and so happy that this horror of the war was over. And an experience that would have been unique, I think, for her and for her sister.
Princess Elizabeth's teenage years had been set against the background of war. Now aged 19, a young adult, an honorary colonel and councillor of state, she was increasingly called upon to undertake solo engagements. There was no longer any doubt she would one day be queen. Her brief experience of normality in the ATS was over, the relative privacy of childhood long gone. What lay ahead was marriage, family, and a life of duty and service to the nation.
I think she grew up in a family that put duty very, very high on the list of attributes which they would like to pass on to their family. And I think it always occurred to her that her own wishes and feelings were secondary to what was the best way to act for people generally.
The marriage of the Queen to the Duke of Edinburgh is the longest of a reigning monarch in British history. What began as a fairy tale romance has matured into a union lasting more than 60 years. It has survived public scrutiny and private misfortune, providing continuity for both their family and the nation during a period of unprecedented change in British history. But how did they meet? What brought them together? And to what do they owe their marital success?
Prince Philip is the only man who can treat the Queen as if she was a normal woman. Nobody else can.
It's been a challenge for us, but by trial and experience, I believe we have achieved a sensible division of labour and a good balance between our individual and joint interests.
At a lunch in honour of the Queen's golden wedding in 1997, Prince Philip gave his assessment of what made their marriage work.
The trouble is that no two marriages are quite alike.
However, I think that the main lesson that we've learned is that tolerance is the one essential ingredient of any happy marriage. It may not be quite so important when things are going well, but it is absolutely vital when things get difficult. And you can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
It was a rare insight into the private life of Britain's first couple, who, when they married 50 years earlier, brought a little colour to the then drab life of the nation.
Well, everyone seemed to think that our wedding was a very happy occasion and brought a little colour back to life after the dreary war years. At any rate, we certainly thought so.
Excitement was at its peak as the King, the Queen, Queen Mary and other members of the royal family came out to join them.
Their romance had come to public attention not long after the end of the Second World War.
A guard of honour of ATS clerks, telephonists and cooks welcomed Princess Elizabeth to Sandhurst. A sign of the feminine influence at work in this one-time exclusively masculine establishment, which now houses a co-educational staff course.
By this time, Princess Elizabeth was a fully fledged working royal. She took on an increasing number of solo engagements, and in turn the press and public took an intense interest in her character, her beauty, and her marriage prospects.
I think the Queen would have had very limited choice, and it would have been really from the circles of the aristocracy. I mean, unsuitable young men were paraded out, if you like. No, it would have been a very narrow circle.
As the Royal Yacht Victoria and Albert glides into the mouth of the River Dart, memories must be revived for His Majesty. For the King himself was a cadet at the Royal Naval College in the years before the Great War.
For the young princess, her heart was already set on the young man, nearly 5 years her senior, whom she'd met shortly before the outbreak of war, during a trip with her parents to the Royal Naval College at Dartmouth. Elizabeth was 13.
Later in the afternoon, each member of the royal family plants a tree in commemoration of this visit. The King a purple beech, the Queen a golden beech, Princess Elizabeth a white beam, and Princess Margaret a scarlet chestnut.
During the 2-day visit, a tea party was held on board the royal yacht Victoria and Albert. Attended by the royal family, it had been arranged by Lord Mountbatten, who had also invited his nephew and naval cadet, Prince Philip of Greece. It was the first significant encounter between the princess and the prince.
Mountbatten certainly played a part. He realised that Philip could be a possibility. Certainly, he was there in Dartmouth when Prince Philip was a cadet and the royal family went down, and that's when Princess Elizabeth fell in love with Prince Philip. Mountbatten was quite shrewd enough to see the possibilities there.
During the war years, the princess and Prince Philip exchanged the occasional letter. The prince was also invited to spend Christmas at Windsor in 1943, but it was not until 1946, when he returned from service in the Far East, that stories of a royal romance began to spread.
At a certain point during the war, certain times during the war, when he was on leave, he would come to Windsor Castle, and he certainly went to at least one of the pantomime performances. And in the meantime, in the background, there was a lot of activity on behalf of his future by a variety of different figures: his grandmother, Lady Milford Haven, Lord Louis Mountbatten, his very ambitious uncle, indeed to some extent Princess Marina, and one or two others who discussed amongst themselves the interesting thought that perhaps one day he might marry Princess Elizabeth.
Philip may have been a prince and related to the princess several times over. They are both great-great-grandchildren of Queen Victoria, but their early lives differed wildly. Prince Philip was a refugee. His family had been forced to leave Greece in the early 1920s after the Revolutionary Court had passed a death sentence on his father, Prince Andrew. His family split up. His sisters married and settled in Germany, and in 1934, when he was 13, Philip was sent to school in Scotland. It was around this time that Lord Mountbatten began to take special notice of him.
Prince Philip had had a rather lonely, very lonely and difficult childhood from the age of about 8, I think, when his mother had a sort of nervous breakdown. His father wasn't on the scene at all. And so, especially his two uncles, my father and my father's older brother, George, Marquis of Milford Haven, played a big part in Philip's life. And he was a nice cousin that one was always very happy to see, and he would come and stay, and he would be fun, and it was just very nice having him around. My sister and I were only 2 girls, we had no brothers, so it was always nice to have a young man come along and liven things up.
Above the ancient abbey of Ramsey, Lord Mountbatten's standard flies in token of a joyful event, the wedding of his elder daughter Patricia to Captain Lord Brabourne of the Coldstream Guards.
When Patricia Mountbatten married Lord Brabourne in October 1946, Prince Philip was an usher. For a public not yet familiar with the prince, the newsreel commentator helpfully pointed him out.
At the abbey door came a greeting from Prince Philip of Greece, who was kept very busy acting as an usher. Prince Philip stands on the right.
Princess Elizabeth, together with Princess Margaret, was a bridesmaid. It was their encounter at the door of Romsey Abbey with the Greek prince that caught the attention of society watchers and gossip columnists.
Accompanied by Prince Philip, the royal party arrives at the abbey door, where more greetings were to follow at this happy family gathering. The Queen looked radiant in a pale French grey coat and frock, with 2 platinum foxes and a grey ostrich feather hat. The 2 princesses were given a helping hand with their coats before beginning their part in the service.
My wedding came in 1946, the year after the war ended, and it was the first occasion that the King and Queen had come, I think, out of London to a purely private family gathering. So there was a great interest in that. There was a famous picture taken at the entrance to Romsey Abbey, where we were married, when the princesses were arriving as bridesmaids, and being October they had coats. And there's a picture of him taking the princess's coat. And I think something about that picture made people think, oh, who is this young man? And is there something behind this? I think that was the first time that he appeared in any way to be linked with the princess.
Next to appear were the bridesmaids, a charming picture in their full-skirted gowns of forget-me-not blue, the poses they carried matched by the flowers in their hair.
By all accounts, Princess Elizabeth was in love with her prince, but there were those around her who disapproved of the match.
He was very independent. He had to be from childhood on. He wasn't in a mould or in a model of anything. He was his own person. And I think he wasn't going to be somebody who was going to absolutely toe the line without any queries at all. And also the fact that he was my father's nephew, and they were very close, made people a bit suspicious, because my father always had very progressive views, which is why he did so well in his careers. But not altogether something that made old-fashioned courtiers feel very comfortable with. And I think they were rather worried that too much fresh air was going to be let in.
The King and Queen, too, were unsure. King George was concerned the princess was too young to marry, and the Queen's brother was lobbying hard against the refugee prince.
Lord Mountbatten and the Queen Mother did not get on at all. They didn't like each other, and she also had the rather sort of pernicious influence of her brother David Bowes-Lyon, who was a sort of court intriguer, probably not very bright, but certainly causing a lot of trouble. And he would have been one of the figures who would have been stirring things up. And then there were other people, I think Lord Salisbury to some extent, and certainly Lord Eldon, these sort of rather patrician figures in the background. They all made it very difficult for him.
I'd like to say how very pleased I am that I've been persuaded to become patron of the London Federation of Boys' Clubs.
Prince Philip's uncle, though, proved a powerful advocate. Lord Mountbatten worked behind the scenes to increase Philip's public profile, and, mindful that Philip's nationality could stand in the way of his marriage prospects, Mountbatten lobbied hard for his naturalisation. The campaign paid off, and in March 1947, having renounced his royal titles, Philip gained British nationality and elected to be known by his naval rank and his uncle's surname. He was now simply Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten. A month prior to his naturalisation, however, Philip and Princess Elizabeth began a 4-month enforced separation.
To welcome their Majesties comes Governor-General G.B. Van Zyl and veteran statesman Jan Christian Smuts. They, like us, will regard this first royal visit to South Africa as one of the most momentous times in the history of the British Empire. During this visit, prosperous South Africa will see the finest products of British industry. They will see and admire the gowns worn by the Queen and 2 princesses.
The princess and her sister accompanied the King and Queen on their trip to South Africa. The relationship between Princess Elizabeth and Philip was by this time common knowledge. Some had expected an engagement announcement prior to departure. Others posited the King wanted to give his daughter time to reflect.
I think it would be inevitable that any father would be concerned that his daughter seemed to be about to marry so very young, which would break up that family relationship, which sort of, to some extent, break it up. It suited him so well. And so that's one of the reasons why any engagement was postponed until after the South African visit.
If ever the princess had doubted her affections, she was now sure of them. Not long after the royal party returned from South Africa, the long-awaited engagement of Princess Elizabeth and Philip Mountbatten was announced.
In anybody's life, engagement day is a red-letter day. Princess Elizabeth and Lieutenant Mountbatten will never forget July the 10th, 1947. In the morning, they faced the world's press and photographers. The platinum ring, with its 1 large diamond and 2 smaller ones, stole the picture.
Now her fiancé, Philip undertook his first royal engagement.
And forerunner of many hundreds of similar activities still to come, Lieutenant Mountbatten appeared at a semi-official function with the parents and family of his bride-to-be. While the royal family entertained their personal guests in the grounds, many others kept patient vigil outside. Pathé waited with the film industry's biggest lens trained on the palace balcony. Late in the evening, after cloud and showers, this was the record it gave of a great day in a history-making romance. On the balcony, the heiress to the throne and her future husband met the British people. The King, looking particularly happy, the Queen and Princess Margaret joined the young couple.
Whatever the misgivings among the ruling classes about the match, the young and clearly happy couple struck a popular chord with ordinary people, including, in Philip's case, his former neighbours.
While Princess Elizabeth and Lieutenant Philip were celebrating in the palace, it was a big day too in the Methuen Arms, village pub in Corsham, Wiltshire. Lieutenant Mountbatten was stationed there until the day before his engagement was announced. All the locals knew him, and our reporter learned how much they admired him.
You must know him very well, Joe.
Well, I found him a most charming fellow, and he was especially fond of the game of skittles and coming here to the Methuen Arms.
Was he a good player?
He was a jolly good player, and we've had many a tussle, I can't say which was the best of the 2.
Well, who beat who the most?
I wouldn't like to say.
Hello, Foran. You saw a lot of Lieutenant Mountbatten. How do you feel about the engagement?
Yes, I met the gentleman, highly delighted to hear about it. And his health and happiness to both, sir. Cheerio.
What about that? Was that good, Philip Mountbatten?
No, sir, it wasn't even a fine player, the Prince, was he, Harold? It was a very pleasant evening we had. And we were here for about 3 to 4 weeks before we knew he was the Prince. And we should very much like him here tonight with us. We had some very enjoyable evenings.
You're very, very pleased about the news of the engagement.
Very pleased indeed, yes. We shake hands with ourselves. Well, here's jolly good luck to them both.
The public liked him, but for all the same reasons that he was, so good looking and handsome, and he had a good war record. He was obviously a good chap. He was still serving in the Navy, and of course he was hoping very much to continue doing that.
No longer anonymous, now Philip's every move attracted attention.
With the King's formal consent given to the royal marriage and the date fixed for November the 20th, Lieutenant Mountbatten returns to the Naval Training Centre at Corsham, where he's an instructor at the Petty Officers' School.
It was a foretaste of the media scrutiny to which the rest of his life would be subjected.
PT forms an important part of the routine, together with training in the power of command. Chatting with his fellow officers in the wardroom, Lieutenant Mountbatten seems glad to be back at work again after a very happy leave.
It was the best coverage probably Prince Philip ever had, because he was this dashing wartime hero, handsome, the only boyfriend the Queen had ever had.
4 months on from their engagement, Princess Elizabeth married Philip Mountbatten.
The day is November the 20th, 1947. The time, 11 o'clock. A nation and a world watch. Once only in 1100 years of British kingship has there been such a day. An heiress presumptive to the throne marries the man of her choice. The setting is Westminster Abbey. To its west door come members of Europe's royal houses, the peers and the people. History is in the making. The eyes of the world are centred on Buckingham Palace. Into the dull November morning, 2 greys draw the Irish stagecoach. Inside, Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth and her father.
When the princess appeared, the crowd erupted in a thunder of cheering all along the processional route. Some well-wishers had been waiting for 19 hours to catch a glimpse of the bride-to-be.
For any girl, wedding day is the day of her life. As the 21-year-old princess arrived at Westminster Abbey, it was her moment too. For Elizabeth, this was of necessity something more. From this hour, a new life begins. Mingled with her private happiness is the sure knowledge that she must now enter a widening field of public duty and responsibility. And now the solemn service begins.
I think it was just, as it would be today, a marvellous looking young couple, very much in love. It was, a whole romantic story being played out in front of them. So it was something, completely different than the rather sort of ill old king. It was just real romance.
That a royal wedding should be treated as a national event was unprecedented. But for austerity Britain, the day provided a welcome relief from post-war rationing and the disappointing drabness of victory. The marriage of this young and glamorous couple symbolised hope in a nation desperate for change.
Churchill, Attlee was Prime Minister. They knew that this was a great way to raise public morale. There should be no expense spared. And people walked for days from all parts of the country to come to London to catch a glimpse of this couple. My own parents, they weren't together then, but they slept in the Mall just to see the coach, the wonderful state coach. It was glittering, and it was something they talked about for weeks before and weeks afterwards. It was a most remarkable event, and it established her popularity 6 or 7 years before she came to the throne.
In this moment, charged with great meaning, the people of Britain and the Commonwealth joined. They listened and remembered, in towns and villages, in shops, in streets, in homes.
Press coverage of the event was far greater than for King George VI's coronation 10 years earlier. The image of people huddled around radios became part of the wedding folklore.
For Elizabeth's destiny is great, so great that even the solemn splendour of this great moment could not altogether overshadow it. She who may one day rule over Britain and the Empire shares this heritage with her husband. The organ sounded, and for this hour, Elizabeth is not only a queen-to-be, but a bride. And now they are man and wife. The princess had been in the abbey for nearly an hour. What followed the service was the ornate pageantry of a state occasion. It showed that this was no ordinary wedding, but that of a king's daughter. Following the bridal procession came the bride's father and mother, and behind them 5 kings, 5 queens, and 8 princes and princesses.
The 2,000-strong guest list included the largest gathering of royalty, regnant and exiled, anyone could remember. Princess Margaret would later recall, "It was a tremendous meeting place. People who had been starving in little garrets all over Europe suddenly reappeared."
The royal heads of state from across Europe flocked to London, and of course they took precedence in the Abbey for the wedding, which meant, I'm afraid, some of our MPs who thought they ought to take precedence, don't they always, had to ballot for places, and there were quite a lot of them who were very disappointed. But the fact that their other princesses and kings and queens were in the congregation underlined her importance as the woman who would one day be the queen.
Outside the abbey, the great crowd waited eagerly. There was a roar of excitement as the princess, aided by her husband, appeared and stepped into the glass coach for the drive back to the palace. It was the signal for the most heartfelt outburst of affection that Britain has seen since the bride's parents led the coronation parade. The joy of princess and people was now complete. For both, the day had been an ordeal, frightening in its intensity, yet unforgettable in its splendor. And now the tension was lifting.
They were both very good looking, very glamorous, very much in love. And I think we forget now that such a time has passed, but it was very much like Prince Charles and Diana married. I mean, it was very much a fairy tale marriage.
100,000 people surged forward in a solid mass. They wanted Elizabeth. They wanted Philip.
When later Princess Elizabeth and the newly ennobled Duke of Edinburgh appeared on the palace balcony, the crowds could hardly contain their excitement.
From the palace balcony, Elizabeth and her husband waved to the cheering crowds. Seldom has a bride and groom received such a tumultuous expression of goodwill. Inside the palace, the cameras were able to capture the exquisite workmanship of the bridal gown. Princess Margaret leads the 8 bridesmaids who have come to join the bridal pair. And now, with the King and Queen to complete the family group, here are 3 generations of Europe's royal houses. As the great day drew to a close, there was the final drive across Westminster Bridge to Waterloo Station before the princess and her husband could gain the quiet that was rightfully theirs. In the princess, the nation has found all the qualities which merit the confidence of a people who have faith in the crown and its rigid observance of public duty. That is the tradition which Elizabeth will follow. And when the time comes for her to assume her responsibilities, by her side will be a husband whose counsel will merge with her own for the good of the realm.
The couple, together with the princess's corgi, Susan, would spend the first part of their honeymoon at Broadlands in Hampshire, the home of the Duke's uncle, Lord Mountbatten.
I think my father and mother were delighted when the young couple decided that they would like to accept the offer of Broadlands for the first few days of the honeymoon, which meant that they were in a place that they both knew well, which was secluded from the public, and where they could just relax after this big wedding.
Ramsey Abbey, on the first Sunday after the royal wedding, made a big contrast to Westminster, except, of course, for the phenomenal crowds. 10,000 visitors had arrived from miles around to greet the Princess and the Duke of Edinburgh as they arrived at the Abbey for morning service.
Any hope the couple had of escaping national attention was quickly dashed when news of their whereabouts became public.
Many spectators, trying to catch a glimpse through the windows, saw that the royal couple were not occupying the official Mountbatten pew, but, at their own request, were sitting with the rest of the congregation. Leaving the Abbey, the Princess and her husband received yet another great ovation as they made their way to the waiting car.
The public hunger, raised to fever pitch in the months preceding the wedding, could not simply be switched off. The couple obliged by letting the cameras join them at Broadlands.
Back at Broadlands, where the first part of the honeymoon is being spent, the royal couple returned again to the peace and quiet of Earl Mountbatten's beautiful country estate. Here, the Princess and the Duke were seen in their happiest mood as they strolled about the lawns. The Princess was wearing the blue going-away suit in which she left London. A good opportunity for a glance at some of the masses of wedding day pictures. So, the royal couple enjoy the charm of Broadlands in the autumn sunshine, a joyful echo of a wedding day which brightened the world.
For the people of Britain, it was as if the happiness of the Princess was intimately bound up with their own, and with their hopes and dreams for the future. Following their marriage, the first issue facing Princess Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh was where to live. They'd chosen Sunning Hill Park in Surrey as their future country home, but in the previous August, the property was gutted by fire. In London, the couple lived at Buckingham Palace. They were expected to move to Clarence House, but the property had been badly bombed during the war and needed renovating. As a consequence, Princess Elizabeth and the Duke were forced to share their early months of marriage with her parents, the King and Queen.
At Buckingham Palace, which for 62 years has seen no royal birth, His Royal Highness the baby is born behind these windows.
Within a year of their wedding, Princess Elizabeth gave birth to a son. Prince Charles was born at Buckingham Palace on the 14th of November, 1948. The following summer, they moved into Clarence House. For a short period, the Princess, her husband and their infant son were able to live a relatively normal life, a single unit under one roof.
Funnily enough, it was Prince Philip who really ran the house. I mean, the Queen, right, chose the food and menus, but Prince Philip just loved doing things like going to the Ideal Home exhibition, ordering the latest gadget for the kitchen, this sort of thing. He really, it was his first home in many ways where he was in charge. And I think they were very happy there.
The arrangement was soon upset when the Duke resumed his naval career, this time as leader of the first destroyer flotilla of the Mediterranean Fleet, based in Malta.
For the Duke, who was still in the Navy, it was good for him. He had come through the war, having served in the Mediterranean and the Pacific fleets. He'd been mentioned in dispatches, and he was set for a naval career, or as long a naval career as he could have before the King died.
During the next few years, Princess Elizabeth spent long periods with her husband on the island, enjoying life as a naval wife. The Duke later described this period as part of 5 happy years of conventional married life, prior to Princess Elizabeth's accession to the throne.
The Queen had probably one of the happiest times of her life when she was in Malta as a naval officer's wife. And she sort of went and did things with other young wives, and they watched polo, and they went out and they went on picnics, and they went out in boats, and Prince Philip went water skiing. And of course she didn't have Prince Charles with her. He was left with Granny, who loved it, and his nanny and the nursemaids and the whole paraphernalia. And the Queen went off to join her husband, because that's what people did then.
In August 1950, Princess Elizabeth gave birth to their second child, Princess Anne, this time at Clarence House.
A charming picture taken after the ceremony shows Princess Elizabeth with her baby and the godparents, all relatives, the Queen, Earl Mountbatten and Princess Alice standing proxy for Princess Andrew of Greece, the baby's grandmother.
The following month, the Duke was promoted to Lieutenant Commander and given command of the frigate HMS Magpie.
And there was no disguising his obvious pleasure at being back amongst his former shipmates.
His prospects of promotion to high rank within the Navy looked promising, but in less than a year, his career was cut short. The King's health had been in decline for some time.
Sandringham, home of the British monarchy for nearly a century, again claims the nation's interest. To this quiet Norfolk retreat, King George comes to complete his convalescence.
His daughter, Princess Elizabeth, had increasingly to stand in for her father at state and ceremonial occasions, including in 1951 representing the King at the annual military parade marking the sovereign's official birthday, trooping the colour.
Riding Winston, the famous police horse, the princess wears a scarlet grenadier's tunic and the tricorn hat of a colonel of the regiment of 1743.
By now, the Duke had accepted his fate. He knew he could no longer combine his naval career with that of his supporting role as husband of the heiress presumptive.
After a touching ceremony of remembrance, the Princess and the Duke walked side by side up to the monument to place their own token to Canada's glorious dead.
His naval career was already somewhat curtailed before the death of the King. But I suppose had the King got better, he would have been able to continue a bit longer. But to have all that taken away from him at a stroke must have been very depressing.
In February 1952, King George VI died. He was 56. His premature death thrust his daughter, Princess Elizabeth, to the throne. She was 25.
Our King is no more with us. It was in Kenya, at the Royal Hunting Lodge, that the news of the King's death reached his daughter. When she returned from a night in the forests, it was to learn that she is now the Queen, acceding to her father's throne immediately. There is no break in the continuity of the British monarchy.
For the new Queen and her husband, their conventional private life was over.
It obviously came much quicker than she expected, but she would just have accepted that this had happened rather earlier than probably they would have liked. I'm quite sure if they could have had another 5 or 10 years, it would have been a very happy time for them, but they made the best of it and continued their lives.
The Queen has handed over her sceptre and rod in order to acknowledge the homage, first of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Next, the Duke of Edinburgh, preceding the other royal dukes and the assembled peers.
At the Queen's coronation, the Duke was not crowned king, but as consort he paid homage to the monarch, pledging to become your liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship, and faith and truth I will bear unto you, to live and die against all manner of folks. So help me God.
Well, the Duke of Edinburgh was the first. He went up and knelt before her and swore his allegiance to her. And that, you know, he was so good looking. I mean, we were all madly in love with the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, as he was called then. And we just thought he was absolutely marvellous. So we just thought that that moment looked great, you know.
So began the new Elizabethan age. For the Queen, her life would now follow the fixed routine of the royal year. interspersed with state visits and foreign tours. For the Duke, his first task was to support his wife. His second, to carve out a role for himself.
He was always there to support the Queen in whatever role she was acting at the time. And he was a tremendous support. He took on a lot of supervision of what was actually happening in the household. He modernized it, which again is not very comfortable for people to be modernized, but I think he made it all simpler and better.
While the Queen eclipsed her husband in the public sphere, in private the Duke remained head of the family and was an active parent. But the lack of a clearly defined constitutional role meant he had effectively to reinvent himself.
He is a pragmatist, and therefore he very quickly worked out a new role for himself, which was obviously to support the Queen in whatever way he was needed. But on such occasions as he wasn't needed, he was able to use his new experiences in order to pursue all sorts of things of his own initiative.
In October 1956, the Duke of Edinburgh struck out on his own and embarked on a world tour. The trip took in Australia and New Zealand, as well as an excursion to the Antarctic and the Falklands.
During this 36,000-mile tour, the Duke journeyed to desolate Antarctic wastes, where men dedicated to the search for scientific knowledge share a lonely existence with the local inhabitants.
It was the duration of the tour, however, which set tongues wagging. The Duke was away for 4 months, and rumours began to circulate of a supposed rift in the royal marriage.
I think they were certainly prompted by the fact he went off for such a long time on his own. Whether there was any real truth in it, I don't know. I think he probably really wanted to get away from Buckingham Palace.
If the public expected the Duke to receive a frosty reception on his return, they were mistaken. On the 22nd of February, the day after his arrival back, it was announced that in future the Duke would be known as Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, in recognition of the affection in which he was held and his services to the nation.
Ordinarily, he doesn't care much about that kind of thing, but I suppose he liked it because it was a real gesture from the Queen. I think it was a sort of making up for some of the humiliations he'd been through.
And his first public comment on the tour he has just completed.
I find it rather difficult to realize that I've been around the world and covered nearly 40,000 miles since the 15th of October last year. Now, it'd be quite easy to claim that this was all part of some deep-laid scheme. But I'm afraid I have to admit that it all came about because I was asked to start off the Olympic Games in Melbourne, where I made, if I may say so, the best speech of my life, which is exactly 5 words.
In a speech to the City of London that same month, the Duke also took the opportunity to further extinguish rumours of a marital rift.
On Saturday, the 16th of February, 4 months almost to the day after I left home, the Queen flew out to Portugal, and we enjoyed 2 days there together before paying a state visit to that country. And then followed 3 hectic but wonderful days when the friendliness and the enthusiasm of the Portuguese people knew no bounds. And then, as you know, this adventure ended where it began, at London Airport, with a very happy family reunion.
The Queen and Prince Philip settled back down to royal and family life. To outsiders, it appeared the marriage was developing into a strong and supportive one, allowing them to enjoy time together as well as apart.
They have this relationship that she is head of state, but he's head of the family. She runs the country in loose terms. He runs the estates. So, but he is there to offer advice. He has no constitutional role, and nor should he necessarily, because he's not king. But he is there, and he is there supporting her, and she can bounce things off him.
Any remaining whisperings about a marital rift were finally quashed when the Queen gave birth to her third child, Prince Andrew, in February 1960. 4 years later, in March 1964, Prince Edward was born, and the family was complete. At the time of their silver wedding anniversary in 1972, the celebrations focused on the theme of marriage and family. Prince Charles and Princess Anne had yet to marry, and the younger princes were not yet in their teens. They were a family unsullied by dissension and divorce.
In 1972, public perception of the royal family was entirely different. It was still, if you like, a form of age of deference. They were seen as role models. People used to talk about, would you like to be a prince? Would you like to be a princess? I'm called Andrew, similar in age to Prince Andrew. My mother used to say, oh, would you like to have been Prince Andrew? And in those days, it was a noble ambition to be a member of the royal family because they were seen as such gods.
By the time of their golden wedding anniversary, 25 years later, the perfect family image had been shattered. 3 of their children were divorced, 1 unmarried, and worst of all, their former daughter-in-law, Princess Diana, had died in a car accident only 3 months earlier. What could have been an embarrassment, however, proved the opposite.
Across the road from the Abbey, it was a chance for those who, on a chilly day with the constant threat of rain, wanted to offer congratulations in person.
It marked the start of a tentative recovery for the family monarchy, and a celebration of a marriage that had endured for better and for worse. Later, at a lunch at the Banqueting House, hosted by Prime Minister Tony Blair, the Queen acknowledged the strength she and her husband drew from public support.
This has given us strength, most recently during the sad days after the tragedy of Diana's death. It is you, if I may now speak to all of you directly, who have seen us through and helped us to make our duty fun. We are deeply grateful to you, each and every one.
The Queen then paid her own personal tribute to her husband.
All too often, I fear, Prince Philip has had to listen to me speaking. Frequently, we have discussed my intended speech beforehand, and as you will imagine, his views have been expressed in a forthright manner. He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
It was a commemoration of survival. The Sunday Telegraph described the Queen and the Duke as joint pillars, sustaining their family during a period of post-traumatic recovery.
I think it must have been extremely difficult for them. I mean, in a way, my husband and I were in the same situation with some of our children's marriages, and I know that it's a double sadness, first of all for the young couple who you are very fond of, and secondly for yourselves, because it's very sad to watch children who you brought up from scratch, from babyhood, and who appear to be starting off on a happy life when things go wrong.
10 years on, in November 2007, the Queen and the Duke reached another milestone, their diamond wedding celebrating 60 years of marriage. By this time, the royal family had rehabilitated itself. The domestic lives of the couple's 4 children had ceased to make prurient headlines, and they themselves had regained not just the respect, but the genuine affection of the nation. In a service of thanksgiving at Westminster Abbey, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Right Reverend Dr. Rowan Williams, praised their 60-year union as a faithful and creative personal partnership that secures the trust, love, and prayerful support of millions.
Prince Philip is the only man who can treat the Queen as if she was a normal woman. Nobody else can. And after all, the Queen's position is a very, very lonely one. And so her husband is really the only person who can be close to her and who can support her in a particular way that nobody else could.
On the actual day of their anniversary, and in an echo of the past, the Queen and the Duke flew to Malta, the setting for 2 relatively carefree years in the early part of their marriage.
The Queen and the Duke certainly do seem particularly at ease here. It was the Duke himself who decided that they should spend the actual day of their anniversary on Malta for this very private of public couples. Quite a romantic gesture. The aim of royal reporting is to get up close to those you're talking about, but it's not often that it's that close. But this was a particularly informal trip. No official banquets or engagements. In fact, although he looked bemused at my talk of romantic gestures, when they left here, the Duke was taking the Queen out for dinner à deux. Romilly Weeks, ITV News in Malta. It was really interesting, the Queen and Prince Philip in Malta, because they were particularly relaxed. They'd had the whole diamond wedding celebrations here, which had been a huge event. Television cameras, lots and lots of people. In Malta, it was almost a private trip, and it's a place that they have huge affection for. It's a place that the Queen once said that she felt the most normal, where she was allowed to go swimming and drive and go shopping in the very early days of their marriage. So they were particularly relaxed and happy, I think.
After the official celebrations, their trip to Malta and the opportunity it offered the couple to revisit happy times confirmed the deep bond and enduring love that has sustained them through good times and bad. Theirs is, quite simply, a lifelong romance.
I think they're an example of a wonderful marriage that has stuck together through thick and thin and has really never faltered.
During her long reign, Her Majesty the Queen has known 11 Prime Ministers. Although politically neutral, her experience of public affairs means she knows more about the inner workings of each government than anyone currently serving in Parliament. Coupled with her knowledge of world leaders, it is hardly surprising that British Prime Ministers value highly the weekly audience given by the Queen. But what is that relationship like? And how have successive Prime Ministers sought to influence or change the monarchy, while at the same time seeking to preserve it?
It's one of the best things about the British Constitution, that it allows somebody to advise, encourage and warn a Prime Minister, the height of his political powers, who might not listen to anybody else, in fact, but does listen to the Queen.
On the 27th of June 2007, a delighted Gordon Brown returned to Downing Street, having just had an audience of the Queen.
I have just accepted the invitation of Her Majesty the Queen to form a government. This will be a new government with new priorities. And I have been privileged to have been granted the great opportunity to serve my country.
It was the 20th occasion on which the Queen had asked the leader of the majority party in Parliament to form a government. The Queen herself had last visited Downing Street 5 years earlier for a special dinner with Prime Ministers past and present in honour of her Golden Jubilee. Together with serving Prime Minister Tony Blair, the Queen was joined by Sir Edward Heath, Lord Callaghan, Baroness Thatcher and Sir John Major.
Lord Callaghan once asked the Queen what she thought about a tricky problem. That's your job, she told him. Both he and Lady Thatcher have said their weekly discussions with the Queen were frank and ranged across many subjects.
Joining them were relatives of the 5 other Prime Ministers who'd held power during the Queen's 50-year reign.
It was a remarkable gathering, and each one of them put aside their political enmities because they wanted to pay tribute to the Queen, because she is the one thing that was the one symbol of continuity during their various premierships, whether they're successful or not. And they knew that once a week they could go to her in an audience at Buckingham Palace, and everything they said would be in confidence. Nothing would leak. And there's nothing like that for a Prime Minister.
When the Queen ascended the throne in 1952, Winston Churchill was Prime Minister. It was he that set the date for the coronation, a full 16 months after the accession. Politically, it was an astute move. In 1952, Britain was still recovering from the privations of the war years. There was a feeling that the country was not quite prepared for the spectacle of a coronation and needed time to prepare.
The Conservative government at the time appreciated that a Britain that was still in the grip of austerity, that still had very heavy and serious rationing, was not the kind of uplifting and happy place that would be the ideal backdrop to something as important as the coronation and the recreation of what they all considered at the time to be the new Elizabethan age.
In the carriage procession of the Prime Ministers, Sir Winston and Lady Churchill.
Churchill enjoyed a close relationship with the Queen's father, King George VI. He was genuinely upset by his early death, but he was also charmed by Elizabeth. In his dealings with the new monarch, Churchill cast himself as the wiser, older man, helping guide the young and inexperienced Queen.
The relationship between Churchill and the Queen was one of mutual respect, of course, but on Churchill's side also an almost romantic kind of adulation. He really worshipped her. He had admired the King and had burst into tears when he heard the news of the King's death. But with the Queen he felt a grandfatherly affection and something more than that, something akin to love.
Windsor, beneath stern castle walls of royal lineage, moves a procession of infinite majesty, a link with our chivalrous past. The Knights of the Most Noble Order of the Garter are joined by Sir Winston Churchill, installed for his long and honoured years of public service.
The Queen treated Churchill with courtesy and respect. She was secure in his company, knowing he'd been a faithful friend of her beloved father. In recognition of his service to her family and to the nation, she offered him the supreme honour in her personal gift, the Order of the Garter, Britain's highest order of knighthood, which he had earlier refused.
At the morning ceremony, Sir Winston had been invested by the Sovereign with the treasured insignia of office.
Sir Winston Churchill turned down the offer of the Order of the Garter immediately after the war because he felt that, having lost the 1945 general election, if he hadn't got the confidence of the nation, he shouldn't accept this great gift from the monarch. Of course, by the middle of the 1950s, he had won a general election on his own right, and therefore he felt that it would be perfectly acceptable to take this wonderful honour.
By now, Churchill was approaching 80. And had suffered a severe stroke, from which, however, he had made a remarkable recovery. Inevitably, though, speculation began about when he would retire. It was not until spring 1955 that he was finally persuaded to go. He marked the occasion by hosting a retirement dinner at number 10, to which the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh were invited. The Queen felt genuine sadness at his departure, but she did not discourage him from resigning.
I think he was afraid of old age. I think he was afraid that when he gave up, there would be nothing to him. And this is a man who, don't forget, by 1955 has held an office of cabinet rank for 50 years. He first got into the government, I think, in 1908. when he was president of the Board of Trade in Asquith's government. So he's a man who is really keen to stay in power, because to get out of power means you are surrendering to the reality of being very old.
Now the Queen was faced with the first important exercise of the royal prerogative of her reign, the right to ask whoever she wished to form an administration, provided that person, usually the party leader, could command the confidence of the House of Commons. At the time, however, the Conservative Party still did not elect its leader.
In the days before the Conservative Party elected its own leader, it very much believed in what was called the process of emergence. Another leader would emerge naturally. Now, of course, politics being what it is, very rarely did one person automatically emerge, and so soundings were taken. This didn't have to happen in 1955 because of Anthony Eden's absolute preeminence.
The defining moment of Eden's brief premiership was the Suez Crisis. On the 26th of July, 1956, Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal. 3 months of diplomatic activity then ensued. In August, a conference was held at Lancaster House in London. Britain, France and Israel found themselves isolated from the rest of the world. However, when Colonel Nasser of Egypt would not agree to their demands, Eden's government, together with the French and Israeli governments, agreed secretly to military action to occupy the canal zone.
One of the great mysteries of the whole of the Queen's reign, when it comes to her prime ministers, is that we still to this day don't know whether or not Anthony Eden ever told her about the collusion that was taking place between the British and the Israeli and the French governments at the time of Suez. Anthony Eden said that he didn't mention it, but it seems amazing for something as important as that just to have skipped his mind back in 1956. Certainly if he did, it would have been the Queen's duty, constitutionally, to advise, encourage and warn, especially warn. But of course she'd only been Queen for 4 years, and Anthony Eden had been a senior politician ever since the 1920s, and so as a result it's very unlikely that the Queen would have been in a position to have prevented collusion.
The hard and inescapable fact was that here was a situation likely to inflame the whole Middle East with all that this would mean. That, in the government's view, was the fact of the situation, the grim, hard fact, the reality which no words could alter.
British and French troops moved against Egypt on the 29th of October. 8 days later, international pressure and the threat of financial collapse forced the London and Paris governments to order a ceasefire. Shortly afterwards, an exhausted Eden left for Jamaica to recuperate. Following his return to London in January 1957, he resigned.
The palace, we think, felt a great sense of relief when Anthony Eden announced that he wanted to resign. Nobody liked the prospect of another general election with him as the leader of the Conservative Party effectively splitting the country. And so it was a time to move on, to put the differences between us and the Americans, who had of course not supported the invasion at all, and try to turn over a new leaf with regard to the Commonwealth.
On this occasion, there was no undisputed successor for the leadership of the Conservative Party. The choice lay between Rab Butler and Harold Macmillan. The Queen, using the royal prerogative, had to make a choice, but in doing so she needed to take advice. This was provided by 2 senior ministers, Lord Salisbury and Lord Kilmuir, who, having conducted a cursory survey of cabinet and former ministers, recommended Macmillan to the post of Premier. The advice was accepted, and on the 10th of January, Macmillan became Prime Minister.
His family watch from above as Mr. Macmillan deals with the journalists. He enters number 11, a house he must now leave for the shortest but most significant move of his whole career.
While the Queen has the traditional, or had at that stage, the traditional role of sending for someone and asking him to be Prime Minister, she was aware that the Conservative Party would make a choice first of all, and the Chief Whip of the Conservative Party, or the Chairman of the Conservative Party, would get in touch with her private secretary and say that the party had decided that Mr. Macmillan should become Prime Minister, or should become leader, and it was then up to the Queen to ask him to form a government. It's not necessary, of course, for the leader of the Conservative Party, if they're in office, to be Prime Minister. Chamberlain was leader of the Conservative Party while Churchill was Prime Minister in 1940. The two offices can be separate, but on that occasion in 1957 the Queen was told that the party wanted Macmillan to lead them. He was therefore the man who, in the constitutional phrase, could command a majority in the House of Commons, and so she asked him to do it.
This afternoon the Queen did me the great honour to ask me to form a government. I have accepted this duty. The occasion is a sad one for me, brought about as it is by the retirement of my old and very dear friend, Anthony Eden.
Like Churchill, Macmillan was enamoured of the monarch. Just a month after taking office, he wrote, "One of the most agreeable aspects of my job is the weekly audience. The Queen is not only very charming, but incredibly well-informed."
Macmillan was very old school and clearly a traditionalist and a great monarchist, but he almost fawned on the Queen. He was much older, and she'd been on the throne for not that many years when he became Prime Minister, and it was almost the return of the age of deference. Now, that has long since passed, but in the relationship between that particular Prime Minister and the Queen, it was very much like that. But Macmillan was certainly in awe of this beautiful Queen.
But whatever Macmillan's royalist sympathies and his personal feelings of affection towards the Queen, during his period in office, an issue would arise that would strike directly at the heart of the monarchy's identity: entry of the European common market.
Her advisers would have been uneasy about the political strain and the idea that moving towards Europe could cause unpopularity, and they would be worried for her as Queen whether that would impact on her. And she would reflect her advisers' views in conversations with the Prime Minister, but she understood her position as a constitutional monarch. If that was the will of the Prime Minister, then she would abide by that.
Although Macmillan denied it, few doubted that a successful bid to join the European Six would be a turning point for the Commonwealth. It would require one Commonwealth state, Britain, accepting the authority of an external agency beyond the Crown. It would also alter irrevocably the United Kingdom's traditional relationship with countries where the Queen was either head of state or related by virtue of being head of the Commonwealth.
In addition to the 15 leaders from the Commonwealth members, 8 other countries over which Britain has responsibility are sending advisers. The first week of the conference will be taken up with the common market, perhaps longer. Then the Prime Ministers hope to get on to world affairs, disarmament, Berlin, the Congo, and so on. But the common market debate will be by far the most important part of the conference.
Prior to the Commonwealth Conference of 1962, the Queen had expressed herself worried about the Commonwealth feeling to Macmillan. He in turn tried to persuade the heads of member countries that entry of the common market would not be incompatible with the Commonwealth, that the two associations might be complementary. Instead, the issue provoked a row.
The communique is a fairly frank document expressing the views of various members and laying emphasis on what they want done in case Britain goes in.
Macmillan was forced to apologise to the Queen for the embarrassment the quarrel had caused her. He wrote in a letter to her that the common market problem had raised difficulties which I would have wished during my premiership to have spared your Majesty. The issue, though, was put on hold when in January 1963 President Charles de Gaulle gave a firm no to the British application for entry to the common market.
Charles de Gaulle always felt that, as he said, given the choice between Europe and the open sea, Britain will always choose the open sea. And by that he meant, of course, our oceanic trading arrangements, but primarily our connections with the Commonwealth.
When later that month the Queen began a 2-month tour of Australia and the Pacific, she found the crowds to be warm and respectful, but their affection was qualified by a circumspect attitude towards Britain because of the European bid. The attitude back in London, however, was hard-nosed. Macmillan knew if he was to continue to advance the cause for British entry to the European Six, he had to put distance between Britain and Commonwealth, in particular Australia and New Zealand. He had the Queen make the point in a government-crafted speech at the Guildhall in April that year.
It is true that the world and its problems look quite different from the other side of the globe and in the other hemisphere. The countries of Asia are their nearest neighbours, and the conditions of their trade and defence have a different background. Although the people are predominantly of British stock, their problems and interests are not the same as ours.
6 months later, Harold Macmillan announced his intention to resign. The government had dropped in the opinion polls. It had been rocked by the fallout from a major scandal involving War Minister John Profumo, and now the Premier was unwell. The Tories were thrown into confusion. The announcement, read out at conference by Lord Hume, was unexpected.
It will not be possible for me to carry the physical burden of leading the party at the next general election. If the operation which I am to undergo tomorrow proves successful, it is clear that I will need a considerable period of convalescence. I would not be able to face all that is involved in a prolonged electoral campaign, nor could I hope to fulfill the tasks of Prime Minister for any extended period, and I have so informed the Queen.
There was no obvious successor. The issue dominated the conference, but however ill, Macmillan was determined to control events. So Lord Hume was called to the palace and asked to form a government.
One of the few diplomatic blunders the Queen is said to have made was in the handling of the succession when Macmillan was in hospital, thinking his health was in serious decline. He summons the Queen. Nobody summons the Queen, but the Queen went to his hospital bedside and talked to him, and effectively they stitched up together the succession as leader of the Conservative Party and next Prime Minister. Macmillan wanted Alec Douglas-Hume. There was a huge groundswell of support for Butler in the Conservative Party, but the Queen went along with her Prime Minister, the age of deference and all that. He too had charmed her, and in hindsight people say it was one of the few mistakes she made.
That the advice of a by then former Prime Minister had been accepted by the Queen caused consternation in the Conservative Party. The Queen had weakened her own authority by in effect colluding with Macmillan's scheme for blocking the Deputy Prime Minister.
It was felt by 1963 for two reasons that this was improper. First of all, that as he had resigned as Prime Minister, he had no right to give her advice. And second, that it was unfeasible in 1963 for a member of the House of Lords and a 14th Earl to become Prime Minister at a time when the supremacy of the House of Commons had long been established.
Of all her premiers, the new Prime Minister was the closest to the Queen in terms of background and shared interests. There was a kinship between the Queen Mother's family, the Bowes-Lyons, and the Douglas-Humes that went back generations. They were personal friends.
Alec Hume was the favourite Prime Minister of the Queen. Everybody accepts that of all of them, they had the most in common, they enjoyed each other's company. And it was a great sadness for the Queen when it turned out that Alec Hume only lasted 12 months.
We passed the resale price maintenance bill because we wanted, we didn't want anybody to have any excuse for keeping prices artificially high against the housewife.
Douglas-Hume was also the last member of the House of Lords to be appointed Premier, and the last to be effectively chosen by the monarch. After the controversy surrounding his rise to power, and after he left office, Douglas-Hume himself revised the rules of the Conservative Party to allow the party leader to be henceforth selected by a series of ballots of all Conservative MPs.
Alec Hume recognised that the way in which he came to power was no longer really legitimate in the Brave New World of the 1960s. And so he instituted the new system whereby there was a proper vote, and that came about in 1965.
The association between the Queen and her new Premier did not last long. In September 1964, As the Conservative administration was approaching the end of its 5-year term, Douglas Hume called an election.
I don't know what I would call Mr. Wilson, and I don't mean to mention his name, I think, during the campaign, or very little at any rate.
It was the first time in her reign that the Queen had been required to appoint a new Prime Minister because of an election, and her first Labour Premier.
I should like to take this first opportunity of pledging my colleagues and myself to do everything we can to the fullest extent of our abilities in the interests of this country and our people.
He fetched up with his entire family, his children and everything, and this was the total astonishment of the courtiers, because this isn't what prime ministers did. You know, the family were all left at home when they turned up to pay their respects. So that was actually a real innovation.
Harold Wilson was also the first of the Queen's prime ministers who came from something approaching an ordinary background. The gulf between Premier and Sovereign was enormous, but they quickly established an easy rapport and constructive dialogue.
He absolutely fell in love with her, and he was always incredibly supportive of the monarchy, and he was in no sense a kind of revolutionary socialist figure.
Wilson was happy to let the public know about the pleasure he took in the Queen's company. He allowed the press to be briefed on the detailed discussions he and the monarch conducted during his weekly audience. So much so, the press were soon commenting on their extraordinary relationship.
My government will pursue a vigorous housing policy, directed to producing more houses of better quality, and will promote the modernisation of the construction industry.
Barbara Castle said to me, Harold absolutely adored the Queen. And he stayed for ages talking to her and even offered a drink. So it was a very, very warm relationship, probably warmer than she had with anybody else except, of course, Churchill.
Wilson's arrival marked a new chapter in the sovereign's relations with her premiers. Here was a new partnership, the Queen treated as an equal, her growing experience of internal and international affairs considered of worth to the Prime Minister.
By that stage, she's a much more experienced monarch. She's been on the throne for 12 years when Wilson becomes Prime Minister, and things are evened up a bit, and she's got sufficient constitutional experience herself now to meet her Prime Ministers more or less on equal terms.
Similarly, a decade later, the Queen's next Labour Prime Minister, James Callaghan, found the Queen to be a good listener and sounding board. In an interview at the time of the Golden Jubilee, Callaghan commented, "A Prime Minister can be quite a lonely position in certain circumstances, and it's very valuable to be able to talk intimately to the Queen."
Although Jim Callaghan got on with the Queen very well indeed, as all Prime Ministers claim that they do, he was pretty much the same as Harold Wilson. He had great admiration for her, and he realised, like Harold Wilson did, that although republicanism in this country has got a 30% or so following, it's never been more than that. And if Labour was connected to the concept of lèse-majesté towards the Queen, it would be disastrous for them in the polls.
Callaghan was appointed Prime Minister following Harold Wilson's unexpected mid-term resignation from office in early 1976, at the age of 60. Wilson had been re-elected to power only 2 years earlier, but he'd decided he'd had enough of the job and wanted to go. A scheme was discussed with the palace whereby Wilson would resign as party leader while remaining as Prime Minister until a new leader had been chosen by the Parliamentary Labour Party.
Although the resignation of Harold Wilson in 1976 came as a great shock to the whole political class in Britain, it didn't come as a shock to the Queen. He had already told her that he was going to resign at the age of 60, and then he did. And this was something that was managed between the palace and Number 10 very well indeed, and is a very good example of how sometimes Prime Ministers put their trust in the Queen because they know that she is somebody who has absolutely no interest in attempting to betray them, let them down in the same way that half of the members of their own cabinet would.
3 weeks after his resignation, Callaghan was elected leader and summoned to the palace. The orderly transfer of power and Callaghan's appointment as Prime Minister made clear that the Queen's constitutional and discretionary power in the choice of a Premier had in practice ceased to exist. The Conservatives had first elected a leader back in 1965. Edward Heath was voted into power by a secret ballot of Conservative MPs, the system introduced by Alec Douglas Hume, removing forever the role of the sovereign in the selection of a party leader.
This morning, after my election, I talked to Sir Alec Douglas Hume. He told me that he would be very happy to serve in any capacity in which he can be of help. I'm naturally delighted, and of course he will become a member of the Shadow Cabinet.
Edward Heath was then elected Prime Minister in 1970. It was a shock result, as at the time Labour was ahead in the opinion polls. Instead, the Conservatives regained power.
The Queen has asked me to form the next government, and I am indeed proud to accept. To govern is to serve. This government will be at the service of all the people, the whole nation.
But Heath's arrival in power did not mean a return to old-style Toryism. Heath's roots were working class, and his interest in the monarchy was minimal. And whereas the Queen was used to gallantry from her prime ministers, Heath could be abrupt.
Knowing that Ted Heath was a very difficult man in the best of circumstances, I suspect that the Queen found him as hard to get on with as everybody else did, in that he was very sulky, chippy. There's a very famous film, I think, of Heath in old age at a party at Buckingham Palace, where it is suggested by a third party that he goes off to Iraq to try and secure the freedom of some hostages. And the Queen seems very enthusiastic about that, despite being told about the dangers that he might face when he gets there. So I've always interpreted that remark as being the Queen, having found him, well, I'm sure she's very respectful of and affectionate towards him, finding him not the easiest man to deal with.
An additional strain on the palace premier rapport was Heath's impatience with the Commonwealth and his anxiety to reduce non-European commitments in preparation for Britain's entrance to the common market. As with previous discussion of entry into Europe under Harold Macmillan a decade earlier, the prospect threatened to undermine the monarchy.
It was under Ted Heath that the real threat came to the Commonwealth, something that the Conservative Party, the majority of Britons, and certainly the Queen still had in very high affection, not least because of the wonderful way that it had supported this country during the Second World War. And so the way in which our trading connections and our close ties of kith and kin were broken by the Heath government was something that the Queen was pained by.
At the beginning of 1973, Britain became a member of the European Economic Community. In her Christmas broadcast, the Queen talked of a wider family of nations, embracing both Europe and the Commonwealth. In reality, European entry reinforced the differences, fragmenting the unity of the Queen's present and former realms.
It was only after we joined the common market that people who'd actually fought for the crown, Australians, New Zealanders, Canadians, had to go through the foreigners' channel when they came into this country, as opposed to Germans and Italians, who of course had been fighting against us.
Here comes the Prime Ministerial rover, bearing now Mrs. Thatcher as Prime Minister.
A similar tension would beset the Queen's relationship with her next Conservative Premier.
A wave that we've now become really quite well accustomed to throughout this campaign.
In May 1979, in the wake of the Winter of Discontent, support for the Callaghan government collapsed, and Britain elected its first female Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. The relationship between the two women engendered intense speculation. They both guarded their words, and Mrs. Thatcher was careful not to talk about their relationship except in the most dutiful terms. That didn't stop others alleging the sovereign did not enjoy the company of her Prime Minister.
I know full well the responsibilities that await me as I enter the door of number 10.
and I'll strive unceasingly to try to fulfill the trust and confidence that the British people have placed in me and the things in which I believe.
Well, everybody says that the Queen and Mrs. Thatcher didn't get on at all. Well, that's not true. I think that they respected each other, and I think the Queen appreciated Mrs. Thatcher's patriotism, which was a very striking feature of her. But I think she was sort of puzzled by her. I mean, she hadn't been brought up with those kind of women, sort of dominant, a woman prime minister. I mean, that was, I think, that the Queen found the concept of Mrs. Thatcher quite hard to grasp. And she was heard to say someday after one visit, "Do you think Mrs. Thatcher will ever change?"
In truth, the monarch and Prime Minister did not impinge too much on each other's lives, except in one respect. Once again, the Premier's enthusiasm for the Commonwealth was at odds with the commitment of the Queen as its head. Further, the Queen was not prepared to have the British government impose a view of the Commonwealth upon her.
Margaret Thatcher had a much less positive, shall we say, rosy view about the Commonwealth than the Queen. She saw it as a bunch of dictatorships, often corrupt ones, which in those days they were. And so when over issues such as South Africa or Zimbabwe or arms sales and things like that, she came up against the Commonwealth, she would also, to an extent, be coming up against the Queen.
This was made apparent in the run-up to the first Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting of Mrs. Thatcher's premiership. The meeting was held in Lusaka, Zambia, in August 1979. The main topic for discussion was Rhodesia and its white-dominated and isolated independence, which offended the Commonwealth majority. Mrs. Thatcher had at first refused to go, protesting that the conference would be used as a platform against her policies, which recognised the outcome of the first multiracial but rigged election in Rhodesia, later Zimbabwe.
The first multiracial elections gave most people, but I think not all people, a vote. And they ended up with the main institutions of power in Zimbabwe still being under the control of the white minority, such as I think the judiciary and the armed forces, and the main engines of economic power in Zimbabwe. So it wouldn't have been acceptable to everybody else.
Not only was Mrs. Thatcher reluctant to attend the conference, she threatened to stop the Queen attending as well. The palace responded by stating, "It is the firm intention that the Queen will be going."
I think while the Queen is constitutionally correct to say that she will do in domestic political terms what her Prime Minister tells her to do, I think in matters either of her private life or of the Commonwealth, something outside this country, she is absolutely entitled to make her own mind up. And that's what she did about Lusaka. And I suppose that once the Queen was going, Mrs. Thatcher had no choice but to go herself.
So both the Queen and Margaret Thatcher attended the conference, and the Prime Minister found the atmosphere more to her liking.
As I said in the House of Commons last week, Mr. President, the British government is wholly committed to genuine black majority rule in Rhodesia.
The conference, which had threatened to be a disaster, ended with the Lusaka Accord and agreement for a new constitutional conference to be held in London. This, in turn, led to the Lancaster House Agreement, free elections for Rhodesia, and its rebirth as the new independent state of Zimbabwe.
Margaret Thatcher found it very helpful to have the Queen at conferences that would otherwise have turned into, frankly, brawls. She would go to what are called CHOGM, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meetings, and she would know that the other heads of government would not attack her in the way, the aggressive way, that they would had the Queen not been there. And so, if anything, she was a calming influence and someone who was able to take the sting out of some of the very serious political issues that were being discussed.
For all their real and imagined differences, the dissimilarity between the Queen and Mrs. Thatcher can be exaggerated. Mrs. Thatcher was said to have an instinctive respect for the dignity of monarchy. Within days of leaving Number 10, Mrs. Thatcher was awarded the Order of Merit by the Queen, and 5 years later, Mrs. Thatcher was raised to the Order of the Garter.
I don't think it's too much to assume that the very swift elevation of Margaret Thatcher to the Order of Merit, which is in the Queen's personal gift, the government has nothing to do with it, was the result of the Queen being shocked at the way in which Margaret Thatcher was got rid of by the Conservative Party, even though she had won 3 general elections, and without having the chance to fight a fourth. I think that it was a sort of message from the Queen to Margaret Thatcher, who was feeling pretty low about it all at the time, that she was appreciated.
As much as Mrs. Thatcher's departure from office was brutal, her successor was unexpected. John Major was the first Prime Minister who was younger than the Queen, and it was soon discovered that he was a more relaxed visitor than his predecessor.
The Queen and John Major got on very well, very well. And his weekly meetings with the Queen were absolutely invaluable because he could discuss ideas and problems with his colleagues, his cabinet colleagues, but he never quite knew what their agenda was. With the Queen, he knew there was going to be no stabbing in his back. She would give him the benefit of her wisdom, which after 50 years on the throne was absolutely fantastic.
Of most significance to the Crown during Major's 7 years in Downing Street was the announcement on the 26th of November 1992 that the Queen and Prince Charles would in future pay tax on their private income, and that civil list payments to 5 other members of the royal family would be ended. John Major told the House of Commons the initiative had come from the monarch herself.
There was a shocking misrepresentation of the true picture at the time, which has not really been properly corrected since, which was that in 1937, in return for the civil list, her father George VI had made over all the income from the Crown estates to the Treasury. So although the Queen didn't pay tax, she paid a most enormous sum of money, probably way in advance of what she would pay in tax, to the Treasury in lieu of taxation. And this seemed to be skirted over in 1992. There was this determination at a time when the Queen, almost uniquely in her reign, was not particularly popular. Again, not, I think, so much for what she had done, but for what members of her family had done or were doing, that it was a cheap political point for John Major to get her to pay tax.
Although the decision to pay tax had been in discussion for some time, when the announcement finally came, it looked more like a reaction to events. Just 6 days earlier, a fire had swept through Windsor Castle. The Queen was said to be devastated.
When I came out of the room that I was actually in, you could see the smoke, not as extensive as it is now, but you could definitely see it. What was your mother's reaction to it? Her Majesty was shocked.
A brief wave of public sympathy, however, was quickly extinguished when the government announced that as the castle was uninsured, the taxpayer would pick up the repair bill.
John Major thought it would be popular for the nation to say that it was going to be paying for the damages to Windsor Castle. The Queen didn't ask for that. The Queen wasn't even informed that this important policy statement was going to be made.
Opinion polls revealed widespread public dissatisfaction with the government's decision. The Queen could hardly fail to notice. In an unprecedented speech at the Guildhall 4 days later, Queen Elizabeth showed she was not immune to criticism.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
The annus horribilis speech was an inkling of what was to come in terms of change within the monarchy. I think that people loved her for that because it was a chink in the armour. It was a suggestion that she was human and suffering.
Given the climate, it was perhaps inevitable that John Major's announcement that the Queen would start paying tax was interpreted as a royal climb-down rather than a considered decision.
I think it reflects the sensitivity of the Queen to the criticism and the comments that have been made.
I think it's a generous gesture from Her Majesty, one that will be accepted in that spirit.
The Queen's annus horribilis provoked further royal soul-searching and led to the setting up of the Way Ahead Group, an informal council of senior royals and courtiers chaired by the Queen. The group first met in September 1994 to look at plans for reform.
Prince Charles is clearly hoping the latest ideas he's floated on reform could help repair the monarchy's somewhat battered image. He's said to be concerned about research that shows young people in particular don't especially wish to see the monarchy continue.
In 1996, their initial ideas to revise the funding of the monarchy, including the civil list, were presented to Parliament.
In the end, any constitutional reforms are likely to go through the House pretty quietly because MPs do want to avoid a party political fight on this. But reforming the civil list is likely to be much more controversial, with some Labour MPs arguing that the monarchy is, in general, much too expensive.
The civil list would cease to be paid to certain members of the royal family, and the Queen would pay for that. Now, the easiest way to do it, as far as the Treasury was concerned, that they would hand over the money, so that Princess Royal, the Duke of York, or the Earl of Wessex would get something out of the civil list, but the Queen would pay it back. So all these things came out of the Way Ahead group in negotiations with the Treasury.
One area for reform was royal travel. The Queen had already accepted the government's decision announced in June 1994 that the royal yacht Britannia was to be withdrawn from service in July 1997. Due to her advancing age, Britannia had become increasingly costly to maintain and refit.
The Queen loved the Royal Yacht Britannia. She adored it. So she was definitely upset. I think she was probably upset that it was a Conservative government that proposed scrapping the boat, because in terms of public costs, it was a drop in the ocean, if you pardon the nautical pun. It really was very small. But it was seen, it was one of the last acts of a desperately unpopular Prime Minister who, frankly, I don't think garnered much popularity or support from the move.
Britannia's future was a talking point in the run-up to the 1997 general election. Prior to the poll, on May the 1st, the Conservative government announced that Britannia would be retired and replaced with a new yacht. Labour, however, refused to commit itself, and after the party's election victory and consultations with the Queen, the decision was taken not to replace the yacht.
In 1953, the Queen had launched Britannia to wild cheers. Now she and Prince Philip stood close to tears as the Navy paid its final tribute.
One of the first things Tony Blair did was to proceed with that. Young, dynamic, modern Prime Minister. He felt actually a royal yacht was out of keeping with the cool Britannia which he'd launched, and so it went.
The new Labour government, committed as it was to constitutional reform, offered no guarantee of support for the monarchy.
It shall be a government rooted in strong values, the values of justice and progress and community, the values that have guided me all my political life, but a government ready with the courage to embrace the new ideas necessary to make those values live again for today's world.
And although the new Prime Minister, Tony Blair, had defended the Queen's role in opposition, he was reportedly married to a quite passionate Republican, and his first cabinet had a majority of closet anti-monarchists. But whatever the company he kept, very rapidly Tony Blair's weekly audiences of the Queen were observed to be longer than for any Prime Minister in recent memory.
It was new. It wasn't like the old Labour that they knew could be trusted in like the old days of Jim Callaghan, Roy Jenkins, etc. And so, in a sense, the Queen had every right to look on this new man, the youngest Prime Minister since Lord Rosebery in the 19th century, with some trepidation. But very quickly it became obvious that Tony Blair was going to be like every single other one of the Queen's Prime Ministers, and be somebody who really admired what she did.
The Palace-Premier relationship was put to the test within months of Blair's appointment as Prime Minister. On the 31st of August, Diana, Princess of Wales, died in Paris as a result of injuries sustained in a car crash. The royal family were on their annual holiday at Balmoral. A statement was issued describing the Queen and Prince of Wales as being deeply shocked and distressed by the news of Diana's death. But wishing to protect the privacy of her grandsons, the Queen told Tony Blair that no member of the family would speak publicly about the tragedy.
I think the Queen thought first as a grandmother after the death of Diana, and she wanted those boys, William and Harry, they were very young, to remain cocooned within Balmoral, which seemed sensible. What didn't seem very sensible was on the day she died, when the royal family went to church at Balmoral, no mention was made in the prayers of Diana. I was shocked personally by that, and I think lots of people were, but because she was no longer an HRH, that was clearly the decision that was taken. It was the wrong decision.
I feel like everyone else in this country today, utterly devastated. Our thoughts and prayers are with Princess Diana's family, in particular her two sons, the two boys. Our hearts go out to them.
It was left to Tony Blair to articulate the feelings of the nation.
The people everywhere, not just here in Britain, everywhere, they kept faith with Princess Diana. They liked her, they loved her. They regarded her as one of the people. She was the people's princess. And that's how she will stay, how she will remain in our hearts and in our memories forever.
Tony Blair, as one would expect a politician, especially a formidable politician like him, reacted very quickly, of course, after the death, and came out with that line, "the people's princess," which captured the public mood.
He reflected what a lot of people thought in their hearts. They may not have put it into those two precise words, but it was very much the feeling. She was more like us than like them. So I think he set a tone there.
In the days immediately following Diana's death, the Queen and the royal family remained out of view. Their silence contrasted with the unprecedented public outpouring of grief. Grief compounded by mounting criticism of the monarch for not sharing her feelings about the death with the nation.
The Queen, as head of the royal family, was too slow to react to the extraordinary unfolding public to the extraordinary scenes that were unfolding in London now. I personally think they were over the top. However, it would not have been difficult to have put a flag up, to lower the flag. People like Lord Blake, the constitutional historian, said this is uncharted territory, so they should do things differently.
Tony Blair, acutely conscious of mounting hostility towards the monarch, sought to remedy the situation by encouraging the Queen to make a public statement. The palace conceded, and on the eve of the funeral, the Queen spoke live on television to the nation and the world. The contents of the speech were left to the palace, although Tony Blair's suggestion that the Queen might say, "speaking as a grandmother," was incorporated into the text.
What I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her two boys. I, for one, believe there are lessons to be drawn from her life and from the extraordinary and moving reaction to her death.
It was a very powerful broadcast. Even now, if you listen to it again, it has cadences of honesty. It comes obviously directly from the heart.
The public response to the broadcast was broadly favourable. By Saturday, the day of the funeral, national sympathy seemed once more to embrace the royal family, supported as it was by a loyal Prime Minister.
Don't forget, he hadn't been Prime Minister all that long, and this was an amazing event which nobody could have predicted, and nobody would have wanted to predict. And I think Tony Blair played his part quite well, and he did, yes, play a bit of a role in a guiding hand for the royal family.
Just 3 months later, at a lunch given in honour of the Queen and the Duke's golden wedding anniversary, Tony Blair, in a further expression of loyalty, lavished praise upon the Queen.
Mr. Blair offered his own view of the Queen's life and made a rare public reference to the weekly audiences between Prime Minister and Sovereign.
If she will forgive me, though she is the Queen and the essence of dignity, it is a dignity that is very much down to earth. Unstuffy, unfussy, indeed unfazed by anything, with a keen sense of humour and a mean ability for mimicry. There are only 2 people in the world, frankly, to whom a Prime Minister can say what he likes about his cabinet colleagues. One's the wife and the other's the Queen. You are our Queen. We respect and cherish you. You are simply the best of British.
It was an amazing day altogether, a very happy day after all the dreadful upsets and emotions of the death of the princess. Only a few months later, here we have a day of great celebration, and there was the speech by the Prime Minister gushing over her. She probably would have preferred him not to say things in quite that way, but you know, it's rather nice to be told, "You're absolutely super, ma'am." I mean, I think any of us would quite like to hear that.
Blair was following in the tradition of Prime Ministers faithful to the Queen, appreciative of her experience, but equally concerned to help steer Her Majesty towards change.
We were expecting when Tony Blair swept to power that the modernisation of the monarchy was going to continue apace. Well, it didn't happen. And the state opening of Parliament, that was going to be modernised. All the pageantry was going to go. But I would just love to have been a fly on the wall during those audiences with the Queen when she told the Prime Minister very firmly that she didn't want it to go. Prime Ministers come and go. They have to do things to buy votes. She goes where glamour never goes. She's incredibly hardworking, she looks great, and despite some of the travails of her children, people really love her.
It is perhaps ironic that the reign of Queen Elizabeth II has on the one hand seen a lessening in the literal power of the monarchy, and on the other witnessed the ever-growing stature of the sovereign herself. A woman who even Republicans argue seems almost irreplaceable. Prime Ministers value her offer of friendliness, not friendship, to whomever is in power, regardless of their political persuasion. The Queen has also led the move to modernise her own institution, taking away some of its privileges and keeping it relevant for the 21st century. Throughout a period of unprecedented change, the Queen has and continues to fulfil a unique role in the political life of the United Kingdom. A consistent theme of the Queen's long reign has been her abiding interest and dedication to the Commonwealth. As its symbolic head, she has overseen the transition from empire to a family of nations with an enthusiasm bordering on devotion. Despite frequent predictions anticipating the death of the Commonwealth, the Queen has played a central role in keeping it not just alive, but relevant. But why is the Queen so committed to this disparate association? And how does she retain the allegiance of the heads of member states?
She has been more responsible than anyone else for the transformation of the empire into the Commonwealth, and that is why it has lasted.
In 1947, On her 21st birthday, the then Princess Elizabeth, in a much celebrated speech, dedicated herself to the service of the empire.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family.
In fact, the empire itself was crumbling, and the post-war British government was well aware the links holding the Commonwealth together were in need of repair.
The empire at that point was certainly in transition, but it was not clear to most people that was what had happened. But of course the person who wished to destroy the British Empire was Franklin Roosevelt, and the person who was trying to defend it from a weak position because of the weakness of the country was Winston Churchill. But the sentiment for the empire was very great.
The King and Queen had been sent to South Africa partly to bolster the bond of empire, which many Afrikaners, it was alleged, had pledged themselves to break.
From Cape Town there was a welcome warm as its own sunshine. This universal greeting was worthy of a great occasion. This first entry into his capital of the constitutional sovereign of the South African Union. On a wider canvas, it was a demonstration of strength of empire.
Nothing really very long-term or positive came out of that visit, because I believe it was the following year that Vervoort, who was the Prime Minister of South Africa, declared the apartheid state. And that's something that neither King George VI nor his daughter would ever have been in favour of. And it was, if it was aimed at shoring up the African end of the empire, it misunderstood, I think, that the Afrikaners had quite serious reservations about the British that went back to before the Boer War. So it was a last throw of the dice, but it was one that didn't work.
For Princess Elizabeth, the trip was formative. Not only was this her first trip abroad, it profoundly affected both her outlook and her interest in the Commonwealth.
Those early experiences in South Africa made a profound influence on the Queen, and from that date onwards she took an immense interest in the Commonwealth. And remember, the Commonwealth is her thing. She doesn't have to take advice from the Prime Minister here. There are all sorts of Prime Ministers and other people involved, and that gives her a freedom of manoeuvre.
When Elizabeth became Queen 5 years later, there was much deliberation as to how she should be described. The old wording of the proclamation contained an outdated allusion to Ireland, no longer a member state, and to British dominions, a term likely to offend some countries. It was therefore decided to remove the reference to the imperial crown and refer instead to the Queen's position as head of the Commonwealth.
I think it's very significant because, as the great Lord Salisbury said, the commonest mistake in politics is to stick to the carcass of dead policies. And here was a great vision of the future and a transition and an opening into a new world and a new series of concepts.
At the Queen's coronation, the oath reflected these changes, distinguishing as it did between those countries where she remained head of state and those where her constitutional position was evolving in line with the changing political realities of individual member countries.
The Archbishop next administers the coronation oath.
Will you solemnly promise and swear to govern the peoples of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the Union of South Africa, Pakistan, and Ceylon, and of your possessions and the other territories to any of them belonging or pertaining, according to their respective laws and customs?
I solemnly promise so to do.
The role of the Queen was really first among equals, not somebody ruling over a lot of different countries. And that was very important change, because that enabled the Commonwealth to advance on a new path, and it also suited the talents of Her Majesty, who doesn't believe in imposing her will on other people.
Gliding through Sydney Heads, the sleek white liner Gothic brings Her Majesty the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh to the threshold of Australia. Thousands line the grey cliffs bathed in hot sunshine. From the bridge of the liner, the Queen looks down upon a scene of welcome more spectacular and perhaps more excited than any that has greeted her throughout her long journey across the world.
In November 1953, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh embarked on a 5.5-month coronation tour of the Commonwealth. The trip took in the Caribbean, Uganda, Malta, Gibraltar, Ceylon, plus 3 months in New Zealand and Australia. It was the last occasion for an extended tour of what remained of the Empire, and the final time the crowds would be so large. In Australia, for example, an estimated 3/4 of the population turned out to see the Queen in person.
Now, in an open car, the Queen and her husband prepare to make a 9-mile-long drive through the streets of Sydney. About half of the 3 million people who cheered the royal couple slept on the pavements all night for a glimpse of this historic scene. The royal car moves at about 10 miles an hour, for if it were to travel more slowly, the engine would overheat, so great is the temperature in the city.
In sort of 1953-54, the Queen is young, she's quite exciting. She's a very different face of the monarchy from that anyone's seen in their lifetimes, right around the British possessions around the world. And although there are movements in many countries, particularly black and Asian countries, to have independence and to have majority rule in those countries, an awful lot of people in them still have great affection for Britain. And so when the Queen turns up being very genuinely enthusiastic and friendly to countries, everybody's very glad to see her. And of course in the white Commonwealth, in Canada and Australia, New Zealand, the enthusiasm is absolutely rampant in those days, not least because so many people have such strong family ties to Britain.
If the coronation tour had demonstrated the bond of loyalty between Commonwealth countries, the Suez Crisis of 1956 witnessed the humiliating spectacle of a majority of Commonwealth nations voting against Britain in the United Nations. In July that year, Egypt had nationalised the Suez Canal, precipitating 3 months of diplomatic turmoil. When Egypt refused to meet the demands of Britain, France and Israel, military action ensued. British and French troops moved against Egypt on the 29th of October. On the 6th of November, international pressure forced the London and Paris governments to order a ceasefire. It was a humiliating climb down.
I think the old Commonwealth, by which I mean the dominions like Australia, New Zealand, Canada, they were doubtful but supportive. But the rest of the Commonwealth was not supportive at all. And they, of course, were right. They didn't know the full story, but it's a shameful period in our history. The lies, the chicanery, the deception of Parliament, the secret meetings with the French, we've seen nothing like that before.
The Queen had no direct role, but she was the recipient of messages from Commonwealth governments opposed to Britain's aggressive stance. She was in the anomalous situation of either keeping secrets or deceiving ministers.
The Suez Crisis is a perfect example of the great tension in her different roles. The Queen not only is head of the Commonwealth, but she's also head of all of the individual countries in the Commonwealth. She's their Queen as much as she is the British Queen. But at the same time, of course, she lives here. She is primarily Queen of England, and therefore her connections with the British Prime Minister are much closer than any of the others. And so this terribly profound and serious crisis was something that she appreciated could threaten her relationship with her other crowns.
Suez was also a turning point, the moment when the British government was forced to acknowledge the days of the old empire were finally over.
From that moment, the British Empire was gone because it had existed partly on fact, but partly on imagination and image, and this was destroyed by Suez, so that accelerated the end of the imperial period immensely, and it weakened the whole idea of empire, and it weakened the idea of Britain as a major world power.
By 1960, as the empire unravelled and former colonies became republics, another association was competing for Britain's attention, the common market. Domestic opinion was split as to the merits of joining a European trading bloc, and in turn the damage this might do to the tenuous ties binding the Commonwealth.
The Queen looked very carefully at the very deep constitutional implications of joining the then common market. It was a form of threat, really, to her, not only as head of the Commonwealth, because the links with the Commonwealth were going to be broken, many of them, especially the trading links, but much more seriously, really, in the long term, her own sovereignty as sovereign of Great Britain was also going to be threatened by the accession to a form of union which, as we've seen in the intervening period, has become ever more serious in terms of British independence and sovereignty.
Conservative Prime Minister Harold Macmillan was persuaded of the merits of joining Europe. He began an offensive to persuade fellow European leaders of the benefits of British entry, including inviting the French President Charles de Gaulle to London for a lavish state visit in April 1960. The Queen and other members of the royal family were called on to provide the appropriate ceremonial welcome. It didn't work.
He was charmed by the fact the Queen spoke fluent French. Now, he wasn't used to that on his travels around Europe, and he certainly hadn't discovered that in any British Prime Ministers, so that was a huge advantage, and she was able to turn her charm on him, not just in English, but in French. But unfortunately, or some would say fortunately, the charm wasn't enough for him to recommend Britain joining the common market.
De Gaulle's indifference only served to strengthen Macmillan's determination to secure British entry to the common market. The issue struck a discordant note at a conference for Commonwealth leaders the following month. It seemed that many particularly new Commonwealth countries were more anxious, not less, to retain their link with Britain. One outcome was a set of formal invitations to the Queen to visit the Indian subcontinent.
It's like young children, isn't it? You want to keep hold of Nanny or to keep hold of Mummy, and before you've found your feet, you're conscious of the need for support from history and from a more powerful country. Now that gradually wore off and turned from dependence into a friendship. And there again the Queen played a vital role in that.
The Queen and the Duke began a 5-week tour at the beginning of 1961, travelling to Nepal, India and Pakistan. 500,000 people welcomed the Queen to Delhi, but the Indian visit attracted attention for all the wrong reasons. The Maharaja of Jaipur had organised a tiger hunt for his royal guests, and although the Queen did not carry a rifle, a tiger and tigress were shot, the latter by the Duke. The incident caused outrage in Britain, particularly among animal welfare groups. Yet in India, millions of Commonwealth citizens were unperturbed. This was a test case for the Queen as head of the evolving Commonwealth. Should she stay British in India or adapt to Indian practices?
I think the Queen going to the subcontinent, taking part in the tiger shoot, is no big deal. The Queen has always fitted in extremely well with those cultures that she has gone to visit, and she just has instinctive good manners and knows how to behave. And I don't think that what she did in the subcontinent in 1961 is any different from what she's done all over the world ever since.
A bigger challenge for the British government was a proposed trip to the new Republic of Ghana. Kwame Nkrumah had been the first black African to lead his country to independence, and the first to move towards single-party rule and dictatorship. This was a new Commonwealth dilemma, whether to accept a dictatorship or banish it from the new and fragile Commonwealth.
The President told the Queen he hoped she'd enjoy every minute of her stay in Ghana.
The country was changing. I remember the High Commissioner for the Gold Coast. I was at a dinner in London with him, and he made a speech, and he said, we look to you for your constitution, we look to you for your great history, we look to you for your great Queen, and above all, we look to you for the cash. And ended, don't forget the Queen, don't forget the Constitution, but above all, don't forget the cash. So it was a different relationship.
The Queen was impatient with the politics. She believed her trip to Ghana, which took place in November 1961, was important for the greater good of the Commonwealth.
Whatever else is blown into the limbo of history by that great wind, the personal regard and affection which we in Ghana have for Your Majesty and for Your Royal Highness will remain unaffected by that hurricane.
The Queen, in her speech, talked about the Commonwealth family, where differing viewpoints could be accommodated.
One of the great features of any family association is that it is not based upon some rigid creed or set of rules. It derives its strength from the respect and affection which the members have for each other. This allows a wide degree of disagreement and intelligent discussion. I think it is of the greatest importance that we should remember this within the Commonwealth family.
The trip was deemed a success. It caused outrage in South Africa, which, due to its apartheid policy sanctioning racial segregation, was now out of the Commonwealth. Commentators there complained about the Queen fraternizing with black natives. By contrast, the Ghanaian press hailed her as the greatest socialist monarch in the world.
The chiefs showered gifts upon their royal visitors: elephant tusks, lion skins, a tom-tom drum for Prince Andrew. One gift surprised Prince Philip. Chief Tumu asked the Duke to take off his field marshal's cap and then put this huge flapping leather hat on his head. Prince Philip quickly put back the regulation cap.
Throughout the visit, the Queen found herself hardly ever out of Nkrumah's company, an experience that gave her a penetrating insight into the working of the Ghanaian leader's mind. The visit further helped to redefine her dual roles as head of the Commonwealth and Queen of the United Kingdom. The number of republics within the Commonwealth continued to increase. Of the Commonwealth realms where the Queen remained head of state, the Republican movement gathered momentum. British entry into the European Union in January 1973 further fueled the cause of anti-monarchists in countries such as Canada and Australia. Once again, the Queen's position as head of the Commonwealth needed to be redefined.
She saw her role as a reconciling one, and she obviously had to follow the advice of her ministers here, but she was also very sympathetic to the Commonwealth, and so her role was really a not so much a mediatorial role, but a calming role, and trying to make sure that the Commonwealth got a fair deal.
Against this background, the sceptics had anticipated a cool reaction when the Queen toured the Commonwealth during her Silver Jubilee year of 1977. Certainly in Australia, the reception was mixed.
People do say to this day in Australia, why should we be ruled by a head of state who is really not even master in her own house now because of the way that European laws have been foisted upon Britain. And it is true that unlike when she came to the throne in 1952, we are part of a big country and we have had to pull lots of our sovereignty. I don't know that that has really changed the Queen's view of the Commonwealth.
It's been a long and exhausting tour for the Queen, who today stepped ashore at Port of Spain, Trinidad's capital. A noisy 21-gun salute had the police horses twitching on the quayside.
A dilemma of a different kind would dominate Commonwealth business during the 1980s.
The mood changed, though, at a local factory where over 100 anti-apartheid demonstrators were waiting for the Queen to arrive.
Britain supporting apartheid! Britain supporting! Britain supporting apartheid!
The shouts were mostly directed against Mrs. Thatcher and the British government, but there were some chants against the Queen herself.
The anti-apartheid movement wanted Britain to impose sanctions on South Africa, a move to which Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was opposed. Across the Commonwealth, protesters railed against the position of the British government. For example, when in 1986 the Foreign Secretary Sir Geoffrey Howe visited Zambia for a televised meeting with Kenneth Kaunda, he found the President to be fiercely critical of Mrs. Thatcher.
Outwardly, the pleasantries were observed, but it is not often that a British Foreign Secretary hears the British Prime Minister denounced to his face in a 15-minute public lecture on occasions like this. Yet that is what President Kaunda did, coming close to accusing Mrs. Thatcher of double standards and calling her attitude on sanctions un-British.
It's very un-British of the British Prime Minister to behave the way she is doing now over sanctions.
A report in the British press, quoting sources close to the Queen, suggested the sovereign too was unhappy about a number of issues, including the controversy over sanctions and the impact on the Commonwealth.
Now we hear that in fact that was a newspaper story made up by the newspaper concerned and that it wasn't true at all.
The Queen's commitment to the Commonwealth did appear at odds with the attitude of her Prime Minister in Britain. Further, the much-denied report acted as an emollient to bolster the Queen's reputation in a number of Commonwealth countries.
I think that in 1986, when that Sunday Times story appeared, there may have been a grain of truth in it, that the Queen was not criticising Mrs. Thatcher, but she was criticising a policy that was destabilising the Commonwealth, because we know that the Queen is very enthusiastic about the Commonwealth.
The Queen's stubborn refusal to see the Commonwealth as irrelevant endeared her to many within the so-called family of nations.
The Queen of Barbados took her place in the Senate chamber to a warm welcome from a bewigged Mr. Speaker. The first Barbadian assembly grew from a meeting in a pub in 1639, a notion which prompted a royal joke.
It would appear that Barbadian hostelries of the 17th century had more to offer than mere hospitality.
She has her own very definite convictions, but all the time she understands that there are other points of view and she knows how to respect them. And that's why all the Commonwealth leaders are so fond of her.
The moment when the Queen, in a chartered commercial airliner, returned to South Africa, stepping onto the soil of a country which isolated itself from the British monarchy for 34 years outside the Commonwealth. Deputy President Mbeki welcomed her.
The Queen's dedication to the ideal of the Commonwealth, spawned nearly half a century earlier on her first trip to South Africa, was rewarded in 1994 when President Nelson Mandela's Democratic Republic re-entered the organisation. The Queen returned there the following year.
Zulu dancers bid farewell to the Queen tonight, a spectacular end to an historic visit. A visit the Queen has described as one of the most rewarding of her reign. Earlier, after a final walkabout in Durban's city centre, she spoke with almost unprecedented warmth of the impact the trip had made on her.
You have rounded off quite splendidly what has been one of the outstanding experiences of my life. I shall never forget the welcome you have given us. We shall take back in a new form an old message. Faith can move mountains. Faith can recreate a nation.
Hosting the farewell ceremony tonight, President Mandela repaid the Queen's tribute.
The warmth and hospitality with which Her Majesty has been received is an indication of how the visit is appreciated.
For the Queen, a parting gift from the Zulu King, a prize bull.
Of high fertility, wonderful genetic characteristics.
A gift she graciously accepted, but will not be taking home.
The Queen says goodbye.
For a nation like South Africa to rejoin after everything that had happened, to rejoin and to have as its president Nelson Mandela, the Queen was as swept up as the rest of us in the glory and emotion of that. It was absolutely clear that she thoroughly enjoyed that visit and found it utterly fascinating.
The banquet this evening in Madras, at which the Queen was supposed to deliver a short speech until the Indian government stepped in and said it would be against protocol. A very embarrassing diplomatic mix-up.
A more delicate mission came 2 years later, not long after the death of Princess Diana. The Queen paid a double state visit to Pakistan and India to mark the 50th anniversary of the independence of the region. The aim of the trip was to strengthen ties with the two countries and to try and improve relations between the warring neighbours. A call within a speech in Pakistan for the two countries to renew efforts to end historic disagreements inflamed opinion in India. For the rest of the tour, the fallout from the address became effectively the only issue.
The relationship between India and Britain is a sensitive one for very well-known historical reasons. But it was bound to be a visit that was going to be difficult to navigate, given the historical sensitivities.
The sensitivities are such that what actually her advisors allowed her to do, not the Queen herself, of course, because she doesn't write those sort of speeches, her advisors allowed her to sort of express an opinion which was pretty inflammatory. So by the time we left in Pakistan and flew down to India, the politicians down there were not at all pleased to see her, and there was quite a bit of reaction against her there.
Palace officials pointed out that what the Queen said was guided by the Foreign Office. She herself was not blamed for the row, but it once more highlighted the sometimes contradictory nature of her role as Queen of the United Kingdom and head of the Commonwealth.
The diplomatic tensions of the past week have been produced in part by what the Queen did say in speeches she's made in India and Pakistan. Royal officials stress that when she's abroad, the Queen only speaks with the clear approval and encouragement of the Foreign Office. Government circles in London may find it awkward to be reminded of this, but one senior Buckingham Palace advisor said today, the Queen does not go out on a limb.
I can't imagine the Queen was very pleased. She has, throughout her life, been exceedingly careful. You might say not to express an opinion, but that's in the proper constitutional sense. She should not, and she doesn't. And she's very rarely been caught out, if you like. But in the government of the time used her visit, used it to try to push through as they would see it, a more rational approach to the long-standing bitterness, particularly over Kashmir between India and Pakistan. And it backfired, quite simply, and Her Majesty would not have been pleased about that.
Australia's Prime Minister said the Queen shouldn't expect the enthusiastic welcome she received on previous trips. In fact, 2,000 people came to welcome her to church today, and not a Republican in sight.
For a beleaguered monarchy, the result of the Republican referendum in Australia in 1999 was a welcome fillip. Despite expectations to the contrary, Australians voted to keep the Queen as head of state.
We don't want a republic. Look at all the countries that have got presidents. What are they doing? Fighting and killing people.
I see no reason to change. And you will notice how many faces in this crowd were obviously Aboriginal, Asian or Pacific Island origin. the support for the monarchy is by no means confined to the Blue set or to unreconstructed Anglo-Saxons.
Australians voted to keep the monarchy in 1999 because a group of urban liberals in Sydney in particular, but also in Melbourne, decided that power should reside with them rather than with the Australian people. And faced with that in a plebiscite, the Australian people decided to vote to keep the monarchy.
During her visit to the country in March 2000, the Queen was careful to confirm her symbolic role as head of state. The future of Australia in any later referendum would be for the Australians to decide.
4 months after being confirmed as head of state, this wasn't planned as a victory tour for the Queen, but it's beginning to look like it.
The Queen takes all her duties extremely seriously. She made it clear as a young girl that she would do so throughout her life, be it long or be it short. She said, well, it's been a very long life. And she has continued to hold fast to her duty. And a couple of the things she takes really seriously is the Commonwealth and also her role as head of state of many countries. So she's not going to be delighted at losing that position, especially if it's a big country like Australia, say, or New Zealand, or one of those. But she's also a realist, an absolute realist. And it has been said, and I think the Queen thoroughly goes along with it, that if a nation wishes to vote her out, if you like, that's fine. That's for that country to decide on that. The Queen would be quite content with it in the constitutional sense, and that's the important thing. Emotion, feeling of tradition and everything else would be laid to one side. The practical side of the Queen would say, fine, let them go.
During her next visit to Australia in 2002, as part of her Golden Jubilee Commonwealth tour, the crowds that greeted her were greater than anywhere else on the tour. She returned the compliment by expressing her affection for the country and its people.
Whatever may lie ahead, I declare again here tonight that my admiration, affection and regard for the people of Australia will remain, as it has been over these past 50 years, constant, sure and true.
I think distance breeds more affection in a way. And when she goes to, perhaps is driven through some small town in a dusty part of the Australian outbacks and the children turn out and wave a few Union flags, I think it does touch her. It's quite amazing, isn't it? There's the Queen, thousands and thousands of miles away, suddenly turns up on your doorstep and people show their affection.
On a windy morning, the Queen arrived in Montego Bay to the sound of a group of children singing one of Jamaica's most famous songs.
Let's get together and feel alright.
Throughout her reign, the Queen has, as she once promised, given herself to the service of the Commonwealth. As with her prime ministers, she does not interfere in the politics of member countries, but she does provide a listening ear and a steadying influence during turbulent times. In this way, the Queen helps keep the association not just alive, but of value to the states that comprise this unique family of nations.
She is a person without any kind of racial prejudice. She loves all those people, and she knows them all by their Christian name. They're devoted to her, and so this is really an example of how personal diplomacy and friendship can really create something, and she has been more responsible than anyone else for the transformation of the empire into the Commonwealth, and that is why it has lasted.
As head of the armed forces, Her Majesty the Queen takes a keen interest in all the services both in the United Kingdom and in the Commonwealth. The Queen holds more than 30 honorary military titles at home, and an almost equal number across those countries where she remains head of state. But what does her role involve, and why is it still relevant to the service men and women of the combined armed forces?
She takes very seriously her role as head of the armed forces. She sees it as a pastoral role. She's very anxious about the welfare of her servicemen and women.
As Princess Elizabeth, the Queen was the first female member of the royal family to be a full-time active member of the armed services. Towards the end of the Second World War, the Princess joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service. She learned to drive an army truck and trained in vehicle maintenance, and shortly before the close of war was promoted to the position of junior commander.
I think she found that really wonderful, because there she was with other girls her age, all doing the same training. And she prided herself tremendously on being able to sort of fiddle in the engine, change the wheels, and become such a good driver. And she still does like driving a lot. She's very skillful and drives quite fast, I think.
In 1951, the then Princess Elizabeth made her first appearance riding side saddle at Trooping the Colour. Not yet monarch, she was deputising for her father, King George VI, who was too ill to attend. She wore the scarlet tunic of Colonel of the Grenadiers, her first honorary military appointment awarded her when she was just 16.
That is an image of queenship which echoes back into history, because all the great queens have had quite strong masculine characters. Elizabeth I above all, with the famous Tilbury speech when she was on horseback, wearing armour. It's kind of masculine, and foul scorn and harm or any prince of Spain dare invade my realm, lay down my life even into the dust for my people. It's all that kind of resonance back through history, all the way back, frankly, to Boadicea.
Following the early death of her father, Elizabeth returned to the parade ground the following year, this time as Queen.
It was the customary splendid setting for the sovereign's birthday ceremony, yet nothing in the past could equal this, for our sovereign Lady Elizabeth was to take the salute as Queen in her own right, as Colonel-in-Chief of the brigade.
The Queen was the first female sovereign to take the salute, and with the exception of 1955, she has presided over the ceremony every year since. The origins of the parade date back to the 1700s, when Trooping the Colour was a regular event for members of the military. In those days, the flag representing a regiment's colours was trooped past the men daily to ensure that they would be able to recognise their colours in the chaos of a battle. However, its current pomp and ceremony are solely for honouring the sovereign and the troops who serve her. It is the most visible reminder of the Queen's role as their head.
The Queen takes her role very, very seriously. If she's doing Trooping the Colour and she's sitting on the dais and she's watching the parade past, she will spot something wrong 100 metres off. She will spot, for example, if one of the household cavalry horses is lame or is tripped. She'll see it and she will tell them. She has an eye for detail.
Members of the Army and Air Force are required to swear or affirm an oath of allegiance to the Queen. This declaration of loyalty to the sovereign is made by servicemen and women regardless of their personal political beliefs. Its strength is that it is not given to any one political party, but to the country in the form of the Queen as head of state.
The Queen is the country, the institution, whereas they do not want to, I do not think they want to be thinking they're fighting for that Mr. Blair or that Mr. Cameron or that Mr. Brown. They're doing this in honour of their monarch, and that makes it a much more noble cause that they're pursuing.
As head of the armed forces, the sovereign can declare war and peace. This dates from the times when the monarch was responsible for raising, maintaining, and equipping the army and navy, often leading them into battle. Nowadays, however, the sovereign can only exercise these powers on the advice of responsible ministers and the consent of Parliament.
Of course, it's a sort of nominal power because the Queen, of course, does whatever the government instructs her to do. But what it means is that the armed forces are not fighting for any political party, they're fighting for Queen and country.
There's a feeling of acknowledgement for all the hard work that's gone on. Most of our people are deployed on operations, not just our air crews, but all of our tradesmen, all of the people who work in support. And for them, the chance to meet with the sovereign is incredibly important.
The Queen maintains her link with the forces by making regular trips to service establishments and to ships to meet servicemen and women of all ranks and their families, both in the United Kingdom and overseas.
She will have seen Marham change, whereas for us, it's maybe 2 or 3 years from our life. She is the item of continuity in the history of the station.
Although the Queen's role is non-political, she is known to concern herself closely with the welfare and conditions of service personnel.
She sees it as a pastoral role. She's very anxious about the welfare of her servicemen and women, particularly in the last few years when they've been deployed so often in theatres of war, far more than in any time in her reign. And it's clear that she's concerned about the plight of some of these men and women coming back.
Aside of the Queen, other members of the royal family hold honorary ranks and appointments in the armed forces, and several have seen active service.
I think she is deeply conscious that her family should somehow lead by example, and that they should be put in the way of danger like other families.
The Duke of Edinburgh served with the Royal Navy. He distinguished himself during the Second World War and was involved in several engagements in the Mediterranean and in the Pacific. In October 1942, he was made first lieutenant and second in command of a destroyer. At 21, he was one of the youngest officers to hold such a post.
Prince Philip had a very good wartime naval record. I mean, a straightforward young naval officer serving in various ships. He, I think, was mentioned in dispatches, which is next to getting a medal, for a naval battle in the Mediterranean, when I think he kept research knights trained on some of the enemy ships.
There was no disguising his obvious pleasure at being back amongst his former shipmates.
Following his marriage to Princess Elizabeth and a period working at the Royal Naval Staff College in Greenwich, in 1949, the Duke returned to active service with the Mediterranean Fleet based in Malta. A year into the posting, he was promoted to Lieutenant Commander and given command of the frigate HMS Magpie. Less than a year later, however, the Duke was forced to accept that he could no longer combine an active naval career with the role of husband to the heiress presumptive. It was a major sacrifice.
He's a man's man, is Prince Philip, and he enjoyed the naval life. He enjoyed the camaraderie with his fellow sailors.
Today, the Duke holds over 30 honorary military titles, including Admiral of the Fleet for the Royal Navy, Marshal of the Royal Air Force, and Field Marshal of the British Army. These roles he takes seriously, visiting servicemen and women whenever he can, wherever they may be, including in October 2006, visiting the Queen's Royal Hussars, based in Basra, Iraq.
It's a great pleasure to see you here, and as you can imagine, everybody at home, as you know perfectly well, has been following what's been going on in this part of the world, and I think most of us, with a great deal of sympathy for those of you who have got to, at the sharp end, who are trying to do your best to make life civilized and tolerable for the locals. And I'm quite sure that a great many locals do very much appreciate what you're trying to do for them. I can't thank you on behalf of anybody, but I mean, you have done a fantastic job, and I hope you'll all get home safely and have some well-earned leave.
He spends much of his time still with old boys and going to military exhibitions and visiting regiments, and he'll even turn up unannounced and uninvited sometimes. He's really still, his heart is with them.
Of the Queen and the Duke's children, All 4 hold honorary ranks. 2 have completed military training and 1 has fought for his country. As heir to the throne and a future head of the armed forces, the Prince of Wales had been expected to spend time working for one or more of the services.
I think the armed forces is a very good training for any member of the royal family. And I think that it did serve Prince Charles particularly well. And it teaches them to live alongside ordinary men and women now, and gives them a discipline. And their life is, I mean, if there can be one word to sum up their life, it is discipline. So the armed forces is a very good preparation for all of that.
In 1971, after 6 months training to be a jet pilot, the Prince of Wales embarked on a naval career, during which time he graduated from a sub-lieutenant to captain, and in his last job took command of the coastal minehunter HMS Brunnington.
If later on I'm to be associated with all 3 services, it'd be a very good idea to do an attachment with each one. I think it gives one a very useful experience of responsibility and discipline. I think responsibility is the most important thing, is the actual trust that's put in you to deal with other people, and the feeling that they can perhaps put their trust in you as well.
By all accounts, the Prince ran a happy ship. He was certainly an affable host when his family paid a visit.
Then you can break through the pressure wave on the stern, and you would then avoid the danger of being sucked in or out. You have to time it just right and take the revs off, you see, when you pass the stern, and then put them back on again.
Wow! I think he enjoyed very much the contact with people, very much on a level, really. I mean, I think the fact that he was Prince Charles, of course, people realize that, but on the other hand, they would have enjoyed an open friendship, from which both sides would have benefited very much.
The Chinook helicopter is the workhorse of the services, and Prince Charles crossed the city of Basra in one. He's the first royal to visit the troops since the war.
As is customary, the Prince of Wales holds nearly 30 honorary military titles and, like the Queen, takes a close interest in the work and welfare of members of the services, going out to meet them whether at home or on the front line.
He seems very genuine. He comes across and just sort of chats to you. Obviously seems very well informed over everything that's going on here.
He's making a chance to speak to everyone as best as he can. So, you know, I think it's a special visit, so it's nice that he's coming here to the palace to see everyone.
It's a role that Prince Charles takes very seriously. He visits troops in war zones. He's very concerned with welfare issues surrounding the troops, and of course he's really proud of and has been very encouraging to both William and Harry in their military careers.
If the Prince of Wales had a duty to serve his country, his brother, Prince Andrew, had a vocation. His chief ambition was to follow in his father's footsteps and join the Navy, which he did straight after leaving school in 1979. Prince Andrew went on to flying training with both the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy, eventually learning to fly the Sea King helicopter. By 1982, he was ready to join his first frontline unit, 820 Naval Air Squadron, serving aboard the aircraft carrier HMS Invincible. When, in April that same year, Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, HMS Invincible was assigned to the Royal Navy Task Force assembled to retake the islands. The British government was reluctant to let Prince Andrew remain on Invincible for fear his life might be endangered. The Queen, however, insisted that Prince Andrew be allowed to remain with his ship, and so he joined the Invincible as it sailed south as a Sea King helicopter co-pilot.
He was potentially at risk, of course he was. Hundreds of British servicemen died in that war. Mrs. Thatcher, who was Prime Minister at the time, was thrilled that he joined the war effort because that showed the first family backing the war, and it was hugely significant.
Throughout the conflict, Prince Andrew flew on various combat missions, and he assisted in casualty evacuation, transport and search and air rescue.
If he hadn't done it, there would have been favouritism. The troops were fighting for Queen and country. And it was a particularly significant conflict because it was British sovereign territory The Queen is head of state of the Falkland Islands, and so it was so poignant and significant that her son took part in the battle to liberate her territory.
The experience made a huge impression on the 22-year-old.
I suppose shocked and yet proud. I've been shocked at what has happened, the way that the ships were taken out. It is a really nasty. I mean, I think that a small missile, perhaps 18 feet long, can do that much damage. And I think we've all seen the photographs of HMS Sheffield and Atlantic Conveyor, or if not, I saw Atlantic Conveyor myself. She was a burning wreck. I mean, it was quite horrific. And on the other side, the pride of which to see how the British force actually worked together. And this was absolutely amazing.
When the conflict ended and Invincible returned to Portsmouth, the Queen and the Duke were waiting with other families of the crew to welcome the vessel home.
Is there anything you're particularly looking forward to once you step ashore?
Yes, a pint of milk.
A pint of milk?
Yeah, I haven't had real milk for 5.5 months.
I remember when he returned and the Queen was there to greet her son, it was probably the high point in the popularity of Prince Andrew.
3 years later, Prince Andrew returned to the Falklands, this time as a flight pilot aboard HMS Brazen.
When we take off from Mother on a situation like we are now on a surface search of this sector, we go out to look for the fishing boats and anybody else that is in the area that could possibly be a threat to the islands. And here we have, for instance, one as a pole, and we're looking for various things: the identification, the name, the port of registry, the number, and if it's got a call sign showing, then a call sign, and to see that it's not doing anything that it shouldn't do inside the Falkland Islands protection zone.
Prince Andrew served in the Navy for 22 years, a career that he loved. Now his military duties are strictly honorary, but he is said to be very well informed about the various regiments and companies of which he is either colonel or commodore-in-chief.
He's not just steeped in the history and traditions, as all the royal family are, but he really knows what it means to serve. He is a military man. It's not just a cursory interest. He has a genuine interest in all the regiments and the companies that he represents.
She's just taking time out.
I need breakfast.
Of the Queen's grandchildren, Princes William and Harry are both serving with the armed forces. And like their uncle, Prince Harry has seen active service. He was deployed in Helmand province in Afghanistan to assist in the war against the Taliban in December 2007. The army, which had decided earlier in the year that it was too dangerous for Harry to serve in battle-scarred Iraq, deployed him to Afghanistan on condition that his whereabouts remained a secret in case he became a Taliban target.
Harry had made it clear very strongly from the day that he joined Sandhurst that he didn't want to do it if, as he put it, he was going to be sitting on his sorry ass back home while his men were being sent out to war zones and to the front line. And at every opportunity after that, he reiterated that point.
Prince Harry discussed his deployment with his grandmother, the Queen.
You presumably told your grandmother?
I have told my grandmother. She actually told me. She told me I'm off to Afghanistan, so that was the way it was supposed to be.
She knew before you did.
No, we've had lots of talks about it since April, the last time that was supposed to happen, and she was very pro me going then. So I think she's relieved that I get the chance to do what I want to do.
Because you've seen quite a bit of her, I guess, training in Windsor, her in Windsor.
Yeah, exactly. And she's a very good person to talk to about it because her knowledge of the army is amazing for a grandmother. But I suppose it's slightly her job.
And she'll have witnessed your frustration from May.
She and everybody else did. There was a lot of frustration, but as they say in the army, turn to the right and carry on.
I think he was incredibly disappointed about the whole Iraq fiasco, and he even considered leaving the army at that point. So There was obviously pressure for the MOD to come up with some sort of plan to be able to send him to see some action, but to do it in a more considered way that time, and to try and keep the whole thing secret, which did work for quite a number of weeks.
I think it's just a rumour. I'm not at liberty to say ever.
Working out of a forward operating base in Helmand Province, Prince Harry was tasked to the role of Forward Air Controller, FAC. He was responsible for coordinating air support and aviation across the area, calling in fast jets to drop 500-pound bombs on enemy positions.
Yeah, Roger. I'll have someone listening out on these means. In the meantime, I will presume it's coming to your location unless we hear otherwise, but we'll plan for it to come into this location as well. You know, you do the job. Everyone's the same. Everyone's life is as important as everybody else's. I've never felt particularly in threat, and I don't think anybody else has yet. You know, touch wood. But you know, sitting here now, we're in threat. It's the same across the whole of Helmand, across the whole of Afghanistan. There's guys from all different countries, USA, Denmark. I'm going to miss a few now. Canada. Every soldier that's operating out in Afghanistan is under threat from the moment you step off, from the moment you come into the sort of airspace of Afghanistan. That's just the way it is. It's the reality. You've got to face up to it. But I can't think of a time specifically up here when I felt, oh shit, this is this is not the right place to be, apart from this morning, which we found ourselves in quite a tight spot, but we made it out, so that's all right.
10 weeks into his deployment, news that Prince Harry was in Helmand was leaked via a foreign website. The media blackout now broken, the decision was taken to withdraw Prince Harry from frontline duties, both for his safety and that of his colleagues.
I think Harry, although devastated to come home, was surprised that it had worked so well for so long and that he'd managed to spend 10 weeks out there, and I think it meant an enormous amount to him. I think it probably will change his life. I think it made him realise for the first time that he could be useful. I think it made him think that he had a proper role to play, that he wasn't just second to William. And I think that it also made him feel normal. It's clear from the interviews when he came back that the things he delighted in were things like eating baked beans out of a tin and not washing. Things that probably every other squaddie takes for granted, but for him were a really big deal.
The exercise had proven, however, that it was possible for the prince to be deployed on active service.
The main problem was being a troop leader and putting so many guys under risk in Iraq. I think now that I've come out here, I think it's proved the point that if it's done the right way and kept quiet in certain areas, then it can be done. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm out here as a normal JTAC on the ground and not Prince Harry.
There's no doubt Prince Harry intends to continue serving with the army and would like to return to the front line. He's a career soldier.
Harry said that he wants to be deployed again, that he would like to go back to Afghanistan. That's what he would do if he was a normal soldier. But who knows? I think if they do it again, they'll have to go through this whole process of trying to keep it secret again. But perhaps they are planning that.
On his return, the Queen spoke of her deep pride and said Prince Harry had done a good job in a very difficult climate.
This was the Prince in action in Cyprus. The 44-week course is notoriously gruelling, and William obviously wasn't spared the heavy lifting.
Prince William too started his services training in the army. After leaving university, he attended the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst, graduating in December 2006 at a ceremony attended by the Queen and the Prince of Wales. After Sandhurst, Prince William began his service as a troop commander and second lieutenant with the Household Cavalry's Blues and Royals. Like his father, and to prepare him for his future role as head of the armed forces, Prince William is required to spend time with the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy. In January 2008, Prince William started intensive training with the RAF to learn how to fly fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters. Within 2 weeks, he'd undertaken his first solo flight.
It was one of those experiences where I thought, it'll never come round. And I thought, hopefully a bit longer yet, I'll get more practice. And the next thing I know, my instructor jumps out and goes, go on, get on with it. And I was left there sort of looking around the room and go, what? So I just did it, and once you get up in the air, it was fine. It wasn't so bad.
Flying Officer William Wales, graduating with number 227 and number 97 courses.
3 months later, Prince William was awarded his wings by his father, the Prince of Wales.
Once you've been part of the Army, the Navy or the Air Force or whatever, you get a direct understanding, you get a proper insight into what the men and women who are serving are doing. And so it's not just a ceremonial role, it's something that you actually know about, it's something you're interested in, and you can relate to the people that you're talking to. I think it is very important.
Prince William and Prince Harry, although serving officers, already hold honorary military ranks, the number of which will increase over the coming years. Like their grandmother and their father, they will be expected to concern themselves with the work and condition of the companies and regiments to which they are attached.
We've seen with the Queen and Prince William and Prince Harry and Prince Charles this year more public support than ever before. She's had a royal tattoo at Windsor Castle for the first time. Prince William and Prince Harry joined a big military display in the City of London, the City Salute, to show support for soldiers coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq who have been injured, and to try and raise money and awareness of their plight.
For the Queen, the participation of her children and grandchildren in the armed forces is of especial importance. It confirms the commitment of the royal family to the reality of service life, as well as its ideals. In a message to members of the armed forces on the occasion of her Golden Jubilee, the Queen said, "I would like to thank all of you for your part in defending Britain and preserving peace around the world. I cannot think of a worthier task."
I think the Queen is absolutely genuine in her gratitude for what the armed forces do. She is of the war generation. The Second World War was a defining influence on her adolescence. And she's very aware from her family ties, from her husband, from her son, from her grandchildren, of the very personal risks of what it means to have a family member serving in somewhere dangerous. So I think she has a very great understanding of what forces families are going through.
War games, not military ceremony, is how the armed forces have celebrated the Queen's Jubilee. In a specially constructed theatre of war, the Queen and Prince Philip were shown a familiar scenario in modern times, the army acting as part of an international force, though today's actions sometimes bore more resemblance to Hollywood than reality.
Servicemen and women too appreciate the dedication of the royal family to the armed forces. That they themselves are not just bystanders, but are prepared to serve their country alongside other members of the forces matters hugely. And it is for this reason that when the Queen pays a visit, they're keen to put on a show.
As she was cheered by the Navy on board HMS Bangor, her air fleet saluted from above.
I think it means an enormous lot. It really does. It's a sort of, it's a figurehead, but it's a live figurehead. It's somebody they can look up to, identify, feel supported by, loyal to. And it's an amazing relationship. As I say, it's difficult to describe, but it's unique in its way.
Today, the Queen was not just celebrating her Golden Jubilee, but thanking the armed forces for half a century of military service.
In 2002, Her Majesty the Queen celebrated her Golden Jubilee. One of only 3 British monarchs to reign for more than 50 years, the main focus of the anniversary was a 4-day weekend in June, when over 1 million people in London and many more around the country joined in an unforgettable nationwide party. It was a remarkable turnaround for an event that few had predicted would be a success. And for a monarchy still in recovery from the turmoil of the 1990s, it was particularly gratifying to discover the latent loyalty to the crown and the affection in which the Queen was still held by her people.
I think she was genuinely quite amazed at the sort of outpouring of love.
For the Queen, the exact date of her accession is always tinged with sadness, as it also marks the anniversary of the death of her father, King George VI. Her normal custom is to spend the day quietly at Sandringham, the place where her father, who had been suffering with cancer, died on the 6th of February 1952. In 2002, however, the Queen chose to visit, appropriately enough, a local cancer unit in Norfolk.
Express to you our congratulations, our respect, our affection, and above all our gratitude for the life you've given over 50 years, selflessly in the interests of all the people of your realm.
The weather was cold, the crowds were small, and back at Sandringham, the Queen Mother's deteriorating health was causing concern. Taken together, it didn't augur well for the anniversary year ahead. 3 days later, on the 9th of February, the Queen's younger sister, Princess Margaret, died. She was 71. The Princess had suffered a series of strokes and had been ill for some time, but for her family, her death still came as a shock.
The Queen and her sister spent quite a large part of their childhood here, and today she and Prince Philip made one final journey to say goodbye.
The entire royal family attended the service at St. George's Chapel in Windsor. The Queen Mother remained out of public view, but although frail, rallied sufficient stamina to attend her daughter's funeral in a wheelchair.
The Queen and Prince Philip and the Linleys had followed the coffin down the central aisle and down the west steps, but the rest of the royal family followed the Queen Mother out, and there came a point when she was discussing with the Lord Chamberlain's office which door she was going to leave by. And she was so completely in command, I thought it was incredibly impressive, because she didn't want to be photographed and she wished to establish that there would be no photographers at the door, which she left by. And only when she had satisfied herself on all these points did this phalanx move forward, and it was the last time I ever saw her.
After the service, the Queen, together with her sister's 2 children, Lord Linley and Lady Sarah Chatto, watched as the late princess's coffin was carried to a hearse before making its last journey.
A small crowd had gathered to watch the coffin depart, perhaps 300 or 400 people in all.
Losing her sister, who was so young still and should have had a lot of life before her, because the Queen and her sister were just always together, they always had been, so I think it must have been a tremendous loss to her. A huge hole in her life without her sister.
3 days after the funeral, the Queen began an official Jubilee tour of 3 Commonwealth countries, beginning in Jamaica. It was not an easy time to be away, knowing the Queen Mother was growing weaker by the day. It was also not the easiest of tours.
Earlier, the crowd had screamed as the Queen arrived at the Jamaican Parliament, but the reality for her is that most MPs want to replace her as head of state.
A scandal involving the Australian Governor-General threatened to overshadow the next stop on the Queen's journey, her visit to New Zealand and Australia.
Many Australians would like the Queen's representative here, Peter Hollingworth, to resign over allegations he protected a priest in a child sex abuse scandal. But he has hung on and in controversial circumstances welcomed the Queen to Australia today.
The Governor-General resigned in May the following year. Although he was accused of embarrassing the Queen, her reception in Australia was the warmest of any during this first leg of the Commonwealth tour.
She moved slowly along the line, stopping to meet a baby kangaroo, and chat to its owner about how the young orphan was going to be nurtured before its return to the wild.
4 weeks after the Queen had returned from her travels, on the 30th of March, the Queen Mother died. Her funeral took place on the 9th of April. In the 10 days preceding her final state occasion, the country surprised itself with an outpouring of affection and mourning for the Queen Mother, almost matching that which occurred after the death of the Princess of Wales.
Public response to the Queen Mother was unbelievable. As overwhelming, the queues of people that were lining to go and see her lying in state. And there was again a kind of aura of calm over London, which I remember immediately after Diana died. It was just like everybody was sort of together. It was a wonderful feeling.
The Queen Mother's coffin lay in state at Westminster Hall for 3 days. Thousands of people queued patiently day and night, awaiting their turn to view the coffin. On the day before the funeral, public mourners witnessed a moving tribute given by the Queen Mother's grandsons.
Led by Prince Andrew, the 4 men descended into the medieval hall. Viscount Linley, who has lost his mother and grandmother in 2 months, followed by Prince Charles, and behind him Prince Edward. In step they moved forward to replace the guard at the 4 corners and take up their own sombre vigil. Their heads bowed in the dimming light and the silence. The public passed, but for 20 minutes the 4 were motionless. For Prince Charles, her favourite grandson, these days have not been easy. Watching his 2 sons, William and Harry, and Princess Anne. This was a vigil that echoed history. 66 years ago, the 4 sons of George V stood guard around his coffin, this as touching a tribute witnessed by thousands. They will walk again tomorrow behind her coffin. As they left, the young princes unexpectedly joined the queue to file past their great-grandmother, the woman, said William, who even at 100 could reduce them to tears of laughter.
The Queen Mother's grandchildren loved her, because I remember William and Harry talking about her, and Harry saying, well, she was just so interesting and she used to sit and tell us war stories. And then William would say how funny she was, and she could do the Ali G impression.
The Queen was touched by the public expression of sorrow, and in a further echo of the death of the Princess of Wales, she gave a televised address on the eve of the funeral. In her speech, the Queen, acknowledging the collective sense of loss, also sought to put her mother's death in perspective.
Over the years, I have met many people who have had to cope with family loss, sometimes in the most tragic of circumstances. So I count myself fortunate that my mother was blessed with a long and happy life.
One of the things that the royal family learnt from Diana's death was the need to speak to people at these sort of key moments. And there was this enormous outpouring of grief and queues of people queuing up to sign condolence books. And so the Queen reacted to that. But in her speech, she said this shouldn't be treated as a tragedy. Of course, it's a very sad event, but this is something that we should be looking at in terms of celebrating the life the Queen Mother had, the very long life the Queen Mother had.
The massed pipes and drums of 13 regiments played a Scottish air. The final military farewell to the Queen Mother had begun. Behind her coffin in lockstep, 9 solemn faces of the royal family, led again by the 80-year-old Duke of Edinburgh. It was to be the kind of day she would have loved. Pipes and precision, ceremony and sunshine, hymns and history. But it was not for everyone. Prince Charles, the very face of sorrow.
They were incredibly close. She was a formative influence in his childhood. His parents were away a lot when he was a child. He was often looked after by his grandmother. He would go there on holidays from Gordonston. And I think he was completely bereft when she died. As we can see from his speech at the time, he describes her as the most magical grandmother you could possibly have wished for. He says that she was everything to me. I've absolutely dreaded this moment, which is an incredibly emotional speech from someone like Charles.
On the day of the funeral itself, more than 1 million people lined the route from Westminster to Windsor, her final resting place.
The coffin headed west, past the monuments and memorials to an empire long dead, to which she was the last link. Past the buildings of the Victorian age into which she was born, and whose values of respect, solemnity and dignity this day reflected. The Queen Mother had, after all, planned it down to the last detail. This, perhaps, she had not planned. Flowers and rose petals thrown at the hearse, echoing the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales.
I remember seeing those that came to the lying in state, those that came to look at her grave in St George's Chapel, those that attended the funeral, watched the procession down the Mall. I mean, you couldn't put a type to them. They were all different kinds of people from all ages, all colours, all creeds, all types, all nationalities, came out in force.
Later that same month, the Queen began the official celebrations to mark her 50 years upon the throne. On the 29th of April, the Queen addressed Parliament at Westminster Hall, the place her mother had lain in state less than 3 weeks before. In sombre mood and reflecting on the challenges of recent years, the Queen talked about the need for the monarchy and other institutions to adapt in a world of rapid change.
These values find expression in our national institutions, including the monarchy and Parliament. Institutions which in turn must continue to evolve if they are to provide effective beacons of trust and unity to succeeding generations.
But to those who'd been speculating that after 50 years the Queen might step down in favour of her son, she had a clear message. Adapting did not mean abdicating.
I would like above all to declare my resolve to continue, with the support of my family, to serve the people of this great nation of ours to the best of my ability through the changing times ahead.
The Queen will never abdicate. She has a sense of duty, an idea of how she needs to fulfill her role, and that is to do the job until she dies. I don't think there's a chance that she will ever step down in favour of Prince Charles, for example. When she took on the role of the monarch, when she was crowned, she made it clear that this was a lifetime of service, and that's what she's held true to.
2 days later, on the 2nd of May, the Queen started her Jubilee tour of 70 towns and cities throughout the United Kingdom, beginning with a visit to Falmouth and Exeter.
Earlier, the Queen and Prince Philip had arrived in Falmouth on the royal train. Part of the point of the Jubilee is to bring people together, and there were plenty who waited a long time to see her today.
There was a lot of serious worry amongst her courtiers that perhaps people wouldn't turn out in huge numbers, and they'd been made very sensitive after the death of Diana that perhaps the monarchy was losing its appeal. But of course, they were proved absolutely wrong.
It's been fabulous. We've met these couple of ladies and we've had a laugh and a bit of fun. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
I'll say it's going to be one of the best days that I've had so far.
From the southwest to the northeast.
The Queen had started her day like millions of other commuters, heading off to work on the local metro. In this case, a new service she was opening in Sunderland. It was a new experience for the Queen, who, as these rare pictures show, normally works from a small office as she travels. One of the main attractions of the day was the new Gateshead Millennium Bridge, which she officially opened within sight of the Tyne Bridge, opened by her grandfather, George V.
These initial events set the tone for a punishing 3-month tour travelling from England to Northern Ireland, Scotland to Wales. The Queen covered nearly 4,000 miles, meeting people from all walks of life.
Did you see the Queen?
Yeah.
What do you think of her?
Nice. I don't know. She just looks. It just reminds me of her. She just reminds me of her mother. She has nice hats.
Meanwhile, the Duke of Edinburgh lent a hand to a schoolgirl to help her present a bouquet of flowers to the Queen.
My visit here today affords me an opportunity to thank the people of Scotland for their support after the deaths of my mother and my sister. I have been so touched by the kindness shown by so many of you over these recent months.
The Queen clearly pleased to meet the 1,000 school children who turned out to greet her in Aberdeen. But then, the perils of the park. Something she didn't like attached itself to the sole of the royal shoe.
And she was welcomed into this Hindu temple with a ceremony to cleanse the soul.
She was especially pleased to see Quiz, a puppy she gave to one of her corgi breeders as a thank you present.
She made a fuss of her and said how well she looked. And she was telling me about Minnie, who the Queen Mother had, and that she's now living with the Queen.
She only wanted to know about Boyer and Rio Ferdinand. I said, not you as well. So she was wonderful, wonderful. It was a real thrill to me. It was great.
What did you think of her?
Nice, lovely, beautiful.
8,000 guests in all, among them 50 people born 50 years ago, on the very day she acceded to the throne.
Scenes so well known, these scenes being watched not just all over Britain but all over the world.
The highlight of the tour was the main Jubilee weekend, a 4-day festival at the beginning of June. The climax of the third day, June the 3rd, was a pyrotechnic spectacular from the roof of Buckingham Palace and in Green Park. A chain of 2,006 beacons were lit throughout the world. During the evening in Britain, a sweep of beacons from Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales through the English regions to the home counties preceded the lighting of the national beacon by the Queen in the Mall. The Queen lit the fuse, which ignited a unique comet rocket that travelled down the Mall on a wire at 100 miles per hour to set alight the national beacon. Then began one of the most stunning outdoor displays ever witnessed in London. This highly unusual saut lumière delighted the Queen and the 1 million-plus people who'd gathered to witness the event.
And now for the most spectacular firework display we've ever seen in London. The Millennium Flame. Queen Victoria on the right, surely amused. How did it all work, she says.
It was a brilliant piece of theatre and spectacle, using all the modern means you could have, projections, lights, sound, everything. They moved on.
Another million-strong crowd lined the route taken by the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh as they crossed the capital this morning. Many of the well-wishers had camped overnight for a place outside Buckingham Palace or along the Mall. They were rewarded with a spectacularly close-up view as the gold state carriage last used 25 years ago for the Silver Jubilee made its way through Trafalgar Square.
The next day, under blue skies, the 1 million-strong crowd gave the royal family another rapturous reception.
To the delight of the crowd, the young princes, Harry and William, travelled in an open-top carriage with their uncle Prince Andrew. The Prince of Wales and his sister, the Princess Royal, both in uniform, were on horseback, riding behind their parents' coach. It had been their wish to do so.
Later, at a lunch in the Guildhall, and with a nod towards another event competing for the nation's attention, the Football World Cup, the Queen expressed her pleasure at the success of the Jubilee.
I am more than conscious at the moment of the importance of football. Although this weekend comes about halfway through my Jubilee year, as far as we are concerned, it bears no relation to a rest at half-time.
She then thanked the millions of people who've supported her Jubilee celebrations.
Gratitude, respect and pride. These words sum up how I feel about the people of this country and the Commonwealth, and what this Golden Jubilee means to me.
The fact that so many people did turn out, and there was this sense of sort of huge national celebration, I think was a turning point in the relationship between the Queen and the people. Her mother had died, some of that affection, the esteem with which the Queen Mother was held was transferred onto the Queen. The papers were talking about a reawakening of the love affair with the monarchy.
Back in the Mall, the younger members of the royal family found their own way to say thank you to the enthusiasts who'd spent the night on a pavement in order to join this ultimate Jubilee party.
Next on the Jubilee menu, a magnificent parade down the Mall. The parade comprised 20,000 people, including a 5,000-strong gospel choir, 2,500 participants from the Notting Hill Carnival, and 4,000 people representing Commonwealth countries.
I think after the death of Diana, there was this realization that the monarchy did have to modernise, that it had to change, that it had to become more forward-thinking. And part of that was making sure that everybody felt involved in these large public events, that every sector of the community was represented. So, for example, in the parade in front of Buckingham Palace, you saw Brazilian carnival floats, you saw gospel singers. It really did have a feel that, you know, all of London, all of the UK was there.
As with all royal celebrations, the day culminated with the appearance on the palace balcony of the Queen and the royal family. Noticeable by their absence, for the first time, the Queen Mother and Princess Margaret were not among the line-up.
The Queen had done a lot of balcony appearances in Buckingham Palace with both mother and sister, and then all of a sudden, at the high point of her reign, they're not there anymore.
The Queen looked overwhelmed by the welcome as a flag-waving crowd, which stretched the length of the Mall and beyond, cheered and sang. In scenes not seen here in living memory, this was more than just a family gathering. This was a gathering of the nation. Then came the perfect end to a golden day, the moment these tens of thousands of onlookers had been waiting for. A fly-past of 27 aircraft, including Concorde, roared overhead, but even this deafening sound unable to drown the cheers from below.
The festivities were by no means over. The Queen's tour of the United Kingdom had still to be completed, and the Canadians were awaiting a visit in October. When the official celebrations finally finished in the autumn, the Queen had travelled over 40,000 miles by air alone. She'd taken part in 55 royal walkabouts and entertained 48,000 people to tea at a series of 6 garden parties. People across the nation and all over the world had celebrated with street parties and other events. The Queen's expressed wish to bring people together had been realised.
It represented the moment when the monarchy began to regain the initiative, which they had lost with Diana, the flag business. They'd forgotten they could invent tradition. They then knew how to invent tradition, and you notice they would have both the traditional concert and the one with the popular music. And they were looking for different ways to move the whole thing on, and they were very successful at doing it. The people who advised them for the 2002 Jubilee really were successful at moving the monarchy on and really reinventing the tradition, moving into the 21st century.
The Queen, whenever she goes to any event, that she's always surprised that people bother to turn out. And I think she was genuinely quite amazed at the sort of outpouring of love coming from the people. But it was, I think if Diana's death was a turning point in making the monarchy realise that they had to modernise in some way, the Jubilee was also just as significant in making it clear that for a lot of people, the monarchy and the Queen especially still really mattered.
Golden Jubilee fever had swept the nation and the Commonwealth. The oldest monarch to celebrate 50 years upon the throne was now seemingly more popular than ever.
Earlier she had talked about her gratitude to the people who'd made her Jubilee. Now it was her smile that said it all.
Family, as a theme, has come almost to define the reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Whether her own family or the family of nations, that is the Commonwealth, the Queen is known to value highly the shared strength which can be derived from family life, and the importance of kinship in promoting peace and understanding between individuals and the wider community. But what is her own experience of family, and how has it helped sustain her during her long years as sovereign?
The Queen, like her father, loves having her family around her.
In April 2002, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, died. At 101, the Queen Mother had always been there in the background of the nation's life, and on her death, the public responded as if mourning a member of their own family. Deeply loved by her children and grandchildren, for her elder daughter, the Queen, she had lost not just a mother, but a close friend and companion.
With military precision, the cortege came to a halt at the Abbey's Great West Door, bang on time. The bell tolling every minute, 101 times, once for every year of her life. A family salute, as inside the Queen waited, deeply moved, she'd said, by all the tributes.
I think it was surprisingly difficult for the Queen to lose her mother because they had been so close for so long, and the Queen Mother had always been there. And she was mentally very on the ball, so she didn't spiral down very slowly, she spiraled very quickly, and it did come as surprisingly as a shock.
Throughout her adult life, the Queen and her mother were in daily contact. In her early years as monarch, the Queen looked to her mother for guidance, literally discussing everything with her.
The Queen always deferred to her mother. I remember one story, and they were sort of people at the palace were talking to the Queen about, as usual, cutbacks and saving money, and they said, "Oh, we must get rid of the Ascot office," and she said, "Oh, not until Mummy's gone. She'd have a fit." So there were all these things on hold until Mummy was no longer there. And in a way, it sort of released the Queen. At last, after all those years, she didn't have to worry about upsetting her mother.
The two women were very different in style and personality. The Queen Mother was forever an extrovert and a socialite. Her elder daughter, naturally more reserved and prudent, but there was a humour and sympathy in the way they related.
The Queen rather loved her mother's Hollywood style. And they, when Princess Margaret was still alive, the Queen and Princess Margaret used to sort of almost tease the Queen Mother about her constantly ordering new dresses. And when Sir Norman Hartnell died, Princess Margaret said to the Queen, "Well, what's Mummy going to do about her frocks now?"
If the Queen was devoted to her mother, she was also close to her sister, Princess Margaret. Protective of her younger sibling since childhood, the Queen was understanding with regard to the princess's troubled personal life, and sympathetic during the bouts of ill health that plagued Princess Margaret in her last years.
They were very, very different characters, and I don't think it was necessarily always easy. But on the other hand, the Queen is tremendously loyal and helpful and loving. And I think it was the best relationship that could have existed in view of the fact that they were very different characters.
The Queen's affection for her sister also extended to the princess's children, Lady Sarah Chatto and Lord Linley. They, together with their offspring, are regular guests of the Queen, spending Christmas at Sandringham or joining the monarch for family holidays.
The Queen, very, very fond of Viscount Linley and Sarah Chatto, as she is now, very fond of them, because during the years when Margaret was gallivanting around Europe, you know, in the early years of her marriage with Tony Armstrong-Jones, the kids were just sent up to Balmoral with the nanny every summer. And so they got to know that they were almost saw more of their aunt, the Queen, than they did of their own mother.
Of the Queen's own children, her eldest two, Prince Charles and Princess Anne, were born prior to her becoming Queen.
Today is one of those happy occasions as the Queen and the Duke play with their children. But once Prince Charles gets the knack of it, he won't let anyone help.
Their upbringing was typical of 1950s aristocracy. Charles and Anne were cared for during the day by their nanny before the pre-bedtime session with their mother.
Parents of the ilk of the royal family, sort of grand aristocratic parents, really didn't see their children. There was none of this, oh, I love you, and all that sort of huggy, kissy stuff just did not go on. And it doesn't mean the Queen loved her children any less, but she really had very little time to see them. I mean, she would see them at night. She would occasionally bath them when she could, and she famously moved the time of the Prime Minister's meeting, which was Winston Churchill, to a Tuesday evening, so that she could, you know, put the children to bed before he came. She did what she could.
When on holiday at Balmoral, they were described as a very normal, ordinary, country-loving couple with two small children, who took pleasure in picnics and pony rides, much as any privileged family would enjoy.
We'll leave the Queen and her family to enjoy their all-too-short holiday. Goodbye, and thank you for having us.
The nature of the Queen's role as head of state frequently took her away from her children. When she travelled abroad, they could be separated for weeks at a time. The issue raised questions as to whether the Queen was a good mother.
Charles and Anne had quite a tricky upbringing in some ways, because their mother was always away. She was a loving mother, there's no doubt about that, and she was as tactile as she could be, and there were times when she would put him on her lap and read him a story, or go in at bath time. But it was quite a distant relationship, and in fact the sad thing is that the nanny that was looking after Charles and Anne was a fearsome woman that the Queen was actually quite frightened of. And so the Queen tended not to, being a sort of young mother, tended not to go near the nursery.
Where the Queen's upbringing differed from that of her children was in their education. The Queen was educated at home. Prince Charles was the first heir to the throne to go to school. Aged 7, he began at a pre-preparatory establishment. The following year, he proceeded to Cheam, his father's prep school. Now a boarder, the choice was perceived as progressive, giving the heir to the throne an opportunity to mix with children from non-aristocratic backgrounds. 5 years later, following again in the footsteps of his father, Prince Charles moved on to Gordonston, a school on the northeast coast of Scotland. In contrast to Cheam, he hated it.
What happened to Charles really was terribly sad. He was sent off up to the wilds of Scotland, where the regime was incredibly harsh. They had cold showers in the morning and a run in shorts and a t-shirt before breakfast. And the whole regime was like that. It was very much sort of a healthy body, a healthy mind. no creature comforts at all, and he was very lonely up there, very homesick. People didn't make friends with him. He always had this problem that the people that were friendly were probably being friendly for the wrong reasons, and the people that he would have liked to make friends with and should have made friends with were holding back because they didn't want to be seen to be sucking up to the prince.
If Prince Charles was a sensitive child, Princess Anne was a bit of a tomboy. At the age of 12, Anne too was sent to boarding school, Benenden in Kent. Hers was to be a far happier experience.
At Benenden, every new pupil has a girl, called a mother, to help her over the ordeal of the first few days. To all appearances, however, Princess Anne was not suffering from nerves. Until now, she has had private tuition. But as a thoroughly sensible teenager, she will quickly settle down to the new life. Her Majesty greeted members of the staff, and the atmosphere was unaffectedly friendly.
Benenden would also allow the princess to indulge her greatest passion, riding. Within 2 years, she was representing the school in dressage competitions.
It worked for her because I think she's a very strong character, like her father. She made very good friends. She was incredibly sporty. I think that always helps. Whereas Charles wasn't so sporty. I mean, and she just integrated. I mean, not immediately, but she did. And she wasn't particularly happy there her first term, but she made it work.
If the Queen was a sometimes absent parent to Charles and Anne, she was a much more natural and besotted mother with her younger children, Andrew and Edward.
With Andrew and Edward, she was able to spend much more time with them. When I wrote a biography of Prince Edward, I remember going to talk to one of his school teachers, and he said the Queen used to come down and she never missed a play. She used to go to sports day. She used to come in and talk to him, and she would always be there. And you don't think of her like that, but because in those days they weren't followed by cameras and press, but she was a very hands-on mother.
The education of the two younger princes followed the pattern of their elder brother. Andrew and Edward both attended Heatherdown Preparatory School before heading to Gordonston. And, like Prince Charles, each prince finished his schooling by spending 6 months at college in a Commonwealth country. In Prince Edward's case, Wanganui in New Zealand, where he received a visit from the Prince and Princess of Wales in 1983.
My feeling is that the Queen's children have always been, and probably still are, used as a tool to demonstrate to the world, to the Commonwealth certainly, that she is Queen of Britain and the Commonwealth. And I think there was a feeling that if the Queen's children could go out and represent her in some way, and she could be seen to be thinking that a Commonwealth education was every bit as good as a British one, then it would be helpful.
By the time of the Queen's silver wedding in 1972, the Windsor clan was hailed as an ideal and model family. In a speech at the Guildhall, the Queen spoke with conviction when she asserted, "If I am asked today what I think about family life after 25 years of marriage, I can answer with simplicity and conviction. I am for it."
The image was that of a united and happy family. And it was an image which they deliberately cultivated. It began with the royal film, and to some extent it went back to the 19th century. I mean, royal families hadn't normally been happy. In fact, they'd normally been very unhappy. And it was a perfectly well-known public fact, and it was Victoria and Albert who projected this rather bourgeois happy family thing. Aristocratic families aren't normally happy. And in retrospect, it was a mistake for them to have done it, because the monarchy isn't about happy families. It's very nice to have happy families, and monarchy is about the monarchy.
Now in their 20s, the Queen's elder children, Charles and Anne, became a focus for media attention. The image of the Prince of Wales as an oversensitive schoolboy was replaced by news clips of the Prince piloting planes and helicopters, or engaged in manly sporting pursuits like polo.
He became this actually rather attractive man who was game for anything, and suddenly he had a string of girls.
Princess Anne pursued her passion for horse riding and distinguished herself in various equestrian competitive events. As early as 1971, she was voted Sportswoman of the Year, to the obvious delight of her mother, the Queen, who presented her with a silver medal at the European Championships.
I think it was something that the Queen was very proud of. It's obviously a sphere that she knows a lot about. It's something that she can relate to. They have a shared passion of horses. It's something she understands. So I think she was full of admiration for the way that Anne went right to the top of the field.
The unprecedented step of a princess entering the world of sport brought Princess Anne into contact with people from outside her circle, including Captain Mark Phillips, an army officer, a show jumper, and a commoner. The couple were engaged in May 1973.
When exactly, may I ask, did you decide that you were serious?
That is a difficult one. When it became mutual, I think it was even, well, I suppose after badminton.
They were married 6 months later at Westminster Abbey. It was a popular match.
And you can hear the welcome from the crowd.
4 years later, in 1977, Princess Anne gave birth to a son, Peter Phillips. He was the Queen's first grandchild, and when he was born, was 5th in line to the throne. However, in the hope of giving him as normal a life as possible, it was the expressed wish of his parents that he should not be given a title. In 1981, Zara Phillips was born.
The princess, joking with the nurses, said, "She's quiet, isn't she?" A reference to the fact that the new baby hadn't given her much time to sleep over the weekend.
The smile on the princess's face belied the trouble that was already brewing in her marriage. To the outside world, however, the Phillips appeared like another ideal family in the making.
It's not clear the state of their marriage at the time when Zara was born, but certainly there were rumours of affairs well before they got separated, which was in 1989.
2 months after the birth of the Queen's first granddaughter, the Prince of Wales married Lady Diana Spencer. The heir to the throne was 32, his bride just 20. But despite the age gap, the Queen, together with the nation, rejoiced that her son had finally married.
The Queen really liked the Spencer family. Of course, they've been royal toadies for years, centuries. And I think the Queen actually wrote a letter saying how much she liked Diana, which got into the public print. And she had high hopes, this innocent, lovely young girl. And Prince Charles had been influenced by Mountbatten, saying you must marry someone who has no past. And it all seemed perfect, a bit too perfect.
The Queen's family continued to grow. Within a year of the wedding, the Princess of Wales gave birth to a son, Prince William. 2 years later, another boy was born, Prince Harry. The Queen's 2 elder children, married and apparently settled, attention turned towards the younger sons. Prince Andrew, now in his 20s, had earned himself a reputation as something of a playboy. The tabloid press labelled him Randy Andy for his highly publicised friendships with, among others, actress Koo Stark and Katie Rabbit.
Together in public at last and official, Andrew and Sarah stand in the gardens of Buckingham Palace in just about the same place as the Prince and Princess of Wales stood on their engagement day.
Prince Andrew's image changed again when, in 1986, his engagement to Sarah Ferguson was announced. Although the pair had known each other since childhood, it is understood that romance blossomed only after Princess Diana orchestrated to bring them together at a house party at Windsor Castle.
I asked Sarah some weeks ago, and Sarah actually said yes, which surprised me. She did say it also, which a little anecdote for you, is that she said if you wake up tomorrow morning, you could tell me it's all a huge joke. I didn't.
The couple married in July 1986. Once again, the public was entranced by a royal romance. It looked as if the fairy tale would continue without end.
Then Sarah, soon to be Duchess, was ready to marry her prince.
the Queen led out the family. Then Princess Beatrice Elizabeth Mary, blissfully unaware of tradition or ceremonial, took over the proceedings. She was startlingly well behaved, but she did seem to have a sense of occasion.
2 years later, the Queen became a grandmother for the 5th time with the arrival of Princess Beatrice. Grandchild number 6, Princess Eugenie, arrived in early 1990.
Princess Eugenie was fast asleep, blissfully unaware of her celebrity status.
By 1990, however, the first fracture in the world's most famous model family had appeared. The Princess Royal separated from Mark Phillips in August 1989.
Mark Phillips wasn't the first commoner to marry into royalty, but he was the first to make it clear that he felt uncomfortable in royal circles. Instead of blending in with his wife's hectic schedules, he opted out. Princess Anne was dubbed by the press as the most unpopular royal, but her public image was transformed as she became increasingly absorbed in her work as president of Save the Children Fund. In a recent interview, she showed how committed she became to the charity.
I do say from time to time, and people tend to laugh, but at that age, I mean, I wasn't particularly keen on children, and I'm still not. But you don't actually have to like children very much to be interested in giving them the best possible start in life, if you're looking towards the future. And that's quite important for a lot of people to remember.
She made long and often exhaustive visits to third world countries. They were pursuing their own interests. They lived separate lives. Out of army service, Captain Phillips based his life at the farm in Gatcombe Park. With his shy personality, he became a reluctant royal, pursuing a career as a skilled and successful horseman. The few occasions he and Princess Anne appeared publicly were invariably at equestrian events. Their love of competitive sport became one of the few things they had in common.
A year later, the Princess Royal denied rumours the couple would divorce.
I've seen a paper today.
Yeah, well, I've released a story about the Queen has given permission for divorce and things. Yeah.
Divorce?
Daily Mirror.
Never been mentioned by anybody.
In fact, the couple divorced in April 1992. The Princess Royal was the second member of the royal family to divorce since Henry VIII, the first being Princess Margaret 14 years earlier. Her mother, the Queen, was reported to have agreed only reluctantly to her daughter divorcing.
I think she was quite surprised. I mean, she just, I think, thought that Anne would just carry on with it.
Even members of the royal family are not immune from the ills of the world, and one of the ills of the world is divorce. But quite simply, Anne and Mark just drifted apart, and their marriage fizzled.
1992 was also the 40th anniversary of the Queen's accession. It would become known as her annus horribilis, for where once the Windsor family stood proud, now it was beset by sadness and disharmony. The Princess Royal's divorce was preceded in March by the announcement that the Duke and Duchess of York were to separate.
The announcement made it plain that she had initiated the separation. And as the day went on, it became clear that while the Queen was saddened by the breakup of the marriage, she was also angry at the way the Duchess had handled the issue.
I think the Queen was very upset when she sort of realised that that marriage was falling apart. And what she always says, she did to Charles and Diana and she did to Fergie and Andrew, is wait a bit, just don't rush out of this, just wait and see if you can't get it together again.
In December 1992, Buckingham Palace announced the separation of the Prince and Princess of Wales.
They're admitting defeat, they're admitting failure, and that's something that no one wants to admit. I think they'll also be terribly worried about their children.
The Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh were largely unaware of what was going on in Charles's marriage to Diana. There were episodes that they were aware of, because when Diana's behaviour erupted in front of them, it became apparent that things were not altogether rosy. But they had no idea of the depths of despair to which their son had fallen.
The sole bright spot in the year was the remarriage, also in December, of the Princess Royal to Commander Tim Lawrence at a quiet ceremony in Scotland. Princess Anne was the first member of the royal family to remarry after divorce since Henry VIII.
He's a superboy, and the royal family like him, and that's really all they ask for.
Yes,
and I think they respect him too. I think that they respect him and how he's conducted his relationship with Anne, throughout this period.
The marriage is due to take place on Saturday at Crathy Parish Church next to Balmoral Castle.
The reason she got married in Scotland was because you can have a second marriage within the kirk, as it were. And she wanted a very low-key event, and of course she loves Scotland. And the family just loved that marriage. It was incredibly informal, nothing grand about it at all.
The Queen remained wholly sympathetic towards her children, but also bewildered. She and the Duke were left wondering where, as parents, they had gone wrong.
I think it must have been extremely difficult for them. I mean, in a way, my husband and I were in the same situation with some of our children's marriages, and I know that it's a double sadness, first of all for the young couple who you're very fond of, and secondly for yourselves, because it's very sad to watch children who you have brought up from scratch, from babyhood, and who appear to be starting off on a happy life when things go wrong.
The Prince and Princess of Wales and the Duke and Duchess of York finally divorced in 1996. By now, royal deference seemed a thing of the past. The tabloid press laid siege on a regular basis to the private lives of the Queen's children. The antics of the younger royals played out like a compulsive soap opera.
He's brilliant. Very good. I want to ask you a question. Can we come to dinner, please? Yeah. I think you should get your tongue.
The Queen would have found the whole thing deeply embarrassing. It's entirely at odds with the way that she's always lived her life. You would never have found her in the same sort of situation in a million years. But her attitude to her children, I think, has always been that they should be allowed to make their own mistakes. And they've certainly done that.
By the time Diana, Princess of Wales, died in August 1997, the public reacted as if the royal family themselves were responsible. This evaluation was compounded by Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, in his oration at her funeral. In it, he alluded to the alleged coldness of the family she had married into, and famously promised to protect his royal nephews so that, as he said, their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned.
I think the Queen must have been, I don't know whether she was hurt by it, but she must have felt pretty sore what he said. Of course, history's rushed by us, hasn't he? And I don't think we've seen a lot of evidence of Earl Spencer's influence on the young boys that he promised to have and promised to protect them and all the other things. And I think the Queen would have thought to herself, rather fine coming from that family.
The Queen was by now approaching her golden wedding anniversary. The traumatic events of the summer had taken their toll on both the family and its reputation. A period of rehabilitation was required to enable not just her children, but her grandchildren to come to terms with both family breakdown and personal loss.
The Queen, who we know to this day is still puzzled by the public reaction, she almost wanted her family to go into a period of purdah. There'd been, Princess Anne's marriage had broken up, Prince Andrew's marriage had broken up, Charles and Diana had broken up, and they looked tired. Their public image was sullied. There had been feuds over taxation, and she just thought they needed to retreat, to recharge their batteries, and to be seen as they had been many years earlier. See them less, but see them in a different light.
It was inevitable that the wedding the following year of the Queen's youngest son, Prince Edward, and his girlfriend Sophie Rhys-Jones would be a low-key affair. When their engagement was announced, the couple were asked about previous royal marriages that have ended in divorce.
If anybody's going to get married, I hope that they think that they're going to get it right. So, and as I said, I mean, it's, you know, that we're the very best of friends, and that's essential, and it also helps that we happen to love each other as well very much, and so, you know, it's great. So we're very happy at the moment, and long may that continue.
I think it's quite well known that the Queen and Prince Philip have quite a difficult relationship with Charles, and I think the Queen has a less complicated relationship with Edward, and she certainly is very close to his wife, Sophie, and has always admired the way that she's conducted herself and the way that she's been absorbed quite well and easily into such a public role and into the royal family.
Edward and Sophie, known as the Earl and Countess of Wessex, became parents in 2003. Their daughter Louise was born a month premature and was cared for initially in a neonatal unit.
A great day, great relief and joy today that we've been able to reunite mother and daughter, which is just fantastic. It's been a priority for the last week, and the amazing thing is that our baby girl has recovered well enough that she can come here to join Sophie, which is fantastic.
Obviously the Queen was very concerned that Sophie had been so ill just around the time of the birth of her first child that she did go and see her in hospital, which she doesn't normally do. But she was concerned, and I think it was a very nice thing to do.
4 years later, in December 2007, the Countess gave birth to a son, the Queen's 8th grandchild, Viscount Severn. Of the Queen's 2 elder sons, only the Prince of Wales has married again, this time to the woman who played a part in the breakup of his first marriage, Camilla Parker Bowles.
I think the Queen was very pragmatic about Camilla. I think she realised that it was absolutely what Charles wanted to do, and that there was no point in standing in his way, even if personally she didn't approve of the role that she played in the breakup of their marriage.
If the Queen had been reluctant to accept Camilla into the fold, the transition of the former royal mistress to titled consort was no doubt easier for the Queen to accept, due to the obvious enthusiasm of her grandsons for the match.
I think probably it was the children's acceptance of Camilla that probably warmed the rest of the family to her, because it was a genuine acceptance. I think Harry found it harder than William, because Harry was younger when Diana died. William was a little more realistic. He'd grown up a bit by the time Diana died. He could see that there were 2 sides to the story.
The turbulence of the 1990s has, in the first decade of the 21st century, given way to a period of calm. 3 of the Queen's children remain married, while the divorced Duke and Duchess of York remain firm friends.
Andrew and Fergie's marriage foundered because Fergie primarily made a series of mistakes, but I don't think they ever stopped getting on, and I think it was incredibly important to her to keep the family together in some way, and I think she's really worked at that and has been pretty successful at it.
The Queen has established strong bonds with all her grandchildren and is always eager they should spend Christmas at Sandringham or join her at Balmoral for the summer holidays.
The Queen, like her father, loves having her family around her, and they do what all big families do, and they all sit down together for meals, and it's a chance for her to actually relax and be with her grandchildren. And she takes them out riding, and they go on long walks, and they go on barbecues, and they go on picnics at night in the cold and the rain, and it's what she's always done, and it's what she loves.
It is a testament to the Queen's devotion to her grandchildren that they too enjoy spending time with her. In a recent interview to celebrate her 18th birthday, Princess Eugenie described the Queen as truly one of the most amazing women ever. The Princess added, "You can tell when she is happy, having all her family around at Christmas and watching them all laugh and having so much fun on Christmas Day. It just makes her very happy."
Christmas is very jolly, the family are all together. It's all very traditional and very jolly. And they're great games players. They play charades a lot and that sort of thing. And they go for long walks, and they are actually very like a normal family.
The Queen is anxious, knowing how her own children have suffered, that her grandchildren will make successful alliances, which may in time echo her own experience of marriage.
I think the Queen probably would say, oh, let's hope to goodness these marriages last. But, you know, she is she's not, there's nothing, she's not going to interfere. I think she just thinks, please may they work out, because of course, you know, as she's devoted her entire life to the monarchy, she doesn't want to see it rumpled anymore. And she wants them to be happy.
The image of the perfect royal family has been shattered. Instead, it is the story of a very modern family, familiar to many, where parents live apart and grandparents often provide the glue keeping the generations together. And at its head is the Queen, who on her 80th birthday received the most glowing of tributes from her eldest son, the Prince of Wales.
For very nearly 60 of those 80 years, she has been my darling mamma. And my sentiments today are those of a proud and loving son who hopes that you will join with me in wishing the Queen the happiest of happy birthdays, together with the fervent prayer that there will be countless memorable returns of the day.
That speech, I would say, was absolutely 100% from the heart. He adores his mother. He almost worships his mother. He is somewhat in awe of her. I think that maybe because she's sovereign, maybe because there was the distance in the early years. I'm not quite sure why it is, but it is not quite the normal son-mother relationship.
The day ended how it began, with happy birthday.
The family has rehabilitated itself and shown that recovery is possible. In this regard, the Queen's family now offers a new role model, one that is entirely fitting for the 21st century.